or something like that. Obviously, that's not what people want to say, though.
Yeah, it
Right?
implies a mind, but it implies things, properties of a mind. Like, I'm not a theist, so I don't. It comes with a lot of baggage that I would not affirm. Certain properties, omni
I
properties,
would,
like all
I would
good.
probably,
Another mod moment, mod interruption. I'm just looking at these numbers, guys. How there's 32 of you and we're only at 3.3k likes. Um, Fucking tap the screen or I'm gonna turn the comments off within 10 minutes. So let's get over 15k likes. 10 minutes or I'm turning the comments off.
All right. So,
period.
Alex, can I clarify your idealism or what you mean by that? So,
Yeah,
okay. So, what I found here is idealism is a philosophical view that emphasizes ideas, mind, or consciousness as the fundamental reality, suggesting the material world is secondary or dependent on mental states. Is that accurate to
say it
your
one more time.
position?
I'm sorry. I
Sure.
zoned out. I was looking at a comment.
No, it's all right. It is a philosophical view that emphasizes idea, mind, or consciousness as the fundamental reality, suggesting the material world is
Full stop.
secondary or
Yeah,
dependent on
full
mental
stop.
states.
Full stop on the first part. Yes. Second
Okay.
part, I would get a little pedantic about, but in general, yes.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't see that why that would require a god. And by my definition, a god at minimum has is a conscious being that has some sort of extra supernatural powers of some sort, not necessarily triomni or whatever.
Right. I'm not postulating anything outside of natural law.
I got
Wait,
you.
that's not true. That's obviously not true either. What? You've just said that these like natural laws and numerological laws generated by that mind, right? That's just to imply
Not
that the
generated by.
mind subjected.
Not generated by. That's why I was saying I would get pedantic with the last part of the definition that he brought
That wasn't
up.
part of that definition, though. So obviously
Yeah, it
that's
was.
not
Yeah, it was.
generated as
Yes,
part
it
of the
was.
definition. You
Yes.
serious?
Yes, it was. He
I
said.
think
How was
I
generated
think
wrong?
that the difference
Wait,
is
hold on,
that
hold on,
Alex.
guys. Let Alex finish, and then you guys can go ahead. Alex, what were you saying about the definition?
I mean, look, the first part of the definition he gave was that the fundamental nature of reality is mind. The second part of the definition was something along the lines of the physical is secondary or emergent from, right? Is that right?
Secondary or dependent on mind states, and he kind of gave caveats to that part.
Yeah,
He didn't agree to that part.
Yeah, secondary would be like almost synonymous with emergent from. But I think reality is all one thing. That one thing is consciousness.
It's fine. You could say that reality is identical to consciousness, and you say this consciousness is also naturalistic, since you're not positing anything that's not naturalistic. That's just to imply that the given laws, they're identical to its mind. The mind is subject to. So effectively, if you were to use substitution, you'd just be saying that the mind's subject to its mind, which already assumes that the mind's prior to the mind, or the mind has primacy over the mind. Which obviously makes no sense, right?
What?
Look, I'll make it simple, right? You're just saying that reality, right, is identical to consciousness, right? This consciousness includes numerological laws or natural laws, right? But apparently, it's like conscious and naturalistic because it's also abiding by natural laws. So by substitution, if these natural laws
It doesn't abide by laws.
Then how's it naturalistic?
Laws are observations of the regularity of nature. They're not prescriptive. Exactly. They're descriptive.
Wait, no, they're prescriptive, but based on description.
They're not prescriptive.
They're frequent inferences.
Natural law is not
frequent inference from a description. I'll explain the confusion, right? Basically what they do is they make a frequent inference from the descriptions, right, and make a prescription from that, which is also just uninformed epistemology, right?
No, that's just confusing the map with the territory, man.
Okay, no, it's not. But you can just search up
the natural laws. The natural laws, like the conservation of energy, for example, is a description of how we've observed nature to behave. In no way, shape, or form a prescription ever.
Yeah,
the description is the state of affairs. We're just inferring the law from state of affairs. It's like me saying to you, for instance, that it turns out every time I talk, I have a lisp, right? Maybe it's a law that when I talk, I have a lisp. that's maybe inductively supported by the descriptions. You're conflating the support itself with the actual thing we're inferring to, right? Which obviously is not what we're doing here. They're
I
two
mean,
distinct
look,
things.
I'm not sure like what you're trying to get at here.
Laws of
You're
nature
not
are
sure, search up
descriptive.
formal epistemology and look at the first part of the SCP. Explains the idea perfectly, right? I don't want to put it in formal
No.
logic, but you'd want to say that for every x, well, let's just say, for
It's
example,
not
for every
true.
x. Okay, can I finish? You could just say
Wait.
for every x,
Go ahead.
O of x, if and only if, like, b of x. So I could say to you then, like, b of a, O of a, that occurs regularly, which would actually support, the first statement, right? That's the same thing we're doing here. And that's done typically in formal epistemology. There's no issue of that. There's no fallacy employed there.
Do you have a point? Like,
Is that the point I made that you didn't track, right? Which is not my issue, by the way. It was very simple. You're saying that, reality is identical to consciousness.
This is not a debate. We can chill.
I'm not debating. I'm just talking to him. I'm being a nice guy, I mean,
yeah, I
Alex,
mean,
like, is
look, just say it succinctly. Like, what are you
that's what I'm
saying?
trying to do, son. But look, so all I'm trying to say is, right, consciousness is identical to reality, right? A part of reality are these laws, whether you want to say they're based on descriptions or are descriptive, they're still a part of reality, right? And typically
There's no
within-
laws out there, bro. They're not like instantiated objectively. They're observations.
That's fine.
Which means they're
I think
descriptive
that-
laws.
You can say the descriptions themselves constitute. You could just say whatever you want. You could the descriptions themselves constitute the laws. You can say whatever you like, right? That's completely fine. You don't have to be like a realist. You can say you're a nominalist.
It's
You
not
can
like
say
a
that.
tablet.
I know. You can say you're a nominalist. These laws don't actually exist. That's completely fine. I
It's
have
not
no
like the
issue
Ten
with you.
Commandments.
It's still, yeah, it's still compatible with my critique. You understand that, right? You can say you're a
I'm
nominalist.
waiting for you to
that's not
give the
relevant.
critique. Go ahead.
Yep,
Go
you
ahead.
interrupts me, so obviously you're not, right? But look, what's relevant here is that it's a part of reality, whether it's nominal or not, right? And if that's the case, and if we define naturalism as like, the view that everything that exists is subject to nomological laws, that's just to imply that minds are also subject to nomological laws. But nomological laws are just part of the mind.
Again, you're begging the
mind's
question
subject to
on
one-
prescription versus description.
How's the begging the question? The conclusion doesn't assume it's
You're
prescriptive, nor
you're
does it say
baking
prescriptive.
you're baking the idea of prescriptive laws into your argument.
No, I'm not. We could just say it's descriptive. We can
I
just
think
take
that-
your idiosyncratic view that it's descriptive. That's
Hodge,
completely fine.
the reason
issue.
you're saying what you're saying is because you're misunderstanding the analytic idealism position. So we would propose that there is an overarching mind at large or universal consciousness, and the processes or the mental doings of that universal mind is what we call the laws of nature. That is what
Yeah,
the
that's
laws
fine.
of nature are, is the stable and consistent behaviors of mind at large, or the mental processes of mind at large.
Let's
That's
just say
what we
that's
call
true.
natural laws.
The critique still follows anyways. You could just say that, these nomological laws and natural laws are just mental states or behaviors. Let's just say they're behaviors, right?
I don't
And
even know
it
what the
means to be
critique is.
naturalistic is, because I didn't finish, right? What it means to be naturalistic is to be subject to these laws. That mind, right, or that consciousness is, naturalistic. So consciousness is actually subject to those laws. But according to
But
cosmic
that's
those laws are behaviors.
That's begging the question. We are saying that it's not subjected to the laws. Its behavior is the laws, is what we call the laws of nature.
That's completely okay. What does it mean to be naturalistic? Tell me.
It means that it exists in nature.
No,
Okay,
it
what
means
does
that
it
it's
mean?
not supernatural. So there's not some imagination happening. There's not some consciously directed intention that could change the state of the affairs. It's one thing that leads to another, a kind of cause and effect. It's
You just
not. There's
define
no
naturalism with
miracles
this
being
portmanteau of
instantiated.
naturalism.
There's no
How the
miracles.
hell-
being
It just means in reality.
How that even inform me? You just defined natural with this portmanteau.
Yeah,
of
it's
supernatural.
not supernatural. That's
It's
how
already
it is.
There already seems I know the denotation of natural, right? Look, let me just give you this. Would you agree with this definition? This X is
I mean,
natural. Some
it
X
is
is
a-
natural if and only if. Can I quickly finish? This X is natural if and only if, right? The X is subject to natural laws. That seems very fine to me. Seems completely fine to me. It may be a little bit sludgy, I agree with that, because I think it's primitive. But the idea is not lost on most people, right? Natural laws are things like, the law of gravity, all these things, right? And things that are subject to that are typically natural. Would you agree with that?
Say it again.
Things that are subject to natural laws are typically natural. Do you agree with that?
Sure, circular, but
Okay.
yeah.
Sure, that's completely fine. Now, so you would agree that this consciousness, quote unquote, if it's natural, that means it's likely subject to natural laws, right?
So it depends, right? Is the universe itself subject to natural laws?
I don't. This is your view, so why don't know? I mean, I would assume you would say yes, right? Because you're not
No, I'm
positing
asking
things
you under
naturalistic.
your view. Is the
My views
universe
are relevant,
itself,
so you're just burden
under
shifting.
any
My views are
worldview,
relevant.
under any worldview, is the universe itself subject to natural law?
This is also irrelevant because it's referring to your view. You
No,
know
it's
that,
not
right?
irrelevant, bro. It's you're missing the
Wait,
point.
how is other views relevant to your view? Can you tell me?
Is the universe subject to natural law, or the natural
That's
law are observations of the universe?
It's very clear burden shifting, buddy. It's very clear. It's obviously irrelevant, right?
Well, no, like that's actually perfectly on point. It's basically asking the question like, is it prescriptive or descriptive? Which I think like natural laws are descriptive. You're looking at the universe, and we're saying like, oh yeah, we're noticing these laws at play. Like
Let's
whenever
get
we
this
talk,
clear. So there exists some laws that are not prescriptive, right?
to
Yes.
be honest, like I'm gonna have
No.
to think about that. But like anyone
No,
else,
I
No,
would
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what you're
I'll be
saying.
honest.
The
No,
laws.
no, look,
laws
the
of
word
nature are
law, the word
descriptive.
law. Sorry, the
One
word
at a
law.
time, please.
But
Also,
I guess like whenever like if I'm ever talking to somebody about like the laws of physics, I'm assuming that like objective reality exists, and when we say laws of physics, we're like looking at reality and like mapping it with the laws.
Exactly. Exactly. We're describing reality with the laws of physics or other laws of nature.
The word law is a bit of a
real quick, I'm gonna
misnomer.
butt in again because it's been that allotted amount of time, and you fuckers down in the comments still haven't tapped the screen. So what I'm gonna do
Wait, fun. You don't have to
is
turn off the
I'm gonna
comments. You can
go-
chill.
no,
chill.
I am.
Yeah,
No,
Jesus,
no,
fun.
don't make me chill. Don't tell me to chill.
What
Well, I
the-
can't turn off the comments right now because my app is being glitchy. So tap the fucking screen because if I restart, y'all gonna get the comments turned off.
But yeah, go ahead. Whoever was gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, Hodge, I think that you're also insisting on like a precise definition of naturalism. It is well known in philosophy that that term, naturalism, is very difficult to define, and people have very like different types of definitions for it. I mean, you could say basically whatever is
Not relevant to being
real,
difficult,
whatever
though.
exists in reality is natural or naturalistic. But I don't think you would get any better definition than that.
Okay, I mean, if that's the case, we just agree that's the best definition, then the prior stuff was kind of irrelevant, right? Let's just say that is the best definition. That's completely fine. Then the critique, still, you get how you don't understand this. The critique still works, right? Okay. Let's just grant the descriptive, right? So these laws apparently are descriptive, not prescriptive, which obviously isn't true. That's fine, right? They describe things that exist in reality, right? Reality is identical to consciousness. What it means, according to Cosmic Man, to be naturalistic is to be subject to or follow from these laws, right? So then this consciousness follows from these laws. These laws are descriptive. So that means it follows from these descriptive laws, and descriptive laws are basically in the thing itself. So it follows from itself. That's just the same as saying of self-grounding,
No.
which is obviously not true because grounding is irreflexive.
I
You can't
disagree
ground
with like
yourself.
I disagree with like at least one of your premises there.
Which premise?
These natural laws are not a thing that exists in reality. They're an
They
idea.
don't have to. The
They're
description.
an idea. They're a map.
That's completely fine. You can say they don't exist. You can say they're nominal. I don't mind that. You still have to say thing is referring to the referent. It still exists, or at very least, it still has some content to refer to, and the content's still in reality, presumably, right?
Alex,
Not
Alex, I've got a question.
necessarily.
Quick.
Not necessarily like in the same way. Like so, look, I'm a scientific anti-realist, so I don't think like reality is made of atoms and particles. So atoms and particles aren't a thing that exists out there, and they're much more a thing like than a law, right?
I mean,
So,
typically, scientific
I just-
materialism is to do with methodology,
you're-
not like.
One more mod interjection. I turned off the comments, y'all. Tap the screen. Once y'all get up to 15K, I will turn them back on.
But
What the heck?
Alex, when
I've
you're
lost my
saying
mind.
when you're saying physical laws, you mean formality, not entity, right?
Yeah, sure.
Then
Yeah,
it will be
alright.
map,
script.
bro.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, it's literally just a map. From our limited perspective, we've observed certain regularities. We call those laws.
Because
the
I think this whole
okay, look.
debate, I think this
Are the
made you talking
regularities
like
identical to
5
the
minutes
laws?
straight away. Maybe
Are the regularities identical to the laws?
Regularities is what we call the laws.
No,
So
but they're not identical. They're not
Okay, what's
identical.
the difference?
it's
Yes,
another
map
territory.
map versus territory, bro.
Okay,
That's-
cool,
but
but
the
what's the
The
difference?
map is never identical to the territory.
That's
The
fine. I want to know
regularities in
why it's not
nature-
identical. What's the difference? Bro, can you let him answer? Yeah, what's the difference?
Go for it.
What's the difference between the map and the territory?
No, stop using that terminology. What's the difference between, right?
Why should I stop using that
regularities and the laws?
terminology?
Because it doesn't inform me of the difference. You can say they are different, but I don't know what the difference actually is, right?
Yeah,
So
one's the map.
what's the
One
difference?
is the observation. The other one is reality itself.
Okay, the difference between me and you is that, one of us is the map, the other one's the territory. That definitely specifies the difference, right? No, it doesn't. So now, what's the property that one has that the other one doesn't? That's all I'm asking you. Very simple.
One has the property of being a description. The other has the property of being an actuality.
Okay, wait. So one's a descriptor, the other one's the reference.
Yeah, bro. Let me ask you a
So
question.
which one's the
difference-
descriptor?
What's the difference between a
even about it,
transistor
so.
being on and off and the label of a 1 or a 0? What's the difference between a 0 and a transistor being off?
Well, the one would say one is a token, the other one's a type. That's obviously irrelevant, right? What's relevant here?
Not
is
irrelevant.
you-
That's what the difference is.
I don't know. I think I
you're saying
understood
that-
what Max,
wait, the difference
Alex
is that
meant by
now
that.
it's a type and a token.
One at a time.
Look, obviously what you're saying is just nonsensical. Like, what's relevant here, right, is the fact that you think that one is going to be a descriptor, the other one's a referent. So which one's the referent and which one's the descriptor, though?
Between what and what?
Between the law and the regularities.
So obviously the regularities are another way of referring to the referent, right? A regularity is another
descriptor?
way of saying law, right?
So the regularities themselves are the descriptors, right?
Yes.
You said the descriptors don't exist, though. The regularities don't exist.
No, that's not what I said.
You know it's on recording, right? You said that verbatim. They
I
don't
didn't
exist
say
in
they
reality.
don't exist. That's not what
Yeah,
I
you
said.
did. Because when I said to you the laws, I'll explain how I know you said that, right? When I said to you the laws, right?
Bro, what's up
actually-
with this dude, bro?
Hold on. Let me finish. When I said the laws exist, right? Which I meant in deflationist sense, by the way, but that's completely fine. When I said they exist, I said to you they're identical to the descriptions. You said no, the descriptions don't exist.
I think he
what's the
misheard
difference?
you. I think
That's
he
not what I
misheard
said.
you.
Yeah, that's
I
not
mean,
what
the
I said.
recording didn't mishear
I said they're not identical. I didn't say they don't exist.
Because do they exist?
Do descriptions exist? Yeah. In
Okay, so
reality,
both the reference,
yeah.
both the reference
Alex,
and the
I think
description
you're
exist.
Sorry,
talking
can I-
past each other. Can I make this clear? Alex, he's asking you, are the laws of nature the same thing as regularities in nature?
You already answered. I think you understood that part, right? But look,
Yeah, I already understood that part. I mean, saying regularity is another way to say law, right?
Yeah.
So in some sense, saying law is identical to regularity, but the regularity is not the referent. It is not the thing it refers to. It's not identical
Hoach,
to.
can I? Hoach,
but you
can
just
I
said the
ask you a
description
question?
of
Go
you
for
just
it.
said verbatim that the descriptor is identical to the regularities. So then that obviously implies the other disjunctive, which is the referent, would be identical to the laws.
Wait, hold on.
So-
Who
We don't-
wanted to, wait, hold
The
on, hold on.
regularities refer to the
Wait,
laws.
guys. Who wanted
Hoach.
to ask you a question? Go for it.
Yes, I've got a question to Hoach. Yeah. Do you agree that there is a difference between entity and description of an entity?
Oh yeah, trivial.
Because I'm not sure, but I think this is what you're trying to debate here.
No, I mean I'm not doing this, but what I'm
Because
trying to debate.
I'm pretty sure that Alex would agree to that there is a difference between entity and the description of an entity. And if you're saying that you agree with that as well, then what are you trying to debate?
That was
Exactly.
Alex's
I'm trying to say
map
that-
in place analogy. I
Yeah,
understood
I think
it.
so.
Yeah.
Look,
But Alex, are you saying that there's a difference between the laws of nature and regularities in nature? Are those two different?
Cosmic, those are two ways of saying the same thing. Saying
Exactly.
the law of
That's
nature
what I'm
and the
saying. Exactly.
Okay.
I
That's
think I'll give an example. I think by map and place. So if on with Earth's gravity, objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, if I remember correctly. So the objects doing that thing, that observed fact, is one thing, and us writing down and annotating and remembering the law itself, that objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, are two different things. One is the map, 9.8, if you write down the law, and then the objects actually doing the thing is the place.
Well,
I got one more.
Kind of. I mean,
I want to get this very clear, right? You've just said the descriptors exist, the regularities of the descriptors, so the regularities exist. The regularities are just different ways of, referring to the laws, or just like different names for the laws. Sorry. So the same thing as the laws. So the laws exist, but your problem is they don't exist. We could just ignore that though. They do exist now. So part of
So,
reality.
when I
And
said,
the issue still persists.
let me explain something. So the laws are not out there, is what I said earlier. That might be what you're latching on to.
I didn't
Right
say that
there.
out there. I said they exist.
Yeah,
They
so
can lack
exist,
extension. They still exist. That's irrelevant.
yeah, so it's within reality, but it's still
Okay.
just a description.
That's
Like,
fine. If it's within
what's your
reality, then
point?
that's completely fine. No, it's fine. We can just continue then, right? We can continue, son, right? So if it's the case, right, that some X is naturalistic,
I'm
if
sorry.
really it.
I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. I'm not your son.
Yeah, I'm 48. But look, we could just say that for any X is naturalistic if and only if X is in accordance with these given descriptors that apparently exist. You said I'm not posting anything that's not naturalistic, so that means obviously also the mind that contains everything, or consciousness that's identical to reality is also naturalistic. That just implies the consciousness is naturalistic. Okay,
This just
so if
seems
it's
like
naturalistic. No. Let me finish real quick. Don't run away. Right? If it's naturalistic, right, that
I'm
implies
not running
it's
from
subject.
nothing.
Then can I finish? That implies it's subject to the very laws within it. So if you want to put it simply, you're just saying X, which contains
You're just
Y, is
begging the
subject to Y.
question.
I mean, it is
Again,
Okay, what's
basically
wait? No.
explaining the
Wait.
universe.
Let
This
me
just comes
let me
across
finish.
as like
Right,
badgering and like
let me talk to him.
cross-examination.
Yeah,
Stop
but
gibbering.
it's
Let me
like
talk to
saying
you
that
guys.
the
Remember, guys,
universe
one at
as
a
a
time.
whole.
Fucking mute
Now you
people if
guys.
you keep talking over each other.
One at a time.
Thank you.
But
Yeah,
go
but he
ahead.
should let
You
other
said it's
people talk
question begging.
also.
Cosmic man, just stop.
That
Man.
didn't mean
the
keep
problem,
talking over each other.
But Hodge,
One at a time.
Bro,
the
just
yeah,
problem.
can I
hold
please
on, one
say something?
second. One
So
second.
you're
One second.
basically
Excuse me, Cosmic Man, you were talking over me. You need to stop. Stop talking over people.
Oh yeah,
Part
we're
of
just
the
gonna
issue
go.
is that
We just gotta go
Period.
one at a time. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
part of the issue is that he's saying a lot of things, right? And there's going to be disagreement with some of those things. So like this is just filibustering, like
Well,
it's why people keep interrupting.
you're
you said
making
it
a
was question
category.
begging. It's actually very simple, but none of you seem to understand it, right?
No,
Look,
but you're making a
Hodge,
category
We're not
error.
as brilliant
I'm
as
trying
you
to
are.
tell you.
well,
You're
what's the
basically
category?
saying
Well, hold on.
that
Go ahead,
the
Cosmic.
universe
Go ahead.
as a whole, you're saying that the universe as a whole is subject to the laws of nature. That's a category error. The
How is
universe
that a
as a whole
category
is not,
error?
it is, because the universe as a whole is not the same thing as things within the universe.
Wait, sorry. So we can even grant that's true. That's obviously also irrelevant, anyways, right?
So
We can
would
just
you
say
say
it's
that
okay.
the universe is subject to the laws of nature? Would you say that that is a
That's his view.
correct statement?
He's saying the reality subject to laws of
No,
nature, apparently. Then how are
no,
they naturalistic? You said before that I'm not positing anything's not naturalistic. So everything that exists is naturalistic under your view.
Universe as a whole, the
Is it
category,
naturalistic?
the universe. Yeah, it does. I mean, the laws of nature does not apply to the universe as a
Then
whole.
how is it naturalistic?
Because it's a what?
You're defining. He's defining. Look, the reason this is coming up is because Hodge is defining naturalistic as that which abides by the laws of nature. But as Cosmic described earlier, you don't have to hold to that definition of natural, right? The
Fine, so what's
definition
the
of
definition
natural.
then?
Hold on. The definition of natural I would hold to would be, the negation of supernatural, essentially.
What does it mean to be supernatural?
Yeah. So like,
outside of reality.
No.
no.
What does it mean to be supernatural?
I would not say
yeah,
that.
it would.
Go for it. Go for
Sorry.
it. Hold on.
Yeah, so supernatural would be some kind of like consciously directed intervention in reality, like a god.
Is that an example or the definition?
Oh, wait. Let him
What?
finish. Go ahead, Alex.
It's just
I mean, that's fine. That's good enough.
Yeah.
Like
That's
a
the
god,
definition?
supernatural.
Give
Or
me
I
an
would say,
example. I want a definition, not like an extensive example, please.
Do what?
I wanted a definition, not an example. Like, what's the criteria we use to determine something being supernatural?
Yeah. So like will, like some kind of like will that changes the way reality unfolds.
Bro, what? Then humans are also supernatural. Bro.
Yeah, God, bro. God is supernatural.
Humans will also be supernatural by your definition, man. What do you?
No. We're deterministic.
Things of a will that change how reality unfolds.
No, we're deterministic.
You know the way a reality unfolds is conditional on action, right? We conduct actions, and we, use our will to conduct.
Hey,
actions.
look, man. I'm not even sure like what you're getting at as a whole. Like, why are you
Because
being
can't track.
pedantic?
That's not my issue. You just can't track. It's
Why are
very
you being
simple.
pedantic?
Because you're not understanding, right? I wasn't this pedantic initially. You just weren't tracking it, right?
Look, the problem
These laws.
is that
No,
the problem here is
I'll
that
tell you one more time. Right? These laws are part of the mind, right? What it means to be naturalistic, according to you, is to be not supernatural. And now you finally, after like an hour, define supernatural. By the way, which I asked you to do initially, you didn't do it, right? That's fine.
I said
Apparently,
that
what is-
earlier, dude.
oh, really now?
I mean, the word literally means above nature or beyond nature.
The typical trend in nature. That's what I would say. So,
Well,
so,
how
so
they be
basically, like,
informative?
like really quick, like I would personally define supernatural as just like anything that transcends the typical trends we see in nature, or like the typical.
I would say the
laws
same
of
thing.
nature.
That's
The
a
problem
fantastic
is with that,
definition.
by that definition, the universe itself is supernatural.
I would disagree. I would say like the universe is
Like-
what we're observing, and we're creating like these natural laws, and we're writing them down. So I would say like
Mm-hmm.
anything that like violates any trends that we see would be like supernatural. So like if tomorrow like gravity like stopped working and everything was flying around, I would be like, oh my gosh, this is a supernatural occurrence. It's like defying like the typical trends that we see, which is that gravity operates like for a long period of time. Or maybe that's a bad
I can
example.
vibe with that. Yeah, I can agree to that. Yeah.
It's very clear its definition is ad hoc because it's like almost just gibberish. You just said to me that supernatural means that supernatural is just some X in which uses his will to change how reality unfolds. That
Yeah,
obviously
so
also implicates humans being supernatural.
So like a god wouldn't be supernatural because I was talking about a god.
Wait,
right.
that means to give an example then. Oh my
So, like,
God.
For a definition, not an example.
Oh wait, you're asking for an example or a definition?
Definition, not an example. I want a
Can
set
I
of
can I
predicates.
can I offer you a definition of supernatural? I'm
Well, I don't
curious
know
if
because
you
you may
agree.
not agree with it. I wanted him to say it,
Yeah,
so I know
of
if he
course.
agrees with it. I just want to know what natural
Uh,
means. He's obviously saying it's not supernatural, which is just circular.
Well, I've got only supernatural
Gibberish.
now, but it's
It's
quite
not
easy.
circular.
So supernatural would be anything which is not subject to the laws of physics.
Alex, would you agree with that?
Anything that is not subject to the laws of physics. Nah.
Like God?
Nah, I would
by
lean
defi-
towards what Coco said.
Oh, that's literally almost the same thing.
Drop for a little bit.
All right. Let's just say you do agree with Coco's definition. Then I'm going to explain to you how for the
Wait,
last
can
time.
you steal man? Wait, can you steal man Coco's definition?
Steel man's for propositions, definition not propositional biology. Please,
Dude, this guy is so pedantic. Oh my god.
It's because
bro.
you're always lost.
Look,
right?
can
But
you
look,
just
Why are you going in so
repeat his
hard on
definition?
Alex?
because
why are
you're
you
always confused, right? But look, I'll tell you what he said.
You
He
just
said that-
jibber jabbering, dude.
Okay.
Come on, man.
His definition jibber jabber right now. But look, his definition was some X is supernatural if and only if, right, it seems to violate regularities, things what we see typically, right? Like frequencies. He gave an example of something flying around that shouldn't fly around. We haven't seen fly around. That'd be supernatural. That's what he said. Right?
Sure.
I'm saying if we take that to be natural, we take things that, well, within the regularities, right, to be natural, then obviously that implies the consciousness itself is natural. It's within these regularities. But you said to us earlier, which is also on recording, that regularities apparently are these, it's just another way of calling the laws. The apparently regularities are just laws. They're just laws, right? If that's true, then obviously what it means to be natural is to be in accordance with these given laws. But these given laws are within reality because they're regularities. They exist because they're descriptors, like you said earlier. I'm tracking everything you said, by the way. They exist. They're in res, as Thomas would say. They're in res, right? If
Bro,
that's true.
why do you
If they're
keep
in reality, no, no,
threatening
no, no,
me
no, no.
that
Hold on,
I'm
let
on
me finish. Let me finish.
recording?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Don't get
Go ahead.
started.
Yeah,
Go
let me
ahead.
finish.
If they're in reality, that means they're in consciousness because reality and consciousness are identical, right? But these things make things natural. So the thing that makes consciousness natural is the thing within consciousness, which is the laws. Which is the
No,
same way to say X is within Y, such that X is H because of Y. So X has its property because of one of its parts? It's a certain thing because of its parts? What?
No, you're conflating some things. So look, again, the laws aren't actually laws. They're observed regularities. So we would say that
When do
something
I-
is super, excuse me.
Bro, I've already said the regularities.
Excuse
You're just
me.
jibber-jabbering.
Excuse me.
Wait,
Excuse
let
me.
Alex finish. Go ahead.
I'm
we
done,
would say
man.
that
I'm not
we
tracking
would say
anything.
that something is supernatural if it goes against one of these observed regularities.
I already said that.
Right. So it's not that.
What's wrong then?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Just say what part was wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
You know, you're just shadowboxing. I never said, I didn't conflate anything.
Okay, can
What
I
makes
ask
you
you a
flow?
question, Hodge? Can I ask you a
But can you let
question?
him tell me where I can, because you didn't do it. Actually, no, it's fine.
Hold
You
on,
go
wait,
ahead.
wait. Alex needs to finish.
He's not
Go ahead,
saying,
Alex.
look, he's not even saying anything though. So they conflate
Well,
something.
yeah,
What do they
well, yeah,
conflate?
but-
Just tell me.
Well, yeah, well, let him finish.
Alex, he doesn't give a shit about what you want to say, clearly.
Hodge,
Yeah.
why are you going in so hard on Alex? I
No,
mean,
it's
this
not
isn't.
hard. What, even
This
if I was,
isn't.
that's
This.
irrelevant.
Damn, can I finish a sentence, dude?
It's all irrelevant. Just stop with the
what's
messing,
that?
man. It's all irrelevant. That's
I
irrelevant.
mean, no, it is relevant because you're like
It makes
being
my argument
toxic.
true or
Just
false.
have a normal conversation with him.
Look, at the end of the day, you're just saying that the universe itself, under my view, you would be saying that the universe itself is subject to the laws of nature, and that's obviously not true.
Hodge, can I ask you a question? Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that description of an entity can comprehend entity itself?
Comprehend what? What? What does that even mean?
Okay, then it doesn't matter. I give up.
Okay, I mean, when you jibber jabber, I'm supposed to understand what you're saying. Look, you should
No, but Hodge, I don't know why are you insisting on like
that means the
one
description's
specific-
always conscious. Like what?
why are you insisting on like one particular definition of naturalism? I mean, you know that this is.
I mean, you and Cookie have the same definition, man. Not my issue.
I didn't. No, I said my definition of naturalism was whatever exists in nature. That was my definition.
What does it mean to be exist in nature? Like, probably to coincide with the laws.
Wait,
Sean gets the same definition.
Yeah, that's why it's an
actually-
ill-defined term. That's why I said that from the beginning.
Wait, hold on.
This is
Wait,
well
really
defined.
really quick, guys. Like, wait, you were defining nature, but you used the word nature in your definition of like what's nature. Like you said,
Yeah, because it's a ill-defined term in philosophy. That's why philosophers actually don't use that term anymore. In modern philosophy, if you look at papers published, they try to avoid that term.
Name me one paper that tries to avoid. Just name me one paper. Name me one paper, please. One paper. Name it.
I said it's a negation. So how can I show a negation?
How can you answer to the question? Name me one paper. You serious?
I said they usually don't use it in modern philosophical papers. And you ask me for examples in which can I finish? You're asking me for example. Can I finish? You're asking me for examples of papers in which they do use the term. How can I do that?
I asked you, name me one paper that tries to avoid it. Right? Just avoids it.
Yeah, I mean they don't use it. They usually don't use it in modern philosophical papers.
Okay, just name me one paper that does that, please. Name me one paper.
A paper that doesn't use the word? I mean,
Wait,
what?
What
are you
Is that the name of the paper?
Are you asking me really? Are you asking me for a paper that doesn't use the word naturalism?
Imagine someone who's a layman asks you, name me one paper that talks about logic, please. I want to read about it. He said, whoa, hold on, buddy. I can't give you that. That's not possible.
No, I can give you many papers. Yeah, so I recently
name me
read
one paper that doesn't talk about.
Yeah, sure. I read, for example, recently Bruno Cortesi's paper on revelatory experiences, and he was talking about different types, whether like our perception or revelatory. Yeah, he talks about different types of revelatory experiences. So he was talking about, what was it? Whether our experiences are direct and conceptual. Direct or conceptual.
Indirect realism. Like, okay, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'll read that paper.
So look that paper up.
Yeah. That's a good paper, right? But look, that's not really what's relevant. Obviously, what you're saying is just gibberish, right? There exists no. Look, buddy. The term naturalism. If you're just saying, hold on. Let me quickly finish. If you're just saying, right, that the term is ill-defined because there's just a different definition of the term, that means all terms are ill-defined. Would you really commit yourself to that?
I'm not saying all terms are ill-defined.
I know that's the contradiction, buddy. That's exactly the point.
Yeah, this particular term is ill-defined because people have so many different definitions of it that are basically circular.
Okay. What? Okay. That's what you said earlier. That's ad hoc, right? But
this is really simple.
Let's get this really clear. Do other definitions have a lot of definitions?
Hodge.
What?
Let him answer. Yes or no question. Let him answer.
Just give me 1 second.
Son, let him answer.
This entire conversation has been.
I don't care about the matter. Just let him answer.
I don't care about being meta. It's been entirely.
Okay, let him finish. This is irrelevant.
This conversation except
that's not very relevant either. Look, just let him answer.
What's your question? Ask it.
Yeah. So, do they exist? Are all terms, for that matter, polysemous, meaning that they have different definitions? Do all terms have that?
Yeah, I mean, most terms have different definitions. Yeah.
But most terms don't define them. Because you said to me earlier...
Because philosophers agree that it's an ill-defined term. You can look this up. Naturalism is an ill-defined term that modern philosophers try to avoid. They don't use that term.
Okay, that's fine, right? But obviously, that's just to imply most terms are ill-defined.
It doesn't mean just because one term is ill-defined and philosophers do not use it anymore, doesn't mean that all terms are like that.
That's not what I'm saying, though. Are you purposely being dense? Look, you said the reason why it's ill-defined is because it has many different definitions. Same for all terms, because all terms are what we call...
Yeah, and they're circular. I also said they're usually circular.
You said that after my critique. It's trying to avoid the critique. We know it's ad hoc. It's very close, ad hoc.
I said the reason they avoid it is because it is like so many different definitions, and they're usually circular. That's the reason.
Wait, so you just said they're necessarily circular? If that's the case, then that's
I didn't say necessarily. Oh my god!
Okay, then all terms are also defined then, because all terms can be defined circularly. That's fine. Like what? Like this doesn't really help you at all. Even the ad hoc condition still doesn't help you. Like, bro,
what are you trying to say?
Obviously just jibber jabber, right? This is obviously relevant.
Are you disagreeing with me? Are you disagreeing with me that philosophers usually deem this term to be ill-defined and they try to avoid it? Are you disagreeing with me on that?
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with you, but I don't think you really got the critique anyways.
Then you're obviously not reading philosophical papers. So tell me a philosophical paper you read recently.
Yeah, I read Graham Oppy's paper on not three prongs, but three-valued logic.
Perfect example. Graham Oppy actually avoids the term naturalism. He said that in many of his papers that it's a term that is basically useless.
Find me the quote.
Okay, give me a second.
We love Graham
Oppy. Paper where he tries to articulate what naturalism is, like epistemic naturalism, metaphysical naturalism, and he gives some definition here. But I think like what the issue is that whether everybody agrees upon those definitions, for example, right? And this is kind of sort of the way that we go about inquiring on what these definitions mean to try and at least reach a more a definition that captures what naturalism is, right? And I think this seems to be a limit of our language. And I think that's typically why there's this back and forth on these particular topics all the time, whether we've captured a significant definition that is sufficient for describing what naturalism is.
I agree this applies to certain primitive terms, they call them, like colors, for instance, like primary colors can't be defined. Maybe colors or mixtures can be defined, like purple can be changed, like, mixture of red and blue, but blue would be hard to define. But then how this applies to naturalism? How is it the case that naturalism is as hard to define as the color blue? Why is there a primitive term? How does this satisfy the criteria? Can you explain?
I don't think anybody necessarily said it's a primitive term. right?
That's what it means to be like hard to define.
Hard to define just means hard to define. It doesn't mean it's fundamental.
That's really informative. But look, Flobby, can you
So,
explain like
for example, like the definition that Oppie gives, right, is that like there are these causal, like natural causal entities. I wrote it up here a little earlier in the comments. I don't know if you can see it there. That might be a bit like directly from the paper that he's tried to define it as, right? And so it is to say that it exhausts all of causal reality, and there are nothing but these natural causal entities with natural causal properties. That's all he defines it as. Now, whether one rejects that, obviously they would have to give motivation as to why they would reject that. But I think that that's a pretty decent metaphysical description of naturalism.
Let's go. By the way, how are you doing, Flop?
Too bad, Coco. It's been a while. I'm just working on my dissertation, so I'm trying to submit that by the end of this month before I go away in Christmas. And then I have to defend next month in January or February.
Bad. Good to see you.
And so, if I may,
let me make the distinction between.
Hold on one second, Hodge. Hold on. The only reason we're even talking about all this, it's gotten pedantic in this particular direction.
We have to say
what you want to say, because what you want to say.
Hodge, let him finish.
Right?
Let him finish.
Yeah. Because what you want to say. Look, man. Oh my gosh. I'm really trying to have a conversation with you. Okay.
You're just talking
what
about
you want to say is that. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, but let him do it. I'm allowing it.
What you want to say is that the definition of natural is that which is subject to natural law, right? This is baking in the idea that law is prescriptive and not descriptive. This is the basis for the misunderstanding in this entire conversation.
Yeah, so I've already told you that the argument works whether it's prescriptive or descriptive, so I'm not baking it in. I don't need to. I can assume that's descriptive, even though I don't think it is. I can just make that in, that's fine. But I don't think there's any use talking to you, man. You just can't track. But Flobby, look, when you make the distinction between metaphysical naturalism and like epistemic naturalism, typically we want to say like we're referring to methodological naturalism or just naturalism simpliciter. But I'm saying here for definition naturalism that we can just conflate the two scopes. We can conflate metaphysical and epistemic because some want to say that it is true in virtue of regularities that these things are naturalistic, which is typically epistemic, or just saying things we're acquainted with, right? But you can also just say that maybe it's sort of acquaintance, but actually is just conditional on these regularities. These laws actually are things. They don't have to exist, but they actually do work per se, or they are truth tracking. You can conflate the two scopes. You can say they're coextensive and not say they're conditional on the same thing. You can say that some X is naturalistic in the epistemic sense because we know these regularities. Then you can say because that scope we specified based on the definition, all the other things that are naturalistic also are naturalistic based on some other criteria, right? That isn't dependent on the mind. Both things can be true. Well, I'm not saying both things can be true, but you conflate the two scopes with different conditions, which they do that in like modal logic as well. In modal modalism they conflate the two scopes. They conflate all subjunctive scopes. So I mean that's typically done anyway to define naturalism. I don't see an issue with this.
Actually found you the quote. So it's from Graham Oppie's Naturalism and Religion in that paper. He says in naturalism, he said that naturalism functions for some as a bridge of honor and for others as a term of abuse. And this is predictably leads to many conflicting interpretations. So there you go.
And that's supposed to support the claim that most modern philosophers don't use naturalism.
Oh my god. I just searched for it now, and because you brought up Graham Oppie.
Wait, is it like the case of all of you just can't track or like what? Look, I asked you a simple question, by the way. That's not an answer to my question.
What are you talking about? You said that I was wrong about Graham Oppie, and I just gave you a quote.
Look, you're a genius, man. Look, oh my god.
Is that a nervous laughter?
Yeah, whether it is or not,
to be an unemployed philosopher.
But yeah,
look, man,
actually,
very.
I don't really know why you're being like contrarian. Like what
contrarian? He's just obviously silly, right? But I mean,
that's what it's like to be an unemployed philosopher.
The original critique we heard you first time, by the way. The original critique I gave you was very simple, right? I was saying that your view is not incompatible with Brigandi's view, which obviously is true because you're just saying that reality is something identical to consciousness, which just implies that the brain itself is also part of this consciousness per se, which maybe like commits you to a view about the brain having certain non-tick types that Brigandi may disagree with. But all he's saying effectively is that mental states are generated by the brain. Or you don't have to disagree with that based on a view. You can say that that's
But
true,
is that your view? Is that your view that it emerges from the activities of the brain?
What?
Do you believe that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain? Is my question unclear?
I said that's obviously irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
That's because my view's not in question here. What? Why? Oh my God! Look.
What are you arguing for then?
I was saying his view is not incompatible with Mike Brigandi's view, such that when they debate the view, this wouldn't be a critique. You can't levy your view to critique it. You can say
That's
maybe
not
like
even what the debate is, Hodge.
You can levy the
debate is does materialism explain consciousness?
What I was gonna say before you interrupted was that the most you can do is just say that maybe my view expects this data more, such that his view is false, or you could say maybe gives some abductive case, but you would never be able to say this is incongruent. It's not mutually exclusive at all.
Hodge, you're just misunderstanding the situation. That's not what the debate is, right? Like, it's about does materialism explain consciousness? We're not doing a worldview comparison.
What's the counter hypothesis?
I'm doing an internal critique of his view. There is no counter hypothesis.
Okay, then how does it not explain? Wait, how does it not explain consciousness? Then can you tell me?
No, I'm not going to give you my sauce.
Your source. Wasn't your source like saying descriptions don't exist but now do exist?
I can try to answer you. What was your question?
Look, your source is watery, man. But go ahead, Cosmic. Yeah.
What was your question? Sorry.
I said go ahead. You said you're going to say something.
No, yeah, you said that Alex, but Alex obviously cannot answer because he's going into the debate about that. But you can ask me.
Like, does anyone else maybe like you think this?
Because I'm also an idealist. That's why I said that.
Do you think that materialism just cannot explain consciousness? Because obviously, like that's.
Yeah, I mean there are basically few options here. Either consciousness is fundamental, or it is emergent, or you could, if you take to emergentism, you could say, for example, that the brain is generating consciousness. So those are the two main options, right? Either it's fundamental or it's emergent.
I don't know how anyone could disagree that the brain generates consciousness.
I mean, there's many reasons to disagree with that. Not that I'm saying I disagree.
But I mean, if it is the case that the brain generates consciousness, then there should be some account for it. So if Y emerges from X, then there must be something about X in virtue of which Y emerges. So there must be some account.
Well, you can claim that there's also some outside, whatever that happens to be, source that's also involved with generating consciousness. Like that could be a claim, but without a doubt, neurologists know which parts of the brain do what aspect of consciousness, because consciousness is not just awareness. There's many aspects to it: thoughts, emotions, calculations, etc. Neurologists know which parts of the brain are responsible for certain. They don't know everything, of course, but they do know a great amount of what the brain does, and it all involves consciousness of some sort.
Yeah, it obviously correlates with the brain. I mean, no one would deny that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's a very subtle distinction there, Sean, that makes all the difference in this conversation. What neurologists know is what correlates with what. And obviously they don't have a full account, but that's what we can say from neuroscience is what the correlations are.
So when you do mathematical calculations and they're able to measure which parts of your brain light up, and I wish I was a neurologist, because I'm not going to delve into areas I don't know, but I know they can see which parts of your brain are working. They're actually doing something when you do mathematical calculations. You're saying that's not causal, it just correlates?
Yeah, it's correlates. That's being
correlates. They're called the NCCs.
All right, so what's causing that part of your brain to light up? If you're saying it just correlates, but your brain isn't actually doing the calculation?
the thing is like when it gets to like philosophy of mind, right? This is outside of the scope by which science can really tackle this question, right? So what
No,
they
it's
can
not.
solve, what they
Wait,
can,
wait,
what
wait,
they just
wait.
a second,
Wait,
just a
let him
second.
finish.
I'm
Let him
just
finish.
talking to you. So what's happening is that there are some correlations, right, that we can demonstrate through the scientific method, right, which solves, let's say, the soft problem of consciousness. But this is also to suggest that we are making some kind of assumption about the external world, right, which that we are invoking some kind of physicalist view here. And that's fine. Like you can show this correlation, right? But to say that this is a direct causation for like what we consider to be qualia, this is something that science cannot tackle. And this is why this is what brings rise to the hard problem of consciousness.
Okay,
No,
wait.
I
Can
agree
say
that there's.
something? Can I say something just to be clear? Because I just had this debate earlier today, and it's so silly for so many reasons. The first one is just saying this is something that can't be explained by science is just an unbased claim. The second thing is unless
I'm not saying
unless you can falsify for some reason why it can't be reduced to the physical brain states, I don't know how you make that claim.
Look,
Second
I'm not
off,
saying. I
second
think you're
off,
getting
hold
confused
on,
on my position here.
You just
You are
talked.
very confused.
Hold on.
One
You
at
are
a time.
very confused.
One at a time,
The
guys.
second thing is I don't know how we can give you any more information without you just saying it's correlation, not causation. It kind of feels like you're just saying it's not possible instead of explaining why it's not possible.
Well,
We can
the
make
reason the
predictive.
being
We
right.
can make
burden is on
predictive.
you.
We can make.
Cosmo,
I know that's
let
what
me
I'm
get
saying.
this.
We have explanatory power using physical brain states to explain not
Yeah,
only
but
qualia,
understand.
but hold on, not only qualia,
Let
but
him
Don't you just
let him
personality.
finish.
Well,
Not only
okay,
quality, but
let him finish, and
personality.
then Flavi will go like immediately
Yeah,
after.
we not only have evolutionary psychology, we also have neuroscience. These are two very studied fields and tested fields to explain how physical brain states explain not only behavior but sensory information. These are tested fields. I feel like you guys are just going to keep saying no matter how much information you get, you're just going to say correlation, not causation. So I'm going to ask two things. I'm saying, what would prove to you that physical brain states determine like you could say quality or first person experience without you just saying that's correlation, not causation? So give me that. And then the second one is, what is preventing brain states or first person experience from being reduced down to the physical? What stops that from being the case?
First and foremost, what I want to communicate is that you are assuming that I'm taking a position that's opposite to physicalism, right? What I'm trying to point out to you here is that I'm not denying that somebody might be able to, in future, demonstrate that there is some strong causation with when it comes to philosophy of mind, right? But what I'm sort of pushing back here is that currently where science stands, right, it has not been demonstrated that we can produce consciousness from physical material, if this is what you're referencing here. Now, what I'm trying to point out is that I do take the hard problem of consciousness as a serious critique against the physicalist, right? Because I don't think it can be described through any kind of mechanistic description of how consciousness can emerge from
material.
Do you
remember what I asked?
Yeah, I'm just articulating where I stand here, right? And so, what I'm trying to point out to you here is that under this regime, right, you are making metaphysical assumptions, whether you know it or not, and that is that you are invoking the physicalist worldview and saying that there is a direct causation
No,
to
we're
the
not.
mind. So you're making an ontological commitment here, and this is what I'm saying is that you can argue for that, but any view that I think tries to answer for consciousness, I think fails under all physical accounts, right? And this is why I'm a skeptic about the physicalist worldview. It's not to say that I don't, obviously, I don't have all of the
You didn't
knowledge
respond
about
to either of my points. Do you remember the 2 points?
So the first
You asked for the cause.
No, I didn't. I asked two things. I said, what is preventing consciousness from being explained by physical properties? And what evidence would you like to prove causation instead of you just always saying
clearly
it's
you
only
didn't listen to
correlation,
what
it's
I
only
said.
correlation,
Then.
it's only
You
correlation?
clearly didn't
So those
listen.
are the two things.
Clearly didn't listen then.
Okay, you just said that it's not possible to be reduced to physical
I
brain
didn't
states,
say
and you
it's not
feel like
possible. I don't know
What
if
would
I
prove
can continue
causation?
doing this.
What
Flobby,
would prove
you said that
causation?
science can't explain this, and that you
Right
think
now,
that
this is what I'm trying
explanations.
to say. Right now, there is like you saying that look, we've got these observations. We have action potentials firing in the brain down these neural dendrites, right? and that there's some correlate between there and how consciousness is related to the brain, right? And look, I think that that's totally fine. I obviously observe this as well, and I think most people that look into like neuroscience will also agree upon this, right? But now what we're talking about is the ontological nature of what consciousness is, right? And if you are to say that it's reducible to physical, material stuff, if you're a physicalist, I don't think that you've met the burden of showing that this is the actual case, right?
You still haven't responded to either of my points. Should I repeat the points again? Because I feel like they're very simple points.
Well, so
the
look,
first
I
one
can
is,
kind of
what
give you
is the
an
preventative factor from consciousness being explained by physical properties? That's the first one, and I just hear you saying it's not possible, but I want to understand
I'm not saying that
what's preventing
this
it.
is
That's
what
the
I'm
first
saying.
one,
Is that
and then the second one is
hold
on, and then the second one is it's very simple. What would be the evidence to explain causation and not correlation instead of you always just pushing it back and saying correlation? What would be sufficient for you?
I can answer those two.
Yeah.
Now, I won't give you like unless you wanted to respond, Flavin.
I'd rather Flavia respond.
I do want to respond because the reason why I'm trying to say to you is that science can't bridge this gap, right? Because I hold a position of like a scientific anti-realist, right? And so you saying that the underlying nature of reality is physical, right? And demonstrating this through scientific means using induction, right, from the experiments that we've done, I don't think meets the burden of what consciousness actually is, right?
You still haven't responded to either of my points.
I'm not saying that it's impossible, dude. That's the problem, is what I'm trying to point out to you here, because I'm agnostic on this particular topic. But what I'm trying to say to you here is that when you're asking me why is it impossible, the thing is on these particular topics, right? I don't think this bridge can be, this gap can be bridged by any kind of argument for philosophy of mind, which is why I'm a skeptic about all views that present an answer for this particular.
It's still not a response to either of my points.
So look,
you haven't given me a why.
Try to respond to him.
So,
I mean,
hold on. I've got a really simple.
You just talk to me, and then I'll give the floor to you. So you haven't said why that's the case. You're just saying I don't think anyone could do it, not just science. That's not giving me the why. That's the first one. The second one is you're just saying it hasn't met the burden of proof, but you haven't given what your burden is yet. So you haven't responded to either of the 2 points. You're just saying I don't think it's possible and no one could do it. Therefore, I don't think it's possible and no one could do it.
Well, the critique here is right. The critique here is that you are making an ontological commitment when it comes to the hard problem of consciousness. Now, whether you reject that and you want to be like a type A physicalist and say that that will be met at some point in the future, fine. I mean, I'm not saying that it's impossible.
No, I just reject the hard problem of consciousness makes sense.
That's clearly, and that's a belief that you have, right? This isn't something that's been demonstrated through the scientific method. And this is what I'm trying to point out.
You can't demonstrate nonsensical things with science. That doesn't make sense as a statement.
Well, it is.
Flavie, I have a quick question for you. So
wait,
when
Alex wanted to answer my questions. Sorry, you can go after.
No, they're related. They're related to you. I don't think you're going to get an answer, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Look, I'm not going to give away all my sauce because I do have that debate later. But the answer of why it's the case that science can't explain consciousness, or why someone would hold to that view, has to do with the vastly different ways we have of thinking about reality. We have objective ways of thinking about and describing reality, and then we have subjective ways.
Wait, I didn't ask that. I didn't ask why science can't explain it. I said why can't
I can try to answer the question.
That is what you
asked. I didn't ask that. I asked why can't consciousness be reduced to physical properties. I never said anything about science explaining
this is the same thing as saying science can't explain it.
Okay,
no, it's not. Our ability to understand
can
something
I just
isn't the
please
same as
respond
it
to
being
the question? Like, what would it take for science?
Reduction.
Well,
hold on, bro. Hold on, because hold on. Reduction entails deduction, right? So if you want to be a reductive physicalist, you're committed to the view that it will be a deductive case.
Shut up real quick. Let me talk. So you should believe. What are we debating? The Christian God, John? Yeah.
Okay.
God,
Shut
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up.
All right. So Flavie, this is related to what Okono was trying to ask Flavie.
Can I please try to answer his question about?
Well, I was trying to ask earlier.
What would it take? I can try to address a specific question of what would it take for science to prove causation? I mean, you could try to establish, go from correlation to causation by.
It requires deduction, bro. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, but more specifically, you could try to do it by giving some account of like if A must occur before B, then A is a candidate of B. So you must like show how the cause precedes the effect of the thing that you're trying to establish the
Oh,
cause
sure,
of.
that's super easy.
The second thing would be mechanism. So you have to establish some sort of mechanism, like there must be some plausible physical process that connects A to B. So you have to give an account of that. And
Sure,
the third
both
one
of those
would
are
be
super
like,
easy. So the first one is that you need a brain before you have consciousness. Very simple. You could just disagree, but then my question is, did you exist before you were born, before you developed a brain? You would have to say yes, you existed before you developed a brain, and after your brain is destroyed. So that's the first one. You can just disagree with that. That's fine. I don't know what basis you would ever have to say that you have conscious experience before a brain. That's the first one. The second one. Well, I was about to explain because those both are super easy to fulfill. The second one is just neurochemistry. You can learn the neurochemistry. It's pretty complex because it's biochem, of course, but you can learn about like serotonin, epinephrine, dopamine, not epinephrine, serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin. All of those you can learn about them. You can learn about how neurons work. You can learn about how synapses work. You can learn all of those. It's multiple mechanisms, but it is possible to learn them. You just probably
but there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that. There's a problem with that.
One second. What is the mechanism? What is the mechanism by which a physical process obtains an inner subjective experience? What is that?
I have to run, Coco. I'll see you later on.
You don't obtain an inner subjective experience. That doesn't really make sense. You don't possess the thing. That's not a thing. Like I describe it this way.
Okay, are you a subject? Are you a subject or not?
Yeah, I'm a thing.
Are you a subject?
What do you mean? Am I a subject? Yeah, but
it depends. An object or a subject?
Oh, okay. So this is where we kind of get into like materialism versus like dualism or idealism. We could talk about what you think you
Can you just
are
answer the
inherently.
question?
Well, it depends on what you think you are inherently, right?
Do you have a subjective point of view?
Oh, I do. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So what is the mechanism by which
brain.
matter that has no subjective point of view?
but
Wait,
just
what do you
saying
mean?
the
This
brain
is
doesn't solve the problem.
Hold on, bro. In some other arrangement does have a subjective point of view. What is that mechanism?
No, the arrangement is what determines it. The physical arrangement of the matter is what determines it.
Yeah. What is it about mass, spin, and charge in terms of which you could deduce subjectivity?
That's like a really, I mean, we could talk about that, but that gets down to physics
Ion
more.
potential.
Sure, we could talk about it. It just seems to be the properties of matter when it comes together. This is
it's
like
the
saying,
properties of matter.
I can explain it this way. When you take a single carbon atom, it doesn't really shine. But when you get a bunch of carbon together, you form a diamond, and that does shine.
Emergence.
What?
So you're saying it's a weakly emergent property?
But we also
I don't know
know
what you
the
mean by weakly
mechanism
emergent
of
property,
that.
but it's definitely, when you describe it as it's an emergent property, the it there, I think, is more of a description of matter working together. Like a running car
you understand
doesn't
that's not a
literally.
mechanistic explanation, right? You're just saying
First off,
it just is the case.
No, it's not just is the case because there's different states. Just to be clear, that's
What
the
is it
first
about
one.
X? What is it
The second
about
one.
X in terms of which you could deduce Y? Right. So if X or
But
the
it's
physical
not just
process-
one X and one Y. That's why you're trying to
many
simplify too
X's,
much.
right? So like, how many triangles do I have to put together before the color blue pops
That's
out?
just a continuum fallacy.
You're misunderstanding
Okay,
the
so
question.
just to be clear on the first one, I do want to respond to this point. Whatever answer I possibly can give that you're not going to accept, you understand you wouldn't have a solution to this by being a dualist or an idealist. You don't solve it. It's the same problem. Well, I say this it's not a burden shift because I already answered your question and you just don't like the answer. I'm just saying your position doesn't solve this either, so I don't know why you hold your position. That's
You
the
just
first
said
one.
it just is the
second
case,
one,
and now you're burden shifting.
I'm not burden
GG's,
shifting because I didn't ask you to prove anything. That's the first one. The second one is when we're referring to the brain and the mechanisms of the brain, it's not just one thing. This is a gross misunderstanding and a gross simplification of how this works. I try to describe it like a running car. A running car isn't just an engine. That doesn't make sense. If you have an engine, there's no fuel and there's no electric current running through it. It doesn't make sense to say you have a running car. There's a lot of different properties, and the car doesn't literally run. It doesn't have the property of running. It's just like a concept that we use to describe a functioning car in motion.
We know
Sorry?
the mechanisms that make a car run. We
What did you
know
say?
of all of it. Like there is a mechanistic explanation of why a car is moving. Like we could explain it, all the mechanism. Just like other emergent properties, like the wetness of water, could be explained by how the arrangements of H2O molecules are put together. Like in a certain arrangement, wetness emerges. But when it comes to how
The same thing
mental
with neurons.
experience
That's what I
emerges
say.
from, can I finish? How mental experience emerges from the activities of the brain, you do not actually have an account for it. So you're saying that Y emerges from X, but you're not giving an account of what? Like, what is it about X in virtue of which Y emerges? You have to give some account.
Wait, you understand? You just did the same thing that I did with water, right? In H and O, hydrogen and oxygen don't have the property of wetness. They don't possess this, but they obtain that property in a certain arrangement. It's just an attribute of hydrogen and oxygen coming. Hold on, stop talking. Cosmic just acknowledged the exact thing I said, and then is saying, well, that's okay for hydrogen and oxygen becoming wet, but it's not okay for a brain being produced by. It's the same
Because
chemistry.
you have a
It's
mechanism.
kind of funny that he acknowledged what I just said. But he's
No,
not
we do
accepting
have
the
a
answer.
mechanism. We can explain. But
You're
we
not
can
paying attention.
explain how when those molecules are put together, they create the higher level property that we call wetness.
Why is it a higher level property?
I mean,
It's a
it's not
novel
existent
property.
in the
That's what it's
lower
called.
level properties of the atoms and the molecules themselves. So, for
Good.
example, one H2O molecule or several are not wet. It's only when
That's
they put
debatable,
together
but
a large amount.
Sorry,
that they
guys, can
become-
I interrupt you?
But wait,
Wait, this is again, it's just a continuum fallacy like 1,000 times over. It's really funny to me. 1 drop of water is in a lake, 2 drops of water is in a lake, 3 drops of water is in a lake, but at some point you get a lake. I'm not even being that pedantic when I'm talking about the brain because we understand neurochemistry.
But we're not
And
talking
you
about
guys have
totally
learned the
missing the
neurochemistry.
point.
This
No.
isn't, hold on, this isn't hidden information to you guys. I enjoy neurochem like a little bit, like I'm more evolutionary biology, but it is interesting. You guys can learn what determines a functioning brain. Like you can learn about Phineas Gage and what happened to him. It's kind of funny, but I don't understand why you guys are accepting hydrogen and oxygen coming together, suddenly becoming wet as a mechanism, but you
Because we
don't
can
accept.
explain
You
it
don't accept. Wait,
mechanistically.
hold on. You don't
We
accept the
told you
same.
why.
You don't
None
accept
of
the
these
same.
points are
You don't
substantive, dude.
accept.
You're just
I
filibustering.
understand.
Sorry, guys, because
Look, this is
you're
really
talking
simple.
all the time.
This is
and-
really simple. All right, go ahead, Kodo. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I've got a question to One Oak now, and let me hit it from different angle. Do you know Roger Penrose's interpretation of Gödel's theorem in the case of consciousness?
No, I don't.
So let me present it to you. Let's assume that consciousness is in fact reducible to physical processes. If that is the case, then it means that we can describe consciousness mathematically, which means it's computational. And that is the problem. The very fact that you can be conscious of any formal system describing anything means that consciousness is bigger than this system. Literally, consciousness is an entity which can move between any formal system, and thus it can't be
Wait, you
comprehended
lost
by
me a
the
little bit ago.
system.
I understood at first, but then you kind of
Okay,
ran off the tracks.
okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put it in simple term. Whatever
Well, I understand.
you can. Yeah,
I understand.
but let me. I will give you one little sentence. Whatever you can observe, it can't comprehend consciousness because you can observe it. So the consciousness is transcend that physical process.
I
which
don't understand what you mean by
observing.
transcend. That's just like an.
It's
I don't
bigger.
know.
It's bigger
But
than.
just
He's saying you
physically, it's
can't
bigger.
reduce
It's simple.
consciousness. He's saying you can't reduce consciousness to the things that it's conscious of.
It's simple. It's simple.
Because-
If consciousness is A and physical processes is B, then consciousness is bigger than B because consciousness explore physical processes.
No, that's not necessarily true. I disagree with that last point. First off, consciousness would just be under the subset of B, physical. Like I don't. It's so weird to me. Why would you make that last sentence?
Okay, but if that's the case, then that means that B.
No. Why'd you
exploring
make that last
itself.
sentence? Why'd you say just because it's observing the property, the parts that it's made of, it must be bigger than that? I don't understand that.
Yeah,
point.
it's very simple. So whatever you can observe, the very fact that you can observe it means that this thing can't define you as an
Why?
observer.
I don't understand. Why
Because
is that the case?
Yeah, I understand that you don't understand that, but that's the.
You're not
that's an
explaining why
assumption.
it's the case, though. You're just saying it is the case.
Because you observing that. Okay, for example, if you see an apple on a table,
Mhm.
which apple is like physical processes, right? That apple can describe you, can define you as a subject? No,
Can
like
it? No, the
clearly
apple
no,
can't.
right?
No.
Right. So basically, let's change an apple for a brain, active brain. If can that brain define you as a subject?
Yeah, why can't it?
Yeah, why you say that? Based on what?
Because we know that changes of the brain change the observations you make.
Look,
Change the
can we go back
content
to-
of consciousness, not
can we go
consciousness
back to
itself,
it?
but okay.
Okay,
I
you
give
just
up.
say that, but I disagree. So just to respond to Coda's point, which it's not really, it doesn't make sense. It kind of feels like this strange. It kind of seems like the religious transcendental argument that there are transcendental truths that need to be observed by something else. We're using observation here in a really weird way. Do you mean literally physically seeing it? You can look at an fMRI or an MRI of your brain or a 3D model of your brain.
Yeah, I
Does that
understand,
count?
mate, but there is a problem, because if consciousness, for example, like in theory, that there's a theory of everything, which is like fundamental theory of all things, whatever. If consciousness is able to understand that theory, that means that consciousness itself is fundamental. Otherwise, it couldn't be able to understand that theory.
Well,
It's like
you're
cognitive
confusing two things.
compatibility.
Creating a theory doesn't necessarily mean that the theory exists with, like, I'm not a Platonist. I don't believe these things exist out there to be discovered. I think we create them. It's a description, right? We describe properties of the universe. The description of the properties of the universe is different than observing the properties of the universe, right?
I understand that. But
Okay,
the very
so
fact that we can observe that thing, which we're trying to describe by theory,
we
the
don't
very fact that
observe
we
the
can
theory of
observe that
everything.
thing,
That's
I'm
not a
not
thing.
talking about theory.
guys.
I'm talking about the thing
Can I have
itself.
one second?
So
One second.
go ahead.
So, I don't want to interrupt whatever y'all got going on, but I also, when we get a chance, if we could go back to emergent properties, because there's a really, we really need to flesh that out.
You gave one a chance to like run away from a question.
I do.
I've literally answered every question. I can't imagine what
No,
question.
you didn't answer the mechanism.
Look, it's really simple. Look,
It's the
really
chemistry.
hold on,
It's the
look,
same
look,
mechanism
look,
that
look,
makes
look.
water
Just let me
wet.
clarify really quickly,
Hold
please.
on. Go ahead, Alex, and then Bobby. What were you gonna say?
Okay. Yeah, it'll be quick. So look, when Cosmic says that there must be something about X in terms of which you can deduce Y, right? He's saying that water or wetness as an emergent property satisfies that. Yes, it does.
Wait,
He's saying
hold on.
that
I disagree
consciousness-
with that statement.
Hold on. He's saying that consciousness does not satisfy that, right?
Sure,
He's
I
asking-
understand that's his view, but I don't understand why that's his view. The chemistry that makes water wet with hydrogen and oxygen is the same chemistry that makes up your brain. So I don't understand why chemistry is a reasonable mechanism
Okay,
for
so
one,
if
but
we-
not for the
okay.
other.
Okay, so if we were to say there's something about water molecules in terms of which you can deduce the property of wetness, is that true or false?
That's all. I don't know what that means. That's false because this is already a debate. I didn't want to
Okay,
get into
so
the water
then
wet
it's not
debate.
an
Well, hold on,
emergent
that's not my contention. My contention is very simple and it's
You're just
very
not
this.
tracking.
Hold on,
You're
hold
not
on.
tracking, bro.
My contention is just this: if chemistry is a sufficient causal mechanism for water being wet, for hydrogen and oxygen becoming wet, why isn't it a sufficient mechanism for producing consciousness?
Yeah, because of the categorical incommensurability. So look, do you agree
But you
that
just that's a repetition of your stance.
You're just shifting the burden.
No,
Do you
I'm not.
agree
That's a
that there's
repetition of your
something about-
stance.
Look, do you agree that there's something about X, water molecules, in terms of which you could deduce Y, wetness?
Chemistry, yeah.
Okay. So this is not satisfied in the case of consciousness.
That's a
because of the
repetition of your
categorical
stance. That's
listen,
not an
listen,
internal
I'm trying to
critique.
tell you why. Because the
I understand
categorical
why.
incommensurability of the properties.
No,
Well,
do
Alex,
you
this
understand
is-
that you're
this
just
is
making
a
a
bit-
repetition of your stance? You're not doing an internal critique.
This is the bit I don't understand
Go ahead,
right
Bobby.
here. I guess I don't understand. Are you saying that whatever the effect, whatever the result or the effect, the cause must hold that property for the effect to instantiate?
No, it's not a composition or division fallacy.
Wait,
no,
Alex, I just want to be clear here.
Look,
Wait,
any
Alex,
higher level.
I want to be
property,
clear here.
Any higher level.
Alex.
Excuse me, can I respond?
You asked me something.
No, I'm responding.
He's talking to Bobby,
Coco,
dude.
shut your
No, no,
mouth.
no. He asked me something and then Bobby said something. So I want to respond. I want to be very clear.
Oh my
Alex, do you
God.
understand just saying that chemistry isn't a sufficient causal mechanism to explain consciousness, that it's for some reason like a category mistake? Do you
all I can
understand
say-
that?
all I can
Alex,
say-
Alex, stop, bro.
All I
Do you
can say is
understand,
tune
Alex?
into the debate
Alex,
tonight because I'm not
sure,
gonna
that's
give you
fine.
the
If you want to go
argument.
off, that's fine. I
I'm
understand
trying
that.
to give you the
Alex,
general direction
Alex,
of the
let me
idea
respond,
of
dude.
this.
Alex, let me respond. Do you understand it's just a repetition of your stance to say that it's a category error or it's not a sufficient mechanism? That's
Yes,
not an internal critique.
I'm purposely not giving you the arguments, one.
So it's
I'm trying to
intentionally,
tell
you know, you're not doing an internal critique,
Look,
right?
you're not even understanding the problem. The
You
problem is that you
understand
can't
that
even
it's not an internal critique, right?
articulate the issue.
Alex, do you understand it's not an internal critique?
Bro, I don't give a fuck.
Exactly. Right. You're just repeating your stance and not saying why my stance is wrong. I understand what your stance is. Trust. I understand that you think that consciousness is not a physical thing, and therefore you would say it's a category error. But there's no reason in my stance that consciousness cannot be a product of the physical brain.
Can you articulate the hard problem of consciousness, please?
You think that there's some reason that physical things without consciousness.
No, it's not what I think.
It is what you think, because I don't think that the problem of consciousness is coherent.
Well,
so I'm going to say what you think.
Articulate the hard problem.
To be honest, like I could probably jump in and like explain it. Basically, like I think like what Alex is trying to say is that typically, okay, I might be wrong, but typically when people say that like consciousness comes from physicalism, they're simply saying that like the brain exists, it's producing neurons, and therefore due to like its parts and like how it operates, it's producing like consciousness. But I mean, like Alex is saying that like when we observe like, you know, electricity firing off given like any other materials, right, we don't get consciousness. So why specifically with the brain does like these neurons firing off and like electricity, like tiny bits of electricity firing off, produce some kind of conscious experience where like the subject can interact with like the world around it? Why does electricity and materials equal
qualia
life and we can interact with things?
Yeah.
Sure. So we can answer that question. When we're referring to qualia or the subject in that sense, we're really...
Wait, if I could just add let Alex add and then go ahead.
So, it's a...
Coco, do you set your gift goals?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. I have to reset my gift goal. But go ahead, Alex.
I forgot.
Okay, cool. So the problem here is that this question
let me remind him. You're adding on to what I said, basically. Why does
I was adding on. I don't remember what my specific addition was going to be. It was just going to be a general summation of what the hard problem is trying to say. The hard problem is not presupposing that it can't be possible. The hard problem,
it does, with
like the whole
qualia,
this whole time talking with you, one, I'm not giving you any arguments. I grant that. I don't think you understand the problem.
I do, and I think it's nonsensical because it assumes a conclusion in the premise. It's essentially saying how can physical states lead to qualia, but it defines qualia as non-physical and therefore irreducible to physical states. I don't know what part of experience isn't physical.
It assumes what?
It assumes qualia, some form of non-physical experience that can't be reduced to physical.
No.
This is totally misunderstood.
No.
Okay, do you understand? I literally just looked it up, so I'm reading it. So I guess it is what you think. Just to be clear.
Look, qualia is a concept, right? Just referring to qualia.
Do you think consciousness is a concept, or does it have some way to, like, can you touch, feel, measure?
Dude, stop talking to.
Qualia is a concept. Just referring to.
He interrupted my response, just to be clear.
Fucking God, dude.
Well, you interrupted my response. Just remember that.
Just let Alex go.
Just let me know when you're done, and I can fully respond. Yeah.
Look, it's like one sentence. Just referring to qualia is not presupposing a separate ontology, bro. Like, it's simple as that.
Okay. Do you think consciousness has some form of ontology that's inherently non-physical?
Well, that's a different question because you're asking me about my view.
Okay.
Look, what you're saying is that the hard problem presupposes dualism. That's just confused.
You didn't answer my question.
You're asking about my view now. That's a different question.
You still didn't answer my question.
I don't want to answer your
I know you don't want to answer my question.
You're shifting.
It's a great comment, though.
Always
great
do.
Question. Yeah. Anyone else can try, though, if they feel free. Yeah, go ahead. You have a debate to set up for later. You should go do that.
What's the question exactly?
You're just wrong about the hard problem.
You just won't answer my question. I know why you won't answer my question.
Actually, the hard problem presupposes physicalism. It says if physicalism is true, how is it the case that physical processes lead
Alex,
to...
did you answer my question?
What's the question? Should be sure.
You have a personal question about my view?
Do you think consciousness has some ontology that's inherently non-physical?
Are you wrong about the hard problem?
Yo, okay. That's fun. Okay. Anyone else want to try it? Anyone else, feel free to answer the
I mean,
question.
as an idealist, I reject.
No, don't let him
the
shift, bro. Don't let him shift. Don't let him shift.
Yeah, don't let me just go with the exact reason it's nonsensical.
Wait.
Don't let him shift.
No, but
Don't let
wait,
me shift. Don't let me shift.
as a physicalist, you're actually begging the question because as an idealist, I reject the physical.
You still haven't answered my
Ogna.
question. I
Ogna,
don't know
can
why
I-
you guys are incapable of answering
Why
a
is
very
that
simple
question
Hold
relevant
on,
to
guys.
the
Hold on,
hard
guys.
problem of
Coda,
consciousness?
you were gonna jump in.
Yes, I've got a question for one Okna. Do you think that it's possible that consciousness ontologically has a property which is non-computational?
It would be meaningless.
All right, okay.
What would it mean? Like, what does it mean to have some ontological status that's non-physical? Like, give me an example.
Non-computational.
Sure, but you said all things that are physical can be reduced to computation. So I assumed you're using them synonymously.
Look, just can you answer
Wait,
my
were
question?
you not using them synonymously?
Do you think that it's possible that consciousness, in its fundamental structure, whatever, is non-computational?
I don't know how you're using like consciousness in that sentence. If you're asking my view, I think I would say no. I think that if it's physical, it can be computed. It can have laws that can describe it. Hopefully, we get to that one day. But I don't think it's going to be in my lifetime. I've already said this.
So, mate,
my answer is no. My question
Yeah.
for you now, because I know you just asked a question, so it should be fair that I can ask a question. Do you think
Yes.
consciousness has some ontological status that's inherently non-physical?
Well, no, not exactly. I would say consciousness is fully physical, but physicality itself on a fundamental level, that's an important word, is not computational.
That's not what I asked.
Look, the question is just irrelevant, right?
I know you think it's
you
irrelevant.
just don't
Dude,
wanna
you have a
admit
debate
that
to set up for. Go off.
You just don't
want
want to admit that you just don't want to admit that you're wrong about the hard problem. The hard problem does not presuppose dualism. Look, Mike's gonna run.
You
this
haven't answered my question yet, so I'm not
Mike's
even gonna take
run
anything you
this
say
too,
seriously.
So it's fine. Like, and it's complete nonsense.
Sure,
So
you
I
still
did
haven't answered my
answer your
question, so
question.
I'm just not even going to
didn't
respond
ask
to
a
you.
follow-up. I did answer your question.
Maybe this is what
No,
we
Alex
can do,
didn't.
because there's two things
Your
going
question
on.
is irrelevant.
Alex wants you to answer the question in your what you understand the hard problem of consciousness to be, and then you want Alex to answer the question of if consciousness have ontology. So there's two separate questions. Which question should we ask first, though?
I can answer Alex's question. As far as I understand the hard problem of consciousness, it basically states that the physical matter in the world can't produce a non-physical sensory experience such as qualia. It's just not a thing. How is that possible? How do you go from physical to non-physical?
No, look, the hard problem of consciousness presupposes physicalism. It says, look, if physicalism is true, how is it the case? It expounds on the apparent categorical difference between the conceptual difference between how we refer to subjectivity and how we refer to objectivity.
I don't refer to subjectivity as
the hard
non-physical.
problem of consciousness does not make the conclusion that therefore consciousness is non-physical.
So you still haven't answered my question. I know why you want to answer the question, but I answered your question, what I understand the hard problem of consciousness to be, right? I understand what I assume to be, what I think to be. You're just, hold on, let me respond, dude. Please shut up. Let me respond. So here's my response. I'm telling you what my response is right now. If you're saying that the hard problem of consciousness assumes physicalism, that there's absolutely no issue in saying that it's just a property of chemistry, there's no issue, then your response is going to be, I swear to God, dude, if you start talking,
Bro, you
shut
are
up.
not listening.
Shut up, Alex. Shut up. You're
Listening,
saying that there's some
hard of
kind of,
hearing.
please be quiet. I'm responding. You're saying there's some kind of category error with how we describe certain experiences, first-person experiences versus the physical world. But I don't understand how you could say that's part of the hard problem of consciousness, but also say the hard problem of consciousness assumes physicalism. You can't have it both ways. If it assumes physicalism, there's no issue with saying that subjective experience and qualia are physical things. There's no issue with it if you're assuming physicalism.
Look, can we let Flavie respond? Go ahead.
Let Flavie respond to this.
Look, I don't know if I'm too keen to engage, but look, what Alex is trying to point out here is that we are granting the physicalist worldview here, right? And the
so qualia is physical, right?
That's what the argument is trying to point out.
So qualia is physical, right?
And this is what it's granting exactly with the hard problem.
So qualia and consciousness are physical things, right?
No, so this is what the view is assuming, right?
That qualia and consciousness are physical things, right?
Yes,
you gotta shut the fuck
okay, great.
up.
So there's no issue with saying that's just a property of the
You
physical
gotta
world.
shut up, dude. If you want to understand, you gotta shut up.
And what it's really pointing out here is the epistemic gap, right? And like you can make an ontological commitment here, that's fine, right? We're not saying that you can't do that, but this is a genuine problem, and whether you accept it or not, that's what that.
I don't accept it because there's no need to accept it.
You've said
Pointing out
that,
the
right?
epistemic gap. It's not presupposing or concluding an ontological distinction.
Just a question: is this how you guys all this epistemic gap?
So you're saying
how you guys came to non-physical consciousness?
Wait, so you're saying there's no epistemic gap between physical?
I don't think there's an epistemic gap
in qualia.
But I can explain it to you. We're able to mess with the brain and determine what kind of optical lesions people are going to see before they see
what
it.
an epistemic gap is.
Yeah, you're basically saying that there's some issue. It's the same thing like Hume's problem of induction, or like if you want to be a solipsist. Yeah, there are some things we can't know because we can't know them inherently. But that's just saying we can't know them inherently. I don't agree with this consciousness one. I understand Hume's problem of induction, and I understand when you're being a solipsist. I understand how those are epistemic gaps. But this one just saying we can't know about consciousness from a physical perspective is just an unasserted claim that isn't only just false, but we use the physical world to determine people's subjective experiences all the time.
Look, so you just don't understand what it's referring to when we talk about the epistemic gap, right? Do
you understand that we use the physical world to determine people's subjective experiences all the time?
There's a problem with saying there's no epistemic gap, okay? Because there's such a thing as qualia, whether you want to say it's physical or you want to say it's not physical. The problem is that we know it exists because we experience it directly. The other problem is that there is no.
That's just circular.
There is no logical.
What?
There is no
that was so circular. We
Bro,
know it exists because we experience it, but qualia is experience.
Yeah, it's called self-evident.
Oh, true. If I just define it into reality, therefore it must exist because I say
self-evident. Try to
you just say it's self-evident.
Deny qualia. Go ahead.
What does it mean?
Subjective experience.
Subjective experience is qualia?
Yep.
And if you have no subjective experience, you have no qualia?
Go ahead and deny it.
Or I could just say that if you have no sense data, do you
Go
have
ahead
qualia
and
still?
deny it.
I'm just asking questions.
Deny it.
That's not what it means to. Okay, I don't know what you're doing right now. Just to be clear, that's what I'm asking.
Do what?
So when you refer to qualia, are you referring to sense data?
No.
So what are you referring to?
Not necessarily. I mean, sense data would be included.
So what else is there?
What
else is there?
It's the what it is like.
It basically means consciousness.
Wait, hold
I
on,
could
guys.
define it as
Wait, guys,
for
guys,
all
wait, come to a stop real quick. Let's welcome a newcomer. Go ahead, Justin W. Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say qualia. I just take it as like the what it is like. You know, that category, like what a thing is like, what the
How do you
experience is
determine
like.
that without sense data?
That's
Well, that would
correct.
just
That's
be-
usually how it's defined.
Yeah,
Yeah, but how do you determine that without sense data?
So
Let him answer.
sense data would just be the quantification of what it is like.
Yeah, how do you determine that without sense data?
Yeah. So
No,
there's there's no reason why sense data has to be the only.
How do you do it without sense data? Did you guys just not hear the question I'm asking? Because
Did you
I'm
hear my
asking the
answer?
exact question.
Yeah,
I said it's
do
the
you want us to
quantification.
define consciousness or qualia?
No, I
Is
didn't.
that the
I
question?
asked, how do you determine what it is like to be something without sense data? How do you do that?
I mean, it depends on you if you're a representationalist. Depends on how
do you do that?
But I mean,
It's
are you
irrelevant.
asking how I determine what it's like to be you?
Yeah, how do you
Or
determine the
asking-
likeness to be something without sense data?
Bro, I know what it's like to be me without any sense data.
How?
It can be
By
non-inferential. Like what? It doesn't matter. What does that matter?
Because I'm asking this question to understand your guys' point of view,
I
and
know
for
it
some
by
reason,
being it.
you
That's
guys
what
are really,
self-evident-
really trying to avoid it.
It could
That's
just
what
be
self-evident
non-inferential. Like
means.
the problem. So I had a question.
No.
I actually have a question if it's okay for you.
Wait. I need to ask this.
Are you guys
Okna,
just this
Okna.
afraid of responding
hold
to
on.
this?
Okna, I've got a question.
Oh wait,
This is so funny.
wait, hold on. Justin W. asked your question, and
Yeah.
then Coda, you go after.
All right. One is it impossible? Is ontological idealism impossible?
It's just meaningless to me. Like, I can't make that determination. I just don't know what it means. What do
Is
you
it-
think it means to say that consciousness is like
Agree
you guys
with
don't say like inherent, you guys say it's fundamental, right? That's idealism. Like what does it mean consciousness is fundamental? Like you run into like one of the problems I have with that, and it's understanding if you see a car going by you, there's no way to explain why you see a car instead of a plane. Like, it doesn't make sense. If consciousness is experience and you only experience experience, how do you determine one experience is one way compared to another way? I don't understand it.
I got you. Look, you're critiquing some view, but it's definitely not idealism. It might be some form of like everythingism. But like
everythingism is consciousness.
Land in any meaningful way. Like there's so many.
Can I ask a question for Okna?
Wait, did I answer Justin's question? I just don't understand what it means.
Well, okay. Well, let's just say it's. Would you render that as just saying that it's incoherent? It does not obtain in your mind. It's like a squared circle.
To me, yeah, it's definitely incoherent to me. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, would you say that it's in virtue that this is incoherent because of some description of neuroscience of correlations between the brain and the mind? Is that why?
No, it's because there's a lack of description or explanatory power for what idealism is. There's not enough information for me to comprehend. It's like if I told you Neil Nail is Neil Nail and Neil Nail is fundamental.
No, what he means is he hasn't read a single thing about idealism.
Yeah,
sure.
This just seems to be
what I just said. So when you guys say consciousness is fundamental,
that's fine.
And then I ask you for a definition of consciousness, and you say, "Well, it can't be further reduced. It's fundamental." Hold on, someone just wait. I was responding, and then
And I think that Justin also gave you.
Yeah, I was going to say something to Justin. So Justin. So Justin, just in the same way, if I said to you, Neil Nail is fundamental, and since it's fundamental, it's irreducible, that would mean nothing to you. So when you say consciousness is fundamental, and I'm like, okay, what's consciousness without physical states? And you say, well, that's irreducible because it's fundamental. What am I supposed to do with that? What does that mean? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's just incredulity. I think that there's. I mean, it would just be.
But I didn't make a claim based off of it. I just said I don't believe it. That's why I said I never said it's impossible. I just don't understand it. There's no claim being made off of my incredulity. I'm admitting that I don't know. I do not know.
Fine. If he doesn't understand it, then we don't have to talk about it. There's no point.
So can I?
True, but that doesn't have anything to do with why it's impossible that physicalism can explain brain states or consciousness.
Yeah,
right?
all I can say to you about that, bro, is tune in at 7 p.m. Central
how
Time.
do you
I already cooked you. I'm not going to listen to more of you losing. That's crazy. Why would I listen to more of you losing? That's hilarious.
Okay, wait, hold on, guys. Okay, guys, wait, hold on. Let's stop real quick. Alex, go, and then I'm going to make an announcement, and then we'll get back to it.
Yep.
Yeah, no, all I was saying, tune in at 7. I'll give actual arguments.
I'm not going to listen to you losing more, dude.
Wait,
do you ever let someone finish a sentence?
Sometimes, if they're funny.
Go ahead, Alex.
I'll give actual arguments so you can make up your own mind after that. That's all.
And then also, there are 60 people in the room. If you can, please tap your screens like the live so you can get more people.
Yeah, about turn off the comments.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, get it to 15K.
Yeah, we might turn off the comments, but like it to 15K. And tonight at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I'm going to be hosting a debate that I posted promo videos for. Give me one sec. Let me show you guys what it is. It's basically going to be this debate right here. Mike Brigandi versus Alex K on Does Materialism Explain Consciousness? That's happening tonight at 7 p.m. So stay tuned for that. We're discussing the problem of consciousness. I'm going to wear like some kind of suit and be professional. But other than that,
Oh, that's cute.
yeah, like continue with the discussion.
Okay, but
Okay, so can I now?
Wait, I got a question.
Can I ask you one? Like, how do you define consciousness? What is
like
it?
I said, a running car is
I was
properties of
next
the
in the
physical.
line,
It's a
mate.
concept. It's a description of physical things doing things, and doing things is a really awful way to say that. It's chemistry interacting in such a way that produces a novel property. So just in the same way that a car literally doesn't run, that doesn't make sense.
but
Just in the
wait,
same way
that
that a car
doesn't-
running isn't just an engine. Saying that a car is running is just a concept of physical things
That's
interacting
not a
with each other.
definition.
Okay,
you said
sorry.
it's a chemical process. How do you differentiate it from other chemical processes? So you have to give a specific definition of what this distinguishes from that other process.
This is just a continuum fallacy. I don't know what to do with that. How am I supposed to respond to that in a way that's like satisfactory?
You don't
to
have a definition. You don't know.
No,
what
that's not what I said.
consciousness
I said, how can I respond in a way that's satisfactory to you? This is like a ridiculous, like, what's an example? This is like you ask me what puberty is, and then you're like, what's the definition of puberty? And I say, well, it's certain chemicals and hormones, and it happens at a certain age. And you're like, well, that's not a definition. But you're just going to keep doing continuum fallacy.
Okay, Okna, I've got a
It
question.
needs to be informative. Like when you give a definition.
Do you think puberty is an informative definition? If I told you puberty happens...
Basically.
Yeah, if I told you that puberty happens between the ages of like, let's say 12 and like 15, and that it's a bunch of chemicals flooding into your body as you develop,
the
do you think that's
chemical part is
informative?
irrelevant because
Do you think that's an
everything is like
informative
chemistry,
definition?
right?
Do you think that's an
Everything that's
informative
happening is
definition?
chemistry. So the chemical part is irrelevant.
Do you think that's an
Irrelevant,
informative
but
definition?
yeah, it's not informative. But the other,
You
the
don't think
first
pure?
part
Okay,
of it,
cool.
can
Yeah,
I finish?
ridiculous.
The first part of your definition was good. So you said from between 12 to 18, something like that. Yeah, that's a good definition.
A thing happening between 12 and 18, which is not what I said, 12 and 15, is a good definition.
Yeah,
that's a good definition to you?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, consciousness is something that happens between the development of 20 weeks and death.
It's very specific, so it is a good definition.
Sure, consciousness is something that happens between the stages of 20 weeks in fetal development and death. There you go.
Sorry, can I ask you a question, Okna?
But wait. That is not informative because there are a lot of things that happen in between those two T1 and T2.
Same
right?
thing that happens
So that's
between the years of 12 and 15. Exactly the same. I agree. Neither of them are informative definitions.
Cosmic, sorry, I need to interrupt you.
That has to do with age. So puberty is actually about age. That it's a question
and
about
consciousness
age,
is something about brain development. True. Okay, Kodo, your turn.
But that was not your definition. You said what happens.
I'm not gonna, Cosmic. Sorry,
Kodo,
I'm not gonna have. Yeah, but you're talking all the time, and I'm not gonna have conversation with him because there is no point.
You're just derailing, Kodo.
Yeah.
You're just derailing the conversation.
Yeah, but I've got two questions which I'm interested in, and then I'm out. So don't worry, it's gonna be like 2 minutes maximum. Not even that. One Okna, do you consider yourself as a conscious entity? First question, yes or no?
Yeah, my brain does the things that brains do when they're healthy.
Okay, blah blah blah. I don't need that. Second question. Do you need formal methodological scientific proof that you're a conscious entity?
No, of course not.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay. That has nothing to do. Yep. And you can learn the biochem. Again, this is not hidden information to you guys. You guys can research this all you want. There's entire PhDs for this. You guys can learn it. It is not hidden information. But you guys just saying that there's no explanatory mechanism isn't the truth. You guys can look them up.
You know that you're spreading scientific misinformation right now.
There is no scientific.
Alex, do you believe? Alex, you're first off. I thought you were a scientific
if this was any other topic, everybody would be roasting you right now.
Sure, so Alex, you're a scientific anti-realist. I thought. So why do you care?
If I were to say there was a causal link,
but you're a scientific anti-realist
between women taking Tylenol during pregnancy and autism. If I were to say there were a causal link there, that would be scientific misinformation. Right?
Yeah, but there's not entire fields that study it. There's not entire fields that study it. Do you know what neurochem and evolutionary psychology are?
They don't conclude what you're saying. You are saying something that is not on the record.
Okay, I understand that's your belief, and I don't care. It's a repetition of your belief. You're a scientific anti-realist. Hold on. Alex, you're a scientific anti-realist. Why do you care from spreading scientific misinformation? You don't even believe it in the first place.
That's not what he means by scientific anti-realism
is.
So maybe I misunderstand. What's scientific anti-realism?
Yeah, it's just saying that you're not committing to the entities that science is forcing you to take on.
This doesn't force you to take anything, so that's even dumber.
Well, this is the problem,
Bobby,
right?
You can go.
Just a second.
Let me finish.
You're talking. Wait. One thing. You're talking.
Wait, Void. Let's lobby. Void. Let's lobby.
Wait, no. Like one, you're talking to a scientist. Like Flobby is a scientist, so shut up for like 2 seconds.
Good for him.
So the thing is like with scientific anti-realism.
Don't fucking unmute, or I'll kick your ass.
Well, I mean, just don't interrupt anybody. But yeah.
The idea that like you are committed to like these entities like an atom, for example, or like a particle in physics, right? Scientific anti-realism is not saying that you have to commit to this, right? It's just saying that our physics and our theories are models to describe the external, well, the natural world, right? And it's not saying that we have to commit to those entities that are being described by science. So in physics, for example, we've had like paradigm shifts about like what an atom is, right, over throughout history, right? And so this would be an argument in favor of scientific anti-realism. It doesn't say that you reject science. You still hold science as a valuable tool, right, to understand the world, but it's more instrumental, or you might be an empirical constructivist, for example.
Just to be clear, this is entirely nonsensical.
Get Coco to 15K.
Flobby,
yeah.
This is entirely nonsensical.
Most importantly, look, there's one more thing. Most importantly, scientific anti-realist would typically be committed to the view that science cannot give you the ontology. Right? That's very important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, Flobby, if you're a scientist, you understand what like null hypotheses are. You understand that the whole point is to disprove yourself. So just saying that science, what?
I do understand this. And what I'm trying to
so
say,
saying that science doesn't commit you, you know science doesn't commit you to these beliefs.
The thing here is that we're talking about like the ontological nature about the universe, right? So we might make some kind of commitment to like a physical substrate that's underlying about reality, right? And what I'm saying is that it doesn't force you to commit to such a view, right? So
science doesn't do that.
Yeah, I know it doesn't. Listen to what I'm saying. You keep interrupting, and you're not.
You interrupted me in my response.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you, dude, and then you keep interrupting. But science doesn't say that. It's not what I'm trying to say here. It's what I'm trying to sort of point out here is that none of our science can bridge that gap there, right? This is what I'm arguing for this particular position that I hold, right? And so if you are a realist about what these entities that are being described in science, you are committing to something like an atom or a particle or some kind of field that exists, right? And what I'm saying is, under my view, we are just modeling the world, and it might not be a direct reflection of what the underlying nature of reality is.
This makes no sense because science already says that. Do you understand the fact that scientific models...
Okay.
Let me respond.
No.
Wait, hold on, guys.
Can't I respond?
No.
I may have to.
I don't think
he keeps like muting me for no reason.
Yeah, because I'm a fucking mod. So
okay,
for like
he's a moderator. But go ahead, Void, and then I might have to go do something.
All right. So just to end off real quick, is that a scientific anti-realist is saying the fucking. They're not going to be committed to the view that these theories is a direct reflection, right? There are people who would, scientific realists, would commit themselves to that, would commit themselves into saying those parts are actually there. That is the point. And you are coming across as a scientific realist because you are asserting the neurochemistry and all the neuroscience that this is what this is.
Didn't say any of that just to start with, and I don't understand your stance on. Let me respond, dude.
Consciousness.
Dude, can I respond?
Is consciousness reducible to the neurochemistry? Yes.
Yeah, the concept is yes. Consciousness doesn't have an ontological status. I've said this 1,000 times.
Is atoms and neurochemistry, are all those actually real?
No, there's no a running car literally doesn't run.
Just answer my fucking question.
I answered it like 20 times.
Just answer my question
directly. If you keep muting me, I can't answer
my question directly.
I'm telling you, no, that doesn't make sense. Consciousness isn't. I said no. Consciousness isn't atom.
Dude,
let me respond.
Wait. You're saying no and expanding on it, Void.
Really answer your question. No.
Shut up.
I'm answering your question.
Shut up. If consciousness is reducible to the neurochemistry, and if you treat that the neurochemistry is the only thing that explains it, then are you not committing that those are real?
A running car doesn't literally run. Okay,
Dude,
there's no ontological
status. You're not answering my fucking question.
Wait, hold on, guys.
Okay,
hold on. This is getting a bit much.
I do think it's interesting, Coco, though.
Can I respond, please?
Wait, hold on. So Void, ask your question and then one answer but also like, I mean, Void, you literally are just spam muting him at this point. But let's try to see.
Because he's not answering it directly.
I think it's a good reason.
Let's see how we can.
No, you're not.
Let's see how we can make this coherent
you
and move
not?
forward. Okay,
if
so ask the question.
If consciousness is reducible down to its neurochemistry, and you're saying that neurochemistry is the only thing that explains consciousness, are you not committing to scientific realism? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Can I answer why?
How are you not? How are you not?
I'm literally about to explain why.
Okay, now let him expand.
When we use models and when we use laws, these are conceptualizations that don't live in reality. I am not a Platonist. Just like a running car literally doesn't. I'm literally about to explain why.
Let him have
Just like a running car doesn't literally run, and a running car is a static thing. It's multiple things going together, and none of them are accurately described independently by the statement of a running car. Just in the same way, saying consciousness does not accurately describe the neurochemistry, the quantum mechanics, the physics that are going behind a brain. So I'm not being a scientific realist. Models aren't meant to one-to-one describe physical states. They're conceptualizations. Our model of an atom isn't literally what an atom looks like.
Okay, you know what?
No, this is a nail in the cap. This is a nail in the coffin, though. So, because it seems like what you're saying, one is that you're a physicalist that's an anti-realist about physicalism.
LOL. Yeah, dude.
That's what okay, so tell me what physicalism is, and then tell me how I'm anti-realist about physical.
Hold on, wait. Let's pause there. I do have to deal with something on my account real quick, but I'll be back in like a couple minutes. But I have to go deal with something real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Questions whenever you want.
Have you spoken to what's his name? Kip Davis and Joshua Bowen on TikTok? They come.
I've spoken to Bowen. I've never spoke to Davis.
How about Dan McKellen?
No.
All right.
No, I'm more into like New Testament studies. So those guys, I mean, although they dabble in New Testament a little bit, like Bowen hardly ever talks about the New Testament. He talks about ancient Mesopotamian stuff. He's a Syriologist, so.
Well, I disagree with his stance. He's like, I'm not an expert in that, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I think you are sort of qualified to do good work there, or say valuable things about it. Like.
Yeah, but he probably like if I asked him questions about, you know, he probably he knows a lot about, you know, ancient Mesopotamia myths and kind of how they shaped the Old Testament, and that would be stuff to talk to him about. But when I start talking about New Testament, I don't think has as much to say. So I don't know. That's probably why I haven't interacted with them as much. But what I was going to say is, so Jacob has all these like Marcion parody scholars on, you know? Yeah. And I just think the whole thing they're engaged in is a giant waste of time. Because they're like reconstructing these texts with very flimsy information, with biased, you know, with biased sources quoting Marcion. These sources often disagree on what Marcion said. And I just think trying to reconstruct it and figure out what came first based on that is just a giant waste of time, right? And that's kind of what they're engaged in. And Jacob's been dealing a lot with that on his channel lately, and he hasn't really had anybody I even want to listen to. I mean, outside of the price stuff. He just recently had Robin Faith Walsh on, which, you know, I listened to that. But it seems like the three that we always used to listen to, I mean, I just have found myself hardly listening to them over the last 6 months. The people they've had on, I haven't really cared what they've had to say.
Right, like you've heard most of what they had to say.
They're just not scholars that I like. They're just not scholars that I like are really interested in their work. I mean, it never used to be that way. Ever since Price came on, it seems like all of it's taken a turn. There's a new guy that I've been listening to. I got to look up his name.
Wesley Huff.
No. No, I got to find this guy's name, but he just had Steve Mason on. Steve Mason I like a lot.
Steve Mason, that's the Josephus scholar, is it?
Yeah, he was going over the history of Josephus and kind of like pointing out stuff like, you know, a lot of people say he's like a turncoat. He's like, that's kind of a misrepresentation. Just a lot of like, it's like really interesting. And also, I don't know if you've ever seen like Steve Mason talk about like his views on the Gospels and like Mark's relation to Paul, but it's really interesting.
No, not yet.
Well, like one thing he points to is that like in the entire New Testament, like the word gospel is like, I think it's like 90% of the time it's either going to be in Mark or Paul's letters, right? And another 5% of that time is when Matthew's using Mark. We only have like a handful of times where the word gospel is used outside of Mark or Paul, and like there's one use of Revelation, I believe, like 2 in Luke. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, I found his connections interesting too, with I think Luke, Acts, and his dependence on.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah,
that was mind blowing.
Yeah, I agree with what he said. That's I think once he broke down like all the parallels between Antiquities and Acts, I think it's kind of undeniable.
Yeah, exactly. I just saw a few and I was like, damn, sold.
Yeah. Anyway, we're probably boring everybody. They are.
Well, yeah, I gotta go now, but nice speaking to you guys. And I'll send you the 2 references. I think it's Ken Olson and Jesus being stoned.
Yeah, please. Yep. Well, I know the stone stuff in the Talmud. I'm looking for.
Yeah,
you said
the
there's
Epiphanius. Yeah, I'll give.
Oh, Epiphanius talks about it.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah. Cheers.
Okay. Have a good one. Oh, we got this guy coming up. What's up, Gritty? What kind of wrong things are you going to talk about today?
What's up, sir?
What's up, man?
Oh, man. So, I just wanted to ask you 2 questions, if you don't mind, sir. That's why
I don't know if AR's even here. I don't know what he's doing, but you can talk to me, though.
All right. I got 2 questions for you, okay?
Uh-huh.
All right. And here was, I asked another, an atheist, and he had like close to like 1,000 followers. I mean, 1,000 viewers like, at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like there was like just everyone on his side on his live. But I asked him this question. I said, do you have any evidence that God doesn't exist? Can you answer that?
Well, what do you mean by evidence?
That God doesn't exist.
Well, do you mean evidence and to be, do you take evidence to just be something that correlates with a theory or raises the probability of an explanation? Because if that's what you mean, of course we have evidence for that.
No, but is there actual evidence that he's not real?
I know, but I'm asking what you mean by the word evidence.
Can we get down to the bottom line?
When you ask for evidence for something, what are you asking? What do you mean by the word evidence in the question is what I'm asking.
Do you have any proof that he doesn't exist?
And by proof, you mean?
Evidence.
That's what I'm trying to get clear on. I'm trying to get clear on what is meant by evidence here.
But you know what I'm asking you, right?
No, I don't. I actually don't know what you're asking.
Like, that's what his defense was, too. And he said, well, of course I can't give you evidence. And no, I don't have proof.
Wait, I've never said that. I don't know what you mean by evidence.
Well,
if by evidence you mean some fact that correlates with a theory or some fact that raises the probability of a theory, of course I have that for a non-God existence. Of course I do. Is that what you mean by evidence?
Do you have proof?
Dude.
Not theory.
You can keep using synonyms all you want. I still don't know what you mean by the word.
Okay, so you can't answer that one. Here's my next question, okay?
I can't answer it because you haven't been clear on what you're asking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's why I even tried to give you a definition that I'm using for evidence, and you haven't told me if that's what you mean.
But that's not an argument. We'll move on to the next question, sir.
What do you mean it's not an argument? You haven't asked a clear question yet. I need to know what you're asking.
We'll move on to the next question.
No, we won't move on. We're going to stay on this. What do you mean by evidence?
Do you have proof?
What do you mean by proof?
Do you have any proof?
Stop. Tell me what you
means?
I don't know how you're using it.
Do you know what proof means?
I don't know how you're using it.
Give me a definition of any.
I tried to do that. I tried to do that with evidence, and you just look. When I say evidence, what I mean is some fact that correlates to a theory or raises the probability of a theory. Is that what you mean by evidence?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course, we have that for the non-God world. We have things like the existence of like suffering, the existence of like unnecessary evils. We have things like you're asking for evidence.
An argument.
Stop. I'm not done. You asked for evidence. I'm giving it to you. We have things like the existence of like non-resistant non-believers. Those things would be more expected if a God doesn't exist, and that's exactly what we see. So that would be evidence against theism.
Okay, because of how you guys feel. See, that's
you don't think that there's the existence of unnecessary suffering in the world?
That's not evidence, and it's not proof, right?
Of course it's evidence.
Okay, then how?
Because it's more expected if God doesn't exist. That's why it's evidence.
Because you guys think he's mean. It's not evidence that he doesn't exist.
Who said anything about him being mean? Look, do you think God is opposed to evil?
No.
You don't. Do you think God is all good?
It doesn't. Those things are irrelevant to the evidence or proof that he's actually
Do you think God is all good?
Yeah.
Okay. What does all good mean if not someone that's opposed to evil?
His understanding, not ours.
That's not what I asked you. What does all good mean if not opposed to evil? Tell me what all good means. Hello?
Hello?
What do you mean by all good?
Is my mic choppy?
What do you mean by all good?
No, I'm asking, is my mic choppy?
I can hear you just fine. What do you mean by all good?
All right.
What do you mean by all good then? If not someone that's opposed to evil?
His definition of good is different from ours.
Did I ask you what your definition of good was?
Mine?
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, you said God is all good, right?
Yes.
Okay, is good opposed to evil?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you mean to say God is all good if not to say he's maximally opposed to evil?
Because he dwells in a holy place.
That's not answering my question.
How is this supposed to further your evidence and proof that he doesn't exist?
Because you don't understand why it's evidence, so that's what I'm trying to walk you through now. I'm trying to walk you through why the existence of evil.
That's not an argument.
I'm trying to walk you through. Dude, you're so confused. I'm trying to walk you through why the existence.
No, our perception.
I'm trying to walk you through why the existence of evil. I'm trying to walk you through why the existence of unnecessary evil is less expected if a God exists. Okay,
that's not an argument.
That shows you that it's evidence for non-God. That's exactly what it shows you.
Okay, then.
Okay, so let's go. Right. So let's stop dodging. Right.
No.
What do you mean by all good? What do you mean by all good if not? Sorry.
Question.
Hello. I got a question. What do you mean by all good if not someone that's opposed to evil?
Well, are you all good?
No. Now, what do you mean by all good if not someone that's maximally opposed to evil? What do you mean by all good?
Is air good?
Are you going to answer the question?
Why are you dodging the question, bro?
Not dodging at all.
Yes, you are. Sir has asked you the same question 5 times.
I'm not talking to you.
No, I'm getting annoyed when you're like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about this? When Sir is asking you the same question 5 times and you're dodging, and you keep answering his question with a question. So stop doing that.
He's a man, and I know where he's going. Sir thinks he has a point, and I'm trying to.
Well, maybe we could find out if I had a point if he answered the question, right?
But you can't answer. You can't ask me a question on top of a question that you can't answer.
No, this is what's going on. Let me walk you back through the dialectic. You asked for evidence that God doesn't exist. I gave you the evidence, and you said, "How is that evidence?" And I'm trying to walk you through how it's evidence, right? We have a being that's supposed to be maximally opposed to evil, right? He's an all good being, yet, and also this being is supposed to be all powerful, meaning he can instantiate any series of events that he wants, right?
Praise
so he's
the
opposed
Lord.
to evil. He's opposed to evil, and he's all powerful. So he's able to distinguish evil if he wants. Yet when we go outside, we see evil, right? Imagine if you suppose there is a being that was maximally opposed to the existence of chairs. And let's say you also said this being, at the snap of a finger, could destroy every chair in the universe he wanted to. But yet every time I went outside, I saw fucking chairs everywhere. I would think you're making it up. That fucking being doesn't exist, right?
Okay.
Don't you think that would be evidence against the maximally chair-destroying being?
I know what you're saying, brother. I want to ask you again, all right? Maybe if I ask you this way, maybe you'll be able to either be... Fuck, my mic sucks.
Your mic is fine.
Okay, all right. Forget about the God that you think I'm talking about in the Bible, because that's what you're referring to from.
You're talking about, no, I didn't even bring up the Bible. You said God.
You say, if God's all good.
You think he's all good. You already said.
I let you talk, brother.
Oh my God, dude. You're confused.
No, I'm not. I'm super not confused. I'm going to ask you again, right? Regardless of what you think God is, outside or in the Bible, scrap that idea. Do you have...
Okay, fine. Let's scrap it.
Hold on. Do you have any evidence at all that God doesn't exist, whether he's good or bad? Yes or no?
Yes. Well, if you're talking about a God that nobody... If you're talking about a God...
of the universe?
If you're talking about it, you're dumb. If you're talking about a God that no one else was talking about, maybe not. But presumably I'm talking to someone that has concepts of God that include omni properties, right? Concepts that include being all good, concepts that include being all powerful, concepts that include a being that created and substantiates and sustains the universe, right? If that's the kind of being we're talking about, then yes, I do have evidence against that kind of being. If you're referring to something else, I don't know what you're referring to.
Do you have any evidence at all?
Did I not just answer the question?
That God doesn't exist.
Yes, if by God we're referring to the being that's all powerful, all good, that created and sustains the universe, yes, I do.
Okay, besides that God, right?
You mean, so something besides God?
All right, I'll ask you again. Do you have any proof at all, right, that there isn't a creator behind reality and existence?
What kind of creator are you talking about?
Anyone that could have started everything.
So if everything was created by aliens, would that be God?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you what you mean by God. I mean, presumably, you mean the same thing that pretty much everybody else means by God.
All right. Any type of God, the one true God that started everything. That was.
Yeah, an all-powerful, all-loving, maximally good being, that kind of thing.
You're going back. That's not what my question
was.
Yeah,
I'm talking about God, dummy. What are you talking about?
Do you have any existence at all that there wasn't a creator behind all of creation?
What do you mean by creator?
A God?
Okay, so in order for something to be God, it just has to be a creator, right?
So
that's what you're saying?
But that's a good, like you're at a good point right now. Like even now, now I know where you stand, and that's more clear to me, and that's perfect, Ben. Now I know you are you are intelligent. So
okay, look.
Yeah, so wait, hold on.
Forget all the meta, right? I'm tired of you trying to move away from the point, right? You believe in a God that's all powerful, right?
Yeah.
And you believe in a God that's all good, right?
Which God are you talking about?
The God that you believe in.
That's not what I asked you.
Do you believe in a God that's all good, yes or no?
You see what you're doing.
Hello?
Hello?
Do you believe in a God that's all good?
Is my mic messed up again?
When you use the word God, you're referring to
any evidence that
when you use
creator.
Hello?
Beginning, yes or no?
Stop dodging. When you use the word God, are you referring to something?
Yes.
Okay.
The creator.
You're not referring to something that's all good and all powerful?
The creator.
Hello? Are you referring to something that's all good and all powerful?
The creator.
Did I ask you if you're referring to a creator?
Did I ask you what God I was talking about? That's not what I asked you.
That's why I'm asking you what God means, right? Are you referring to something that's all good and all powerful? Yes or no?
No, you're asking me.
Just say yes or no to the question.
See, you can't say yes or no to mine either. That's not what I'm.
Are you referring to a God that's? Are you referring?
You have proof.
Are you referring to a God that's all? Are you referring? Hello? Are you referring to a God that's?
Do you have any evidence?
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Are you referring to a God that's all good and all powerful? Just say yes or no.
Why are you getting mad?
Because you're not answering the question. You're dodging.
No, man, take a breath.
Because you're being like you're just being a little fucking weasel, right? You're not answering the question.
You're not answering mine.
Dude, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by God, right? So when I'm gonna ask you again. Look,
no, I'm gonna ask you again.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna ask you one more time. If
that thing is right, and so if you're committing to that, right, this is where the distinction between anti-realism and realism comes in, right?
Wait, can I ask you a question, like a serious question? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding. How can you use a scientific method to disprove? The whole point is to disprove your hypothesis. How can you have a null hypothesis, try to disprove your hypothesis, and be committed to scientific realism? That doesn't make sense.
These aren't scientific disputes. Like this is philosophy that we're talking about here, right? And so when you're talking about science itself, right, we're coming at this from a philosophical perspective as opposed to like using science as the tool to analyze these concepts.
That didn't answer my question. Like literally what I'm asking, you're saying that scientists...
Very briefly with a mod message, sorry. There are 42 of you in here and only 1.8k likes. Please don't make me pester you guys and keep interrupting this amazing conversation. Tap the fucking screen. If you guys don't get up to 10k by 3:15 my time, which is in 20 minutes, I'm gonna turn off the comments. So get up above 10k.
Yo, whatever happened to those little automatic cappers?
Just to be clear,
why don't we have one of those?
Right?
Just to be clear, low power mode. Just to be clear, I don't understand how you're saying scientists are committed to scientific realism, but the whole point of science is to try to disprove yourself.
Look, the thing is, yeah, you get in there, Coda, and yeah, maybe if someone else wants to reiterate like what I was trying to convey.
Look, I just want to make sure.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure if I understand Okna correctly. So Okna, what you're saying is that concept of entity is not the same as entity itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And so tell me this, would you agree that concept of an entity is based on an entity?
Based is going to be used very loosely there. It would be like an interpretation. So like we run into a lot of issues here. And this is I had a huge fight with Jim Bob about this. Is the Apple logo on the back of an Apple phone an apple?
No, but it's like based on an apple after all.
So why is it not an apple though?
It's a map.
Excuse me?
Why is it not an apple?
It's a map, yeah. It's a symbol, it's a sign.
It's a representation.
So when we
it's
say
a good
based
question
on,
because
it's very loosely, right?
Yeah.
So we're probably agreeing here. We're using based on.
Or maybe I could,
loosely.
I can use different word. Would you agree that concept of an entity emerges from an entity itself?
Oh, absolutely not. This is why we have nonsensical things. So one of the best ones are, I'm trying to forget what they're called, but they're like counternyms. So like when you say, this is really fun when you get into language, there are words that are counter to their own description. A really easy example here is, my alarm clock went off and it was bothering me, so I turned it off. The word off there, right? We're trying to use it as a representation of something, but it doesn't make sense because it's counterintuitive. It both means to go off, to activate, but it also means to go off, to turn off. So it's kind of funny. Language is kind of like, when you learn about it, it's kind of entirely useless. It's just like we kind of fumble around with it and why there's so many and why it changes. But I wouldn't agree with that. It's sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's not very accurate.
So tell me then, what is the source? The last question, Alex, and then what is, in your opinion, in your point of view, what is the source of the concept?
I don't think concepts have a source because I don't think they have ontological property. I could tell you that I think it's sounds, and I could tell you I think it's understanding of people, but I think those are all physical things. Just the same way, I don't think a running car has a source, That doesn't make sense. Running cars don't have sources. Running cars is just a concept. It's a description of physical things doing things together. Like that's if I ask you if a concept has, do running cars have a source, Kodo?
I'm not sure if that analogy is accurate to this whole
But you
conversation.
asked where the source of a concept comes from. So I give you a concept and I ask you, does it have a source? It kind of doesn't make sense to ask that question.
We're kind of derailing though. If I could just zoom back out a little
I want to respond to Kodo because we're having like legitimately. I want to see his understanding with this because I think we could agree here.
Well,
I don't think we think that concepts have sources. It doesn't make sense to say that they have sources outside the usage.
That's kind of changing the direction. We're trying to talk about anti-realism as it applies to physics.
Question. Kodo asked me a question about it.
I know, but we're getting away from the topic at hand, right?
Okay.
No, the case is that basically this whole conversation is on a really complex level of semantic and words, and that's the whole idea. In my opinion, this is bullshit. Between idealism and physicalism,
I don't think it's.
But yeah, never mind.
I just think it's a lack of reading on these topics.
I mean,
that's what I think it is.
Well, here we can ask you guys.
I agree with you, but look, I think there's a really simple point to be made here, which is that from my understanding of physicalism and the definition of physical, a physicalist is committed to the view that everything that exists is going to be explainable in principle by physics. Now, if you want to also hold to an anti-realist view, I'm not sure how that's compatible, because you're committed to the view that the physics is not the true picture. So
when you're saying
on
the
one
physics,
hand, so hold on. On the one hand, you're saying that it's all physics. On the other hand, you're saying it's not the physics. So which one is it?
Back to the map and to the hill. When you say physicalists say it's all physics, what you're saying is physicalists say it's all the map. That's not what they're saying. The physicalists are saying it's all of the hill, independent of our understanding of the hill.
Physicalists would determine that physicalists would say that the world was physical and there's only physical things before we had an understanding of physics.
But what are physical things? You're missing the point. What is the hill?
Alex, the hill is mental. He's just calling mental. He's just calling physical as ideal.
He's referring to the sense world colloquially as physical, but that's not what the physicalist means when they say everything is physical. This is just a colloquial understanding of materialism. It's not.
Do you think physicalists would say that the world was the universe was only physical before we had an understanding of physics?
No, physicalism didn't exist.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean literally, like before physics existed.
Your experience of the world does not mean physicalism is true. Just because
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think you're referring to the map and not the hill. So I'm going to give you an example where, hold on. I'm going to give you an example where the map doesn't exist. Physicalists would still say it's all about the hill. So before we had it, like I'm literally asking you right now, if you ask a physicalist, ask me, do you think that the universe was only physical before we had an understanding of physics?
I'm not even sure the question makes sense.
I get the question. Can I jump in, Alex, for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is basically being said here is what he's referring to is the experience of the world is primary, which is fine. That's mental. That's called idealism.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that.
Well, I think what it is
What's the hill?
The problem is that physical.
The hill is independent of the experience of the hill.
The problem is that physical is an empty referent. Sorry, the physical is an empty referent without physics. Where are you going for your definition?
Physicalism is an empty referent without physics?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. Before we had an understanding of physics, physical things still existed.
Yeah, but that's the colloquial usage of the term, not the official usage under physicalism. Like if you're going to say that everything is physical, what you're actually saying is that everything is explainable by physics.
Yes, physics as in the hill, not the map that we draw
describable.
For it. Yeah, physics as in the hill, not the map we draw for it.
What is the hill?
The hill is just all things that exist independent of your experience.
So you're just saying physical is everything that exists?
Yeah, it's literally matter, energy, space, and time. I don't know what it means to things to not be.
Space and time are all the reference. Not
I don't understand exactly. I don't
example.
understand what it means to exist without those.
I know you don't. I grant that.
Sure. What does it mean to exist without those?
Make your view like coherent.
That's what I'm asking. What does it mean to exist without those?
Those are concepts.
What does it mean to exist without them, though?
Wait.
Without
I think you forgot about. You think about the.
I'm going to say it one more time before. I'm gonna say it one more time before I start using the mute button. Please speak one at a time.
So maybe I'll
So
start.
just to be clear, so it's the doctrine that the real world consists simply of the physical world. So it has nothing to do with our understanding of the physical world, aka physics.
Yeah, no, that
Can I
is
jump
the,
in? Can I
when you
please jump
say
in here?
everything
I've
is
not actually
physical,
managed to.
you have to
Actually,
look at the literature, bro.
but actually, guys,
The literature.
go ahead, Alex, and then I'll try to open it up to some other guests.
Yeah, if you go on
I
the
was gonna
Stanford
say, I'm going to interject. Sorry, Alex. Does anybody want to drop for Justin W. to come up?
But you don't have to. But if
Don't
you
have to do
can,
it
that'd be
right
awesome. He was
now,
here before
but
I ended the
if you
live.
want to.
But yeah.
You go, if you go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy in search of the definition of physical,
I'm looking at it right
you're
now.
gonna find. Yeah, please do. I mean, it's
You
gonna
want me
be
to
a
read
little
it?
bit
I'm
of a
looking at it.
search.
Literally, I can read it right now. Physicalism is, in slogan form, the thesis that everything is
That's
physical.
not what I said. Hold on. Right. So then when you search deeper for the definition of physical, it refers to physics. Okay. So if you have no physics, you have an empty referent in the term physical, which means that physicalism can't be true.
No, because you're just equivocating on the map and the hill, and I don't know how to describe this anymore.
That's what physicalism does, bro. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's fine if you think so. I'm telling you they don't. Our understanding of the physical world.
Can I go, please? You guys.
Well, he just said something to me, and then you can
Wait,
go.
no, shut up. Let me go.
No, okay. I'm gonna step in here real quick.
I've not gone yet. Please.
Hang on. I'm trying to advocate for you. Hang on a fucking second.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ. One and Alex, you two have been kind of dominating the conversation. You really got to let other people get a word in sometimes instead of a rapid fire back and forth.
Actually, technically, Alex is one of the debaters tonight, so I'm sort of like allowing it. And the topic we were talking about.
I'm also talking to one because he doesn't let anybody else get a word in.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I guess right now we can like try to bring the other guests in.
Generalization, you know.
I'm perfectly happy with letting P-Dubs and Justin, Kodo, everybody. I'm perfectly happy with taking a backseat right now.
Alex, I mostly wasn't talking about you.
You're fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Okay, P-Dubs, you can go because you've been waiting very long and you've been very patient. So you can have a chance at getting in right now.
Also, before he does, if you guys could, there's 39 people in here, tap your screens, like the live. We're aiming for 10K.
Yeah, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, bro. Tap your screens, like the live.
I'll have like 4 minutes before I'm about to turn off the fucking comments.
Follow this person for an epic debate at 7 p.m. Central.
Yeah, actually, let me do that real quick.
Following you now.
Yeah, tonight, basically, I'm hosting a debate between two individuals who are debating. I'll show you guys really quick, and then we'll get back to the conversation. But yeah, tonight I'll be hosting this debate. Let me flip my camera real quick. So like if you're wondering like why we're talking about like the problem of consciousness, tonight we're basically going to be having this debate at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Does materialism explain consciousness? Mike Brigandi versus Alex K. So we're kind of discussing stuff in the realm of that right now, but stay tuned if you want to watch that debate. Right now we're kind of chilling before the debate. So it's happening in like 2 hours and 3 minutes. Yeah, I think that's right. Or no, 2 hours and 53 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours and 53 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, P-Dubs.
Yeah, this is just a response to one. Basically, I think what one is doing is he's taking the ontological reality of physical things to be true. And because he does that, it's very difficult for him to kind of see how, if the brain is not like ontologically a physical thing and is kind of a representation, then like what is reality? And it's kind of like he's almost having like a point of destabilization, is what I'm starting to see. But the fact is that like you don't know what the stuff is, you just know what it is through your experience. And your experience is what's translated from sense perception data that goes through and is experienced by something. There is some kind of experiencer, right?
Look,
and we were just saying.
You said something there that I think needs clarification because it's going to go over everybody's head. But what you said is he takes physical reality to be the case. What you mean is he takes his sense data to be the case, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
I don't know why you keep just trying to force me to be like a solipsist idealist, and you just guys, I know why you're doing it, but like it doesn't make sense in practice.
I interrupted P-Dub. Can you let him finish? Because now I feel bad if it gets derailed.
Sure, you can finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of the problem. It's like you're saying the hill as if the hill actually exists outside of the sense data going into your experience, right? And that's a very difficult place to be because you have to take that hill to actually exist. And if it doesn't exist, what do? How do you get to your position?
If the hill doesn't exist, my position, what? I don't even understand how that, if the hill doesn't exist, then my position is just wrong. Then the world consciousness is fundamental. I just don't know what that means. So I'd just be wrong if the hill didn't exist. Also, it's so funny how you guys are talking for me on my view. I understand what I'm saying. You guys are just keep trying to make me like a solipsist, like idealist, and it doesn't make sense. If physics is our understanding of a map of a hill, the hill and the map are two different things. Our sense perception, I believe, to be physical. And again, none of these problems are solved by being an idealist, and we can ignore that because Alex thinks it's a burden shift, and it doesn't matter. This isn't solved by being an idealist. You can just push the problem back more. So I'm going to ask something really quickly. Do we all acknowledge that things exist outside of our conscious experience of them? Yes or no?
There is a world that exists no matter who's looking, but the way that world appears depends on who it is appearing to. So, in other words, yes, reality exists, but it's not composed of things. Things are appearances within sense perception only.
So, I think what would be interesting...
Can I clarify just with Alex?
Yeah.
You think only conceptualization exists, not physical states?
Only conceptualization. No, I reject that. But physical states, no, I don't think physical states have an ontology. So I would
But
hold
you
your
think concepts do?
No, like a concept would be like a higher level property of mentation.
Does it have ontology?
No, like there's no concepts at the bottom. No.
So if concepts don't have ontology and physical states don't have ontology,
they're composed of mentation, which is what composes everything.
Sure, but if physical states don't have ontology and conceptualizations don't have ontology, what does have ontology?
Consciousness.
Consciousness.
Okay, and can you tell me what makes up consciousness?
No, it's the ground.
Yeah, it's the ground.
Right. It's like saying what makes up a quantum field if you think that's the ground.
Quantum fields are not a description of physical states. They're mathematical. Never mind. Ignoring that. Just maybe I'm misunderstanding here. Just
that's your ontology.
That's my ontology. I don't know what you're referring to.
You're a physicalist. Anyway,
sure. My ontology isn't quantum states. Ignoring that, I don't know what you mean because I've told you 1,000 times. Concepts, including quantum states. Quantum states are concepts. Don't have ontology. Just to be clear. Okay. I thought we weren't interrupting now.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so Common, you can go in just like 2 seconds. I'll finish really quickly. I don't understand why you guys keep trying to force me into this weird thing that perception is the only thing that exists. I deny that, and you have yet to, Alex, you have yet to explain why consciousness is the only thing to exist. You just make that statement unevidenced.
I'm not trying to argue for my view here. I'm trying to do an internal critique on your view, right? You hold the position of scientific. Apparently, I mean, look, I don't even think you know what you're saying, right? Like Flavi said earlier, I think you should read up on scientific anti-realism.
That's not an internal critique.
You're currently holding the position of scientific anti-realism in combination with physicalism. And all I'm simply trying to point out is that physical is an empty referent. If you cannot refer to physics as some ontological indication, right, as the scientific anti-realist says, then you have no ontology. It's self-collapse.
I'll tell you again.
Yeah, what it seems like was being said is something to the effect of like a meta-semantic component. What is it that these concepts or things are mapping onto when we explain them? It seems something is different if a alarm clock that I think of versus the alarm clock that I make are two different things. So I think what one is trying to point out here is the fact that like what is being mapped onto is just an approximation of what we think is true in these concepts. It's a probabilistic outcome. It's the best explanation of what things are. It could be that we come up with new equations that are a perfect representation, but generally speaking, we just don't have this kind of access or capability of knowledge sets. Maybe it's something that some super intelligent robot can do, but we can't conceptually understand what the reality actually is.
Yes, Lewis dot structures don't represent molecules.
You just said something there, Common. We can't access reality directly. Whether you think that's a cognitive issue or it's just an issue of being trapped behind a VR headset of sense perceptions, this is the problem, right? Because a physicalist is committed to the view that reality just is physics. I'm not making this up, bro.
But it's all it's saying is it's approximating that. It's saying that what am I tying into, which is all these physical concepts. Maybe all of a sudden we find out that light doesn't move at 3,000. And that conceptual concept was just how we perceive that moment. We have to think about time as like looping or something. Like, but those are just
okay. If I get a timer, does that mean I can talk for all my timer?
Oh, no,
like, that doesn't make sense to give me a timer and then not let me.
That's.
Or
yeah, so cool. I'm gonna talk for all my timer if I'm gonna be kicked off once the timer ends, or you can just remove the timer.
No, Plum. You can.
This is more so. The timer is more so to. We're gonna give this topic that more than one person have said, "Hey, go read."
Okay,
about this
I saw the timer going, so I'm just. Can I go?
Excuse me.
She's a mod, but also like
Yeah. So. I'll turn off the timer for now, but the timer was mostly because like more than one person has told you to go read about this stuff, and I feel like it's getting a bit circular, and I feel like we should probably let some other people contribute to the conversation rather than centering it. So
yeah, but I think like
this was okay.
Wait, hold on, but really quick, like I think for now, if anyone wants to talk, just jump in. But yeah, like we can stay on this topic. I don't really have much plans. I'm just kind of waiting for the debate to happen. But yeah, like go ahead and like free flow for right now, and then I'll let you know if I want to adjust.
Sure. The only reason I'm sticking on this topic is because people are talking at me. So if people stop talking at me, we can actually have the conversation. It's funny that you say this is circular because, okay, hold on. It's funny that we say this is circular because all of the idealists here just say consciousness is consciousness and consciousness is fundamental. The only reason it seems circular for me is because I'm actually, engaging in this conversation. So I do want to respond to this silly notion that physicalists can't have ontology for things because we're forced to have a VR headset of perception. Just to be very clear, I understand that we can't observe the physical world, and it is because we don't have physical sense. We can't, it's not possible. We can't see infrared light. We can't see ultraviolet light. We are limited in our perception. That doesn't mean that the infrared light and ultraviolet light doesn't exist. If you conceptualize, dude,
Alex,
stop interrupting.
Gotta stop monologuing.
It wasn't. They literally just had a monologue about me.
That was getting into monologuing.
Wait,
Seriously,
hold on. Let him have it. Go ahead, one. It's okay.
It's because people like say 20 different things at me and don't let me respond individually. Okay, so it's very simple. I'm just saying, if you conceptualize $1 million.
Hang on, I'm trying to advocate for you. Everybody, please mute up and let one finish.
Or actually, wait. For now, let's just let it free flow, and then like let's allow a little bit of interruption. Like that's fine. It can get a little bit debatey, but if it gets out of control, then I'll probably hop in and say something. But yeah, for now, just go ahead, have fun, knock it out. We're just chilling at the moment.
Sure. So it's very simple here.
But your whole thing is
it's very simple here, dude.
One. Hold up. I might be able to help you.
What is going on?
Wait, really quick. One finish, and then get into it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is very simple. These idealists keep trying to pretend that there's no difference between conceptualizing $1 million and possessing $1 million. You can feel the $1 million. If you conceptualize $1 million, you can't pay for anything. You're not a millionaire. Obviously, our perception. You said let me finish, and then we'll do open. So you can respond once I finish, and then we'll have the open. I understand that we're limited in our perception. I agree. That doesn't mean that there aren't certain ontological values for the physical world. Physics is the map. Physical things exist. They're the hill. It's not that hard to differentiate these. We do this every single day.
Look,
I think another distinction to be made real quick is the fact that one is also pointing out I can't, which I don't know if you're saying, Alex, I can't move a dollar with my brain, with a thought. So therefore, that doesn't like because I can't do that and I can never perceive of a world where I could. Doesn't seem like I can have causal force of interaction in that sense. It seems like I have to do something in a different way versus my thoughts. Now, I think there's something to be said about what it means for consciousness to be fundamental versus something physical to be fundamental in the sense of like forces versus whatever. Describing what consciousness is might be important. I'm not sure if we've made that exact distinction.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Aside from saying consciousness is everything, which is like, I just don't. When you say consciousness is everything, how is that different from when another person says what they think is consciousness, which is like active thinking and interpolation of the world?
Well, look, there's a lot there, and there's a lot in what one said. So forgive me if I don't fully encapsulate everything in one response.
How dare you?
First of all, I just want to respond to what one was saying. Like, it was a total straw man. Like, my critique was
describing my position.
My critique was not that we have limited access to the external world, therefore physicalism is false. That's not what I said. What I was trying to point out earlier is that if you want to simultaneously hold to a scientific anti-realist position and also be a physicalist, the term physical is an empty referent. Like, it's really simple. So look, that being said, right, we can talk about idealism, but it's just a burden shift.
Okay, you just keep saying it's an empty referent, and I'm telling you 1,000 times, physical things exist independent of our observation of them.
What are physical?
I told you, it's just matter and energy in reference to time and space.
Those are physics, bro. If you deny scientific realism, you are denying the exact thing you're appealing.
Okay, guys, I'm because I'm pretty sure that what is behind Okna point of view, and honestly, I agree with Okna. I mean, I think I understand you, mate, because that distinction, basically, there's a difference between entity itself and description of entity. And Alex, would you agree with that?
No.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't agree that you can know you can say the entity is physical if the physical description of the entity is necessarily not true. If you're an anti-realist, and at the same time appealing to the very science you deny to define physical, it's just it's a total contradiction. It's obvious.
Can I ask one question?
No. You don't appeal to the science to define physical. Physical things are axiomatic. To do physics, you have to have axiomatic. That's why there are 4 fundamental forces in physics. We don't appeal to physics to determine the 4 fundamental forces of physics. We just said these. This is a really fun one. Very rarely do scientific theories actually change, and there are times it happens. The law of conservation of parity was axiomatic. We thought that physical forces, the fundamental forces, work in parity, that they're mirrors of each other in all conditions. They weren't. We observed that to not be the case with the weak nuclear force. This is a case where it's not going one-to-one. There are some fundamentals of physics. There are axioms, as all knowledge systems have. So there's the difference.
None of this is a response. If I ask you what physical is, and all you can do is say mass, energy, and whatever else you said, you're using physics terms. Can you please define physical for me without using physics? Go ahead.
I just told you you don't appeal to physics to determine the fundamental forces. Those are axiomatic.
We can move on. That's a
but
no.
Last thing from me. But Okna, do you agree with the fact maybe you're not agree with that, but science does not say what things are. Science explains how things work, at least trying, right?
Yeah, so that's what I said. That's why I said concepts. Science is just conceptualization of the world. They don't have ontological status, and I can't think of it off the top of my head where there's like scientific properties that are necessarily descriptive versus explanatory. Rarely we do that. I mean, like we do that for like descriptions of light and stuff, but all of that just comes down to explanatory things. Even when we describe the light of something, we're using an explanatory mechanism, photons bouncing off. It's very rarely pure description. The times it is pure description is when we get to the fundamental forces, and we don't appeal to physics to describe pure description. It is not a thing. It's axiomatic.
But at fundamental level, everything is quantum field, and in fact, we don't know what quantum field is. It's like
if you want, in a physical view, it's when you say everything is a quantum field, that's a conceptualization. We can't even observe quantum fields. We have to do math.
Yeah, I know. We've got some kind of imagination about it, right?
Physical refers to whatever can be objectively described in third person language, bro. That's what physics is,
right? So if there's
no, we would also describe things we don't know about yet.
If reality is beyond our capability to describe it with third person language, like namely like mathematics, right? That would mean reality is not physical.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Was electricity physical before we knew what electricity was?
The question doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're just begging the question on your view.
What is
okay, get out of here.
Well, can I ask you a question?
I want to hear
Juan?
Justin. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. So say take a incompatible model of reality, right? This model is modeling things that exist, and it explains none of the data from physics, and it is incompatible with any generally accepted theory in physics. Is it possible for that model to be true about what it quantifies as existent?
Yeah, sure. A really good example of this that is like flat Earth. We used to see that Earth. Actually, I'll do a better example that was actually closer. Heliocentrism. We used to be geocentric, and there were geocentric models, and you can actually model the universe as geocentric, and that was the case for a very long time because the math for geocentrism and heliocentrism is actually possible to how would you say to it's not like coincide to what's the word? It starts with the C. I'm forgetting. Anyway, it's possible to make it work, a geocentric model to work. You need to make some assumptions, but this was an incorrect model that is incompatible with modern day physics, right? So that has been the case where it's possible. Heliocentrism was the case, and it was a model that was incompatible with our understanding of science at that time, but it changed eventually. So yeah, that's definitely possible.
Okay, so you really do not seem to me to be like a physicalist in the traditional sense, because it seems like you're not saying that there's anything blocking any model, right, to like any model that doesn't explain the data, you say can still be true.
Oh, does it explain the data? I wouldn't say that. If it doesn't explain the data, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be an explanatory model. It'd be a hypothesis. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. When you say doesn't,
are you saying it's possible for this model that explains nothing that physics understands to be, representing the data?
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's completely incompatible with how physics represents the data.
Yeah, maybe this is a better example. When Einstein got his theory of general relativity, he described the universe as like he didn't actually, he said manifold, but people say fabric. A manifold. A fun thing is that when you have a scientific theory and you get it to explain the data, it works out, right? Then you get to invent it and describe it how you want until a new model comes along. So there's no point where you can have you can't have a theory that doesn't explain data that another one does. But if there's no explanation for the data and you have a model, then you get to claim it. So there's no point where there's a correct model and then an incorrect model takes over. But there are times where there's no understanding of something and then you make a new model.
And to add to that, you would say that there's some models that are better representations of reality than other models of representation.
That's the heliocentrism versus geocentrism. Geocentrism can explain observations, but heliocentrism does it a lot better and a lot easier and more consistently. But it is possible to have a geocentric model.
So another concept that might tie into this is if I were to hold a ball, if I was blind, right, and I was deaf, and all I was doing is holding a ball in front of me. It seems like if I tried to describe what the ball was, I'd be trying to describe something that is. If I open my eyes, all of a sudden I get more information of the something that is. Did that thing change? That thing did not change. That thing, my referential claim is still the ball, but now I understand that there's things about the ball that I did not understand before. Now, just the same that we can add senses to ourselves too, like birds have are able to sense the magnetic fields, etc. These added senses seem to be better approximations. It's getting closer to a thing that is, and that's what you're trying to say that these models try to do.
Look, it's certainly the case that reality exists. It's certainly the case that we're attempting to describe reality using physics. The idealist doesn't even dispute this, right? We would just make the distinction that physics is the study of how the world appears to sense perceptions.
And what's physical?
But we're adding sense perceptions. So I guess that would be.
How else could it be?
So when we say it's sense perceptions, if we can add sense perceptions, if we can gain more sensory comprehension.
That's what some of our tools do, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we're
in some sense, not really, but kind of.
But there has to be a thing to sense there, right?
Yeah, there's a reality, definitely. The question in dispute is, first of all, whether or not you can claim that reality is physical. If physical has no meaning because you can't refer to physics. And the second question is, if you're just saying it's whatever lies beyond sense perception, I could just say that's mental.
But why would...
Honestly, I would say if physical means fully computational, then I would say no, that's false.
Yeah, look, I think when it comes to like, you know, definitions, I don't think that there's one clear definition that everybody agrees upon. But I do think like for like a common definition, most people would just say like, you know, there exists these physical facts, right? And all of the world or the external world is described or dependent on these physical facts with the properties that are described by these physical facts, right? And so typically when you're describing what that is, it's usually talking about like a complete like physics definition by how these have been defined, these physical facts, right? And you might not take that definition of what physical facts are, but then you might take on some other notion of what it is, right? The negation. So it's not like
maybe I just understood Alex. Here.
Let me just ask him this question real quick. Would it be correct to say that these physical facts, I mean, I feel like this is like almost a universally agreed upon definition of physical fact. Third person facts. So whatever is objectively describable. So it can be in English, it can be in mathematics. Both of these are forms of physical facts if we're objectively describing something.
Well, that's what they're trying to point at, right? Like there might be some group of people that would use like, you know, obviously we're talking about current physics, which isn't going to map onto like a complete understanding. So they're talking about like an ideal case by which all of these questions have been answered by physics, for example.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking a very basic question. The definition of physical fact. Would it be fair to say the definition of a physical fact is necessarily a third-person description of the world? Would that be fair to say?
Right. Yeah. Of course. Like so, this is where when I was talking to you about. Oh shit.
Well, you can't throw the like a physical fact. That would be a physical. When you say physical fact, that would mean that the third person description would have to match. And I don't think that's ever the case. That's why I say models aren't representative one-to-one. Alex, maybe I can extend an olive branch here. I would say physicalism is the belief that in principle, everything can be described by physics.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what we're trying to point out here, right?
Yeah.
So, but how is that I feel like that just alleviates the problem then, because we agree that physics describes something. So in practice, we can always just like let's say I don't think it's possible. But let's say we do get like a one-to-one representation, a perfect model, a theory of everything. Then doesn't that just solve the? I don't understand how that doesn't just solve the problem.
If you're committed to the view of scientific anti-realism, then the theory of everything is not a complete account.
No, that's not the same thing.
You could never come to a theory of everything. That would be a complete account if you're an anti-realist.
The whole point I'm saying is that you can. What'd you say?
Well, experience is kind of aside to that, but like, if you're just saying that if you want to say that our scientific models are not reality itself, they're just our best approximation, and then you want to also say that at some point in the future we will have a complete model of reality. Which one are you saying?
But I'm saying models are never representative of the thing one-to-one. You could have a perfect map, but it will never be the Earth itself.
Right.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean that you didn't model it perfectly.
So having a complete model, a theory of everything, is still not the territory, right?
Maybe we're misunderstanding.
There's still some fact that goes beyond what that theory entails.
I don't know what you mean by that. Do you think the only way to have a perfect model would literally be having an identical copy of the physical world?
Look, I'm not an empiricist, so I don't think that empiricism gives us access to ontology.
But that's not what I'm asking. If I said I made a theory of everything, I made a perfect model of this world and all of the physical components, do you think the only possible way to do that is to literally have a one-to-one replica in the physical sense?
It depends on what you mean by model. If you mean that
that's my point. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying models are descriptions.
Let me finish. If you just mean that we can accurately predict the behavior of nature, then no, you don't have to have the actual map. You can still predict behavior. But if you want to make some identity claim, like that's not something that empiricism can say conclusively.
I think what you want to say
science
here
doesn't
is
try to do that. That's the whole point. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think what you want to say here is something to the effect that, like, could there ever be two theories of everything? Is there two answers that you could get that could explain everything? If there's two answers, then that doesn't necessarily mean that everything is physical, because you could be mapping two different things. I think it'd be hard to get, something that explains everything that can go both ways. Maybe that's a conceptual difficulty there. Go ahead.
What if we just said...
Sorry, I wanted to add one more thing. I wanted to add one more thing. If it was the case that there was this other possible reality, all we know is that it's this whole other reality exists out there. Consciousness has never emerged, actual consciousness. The only thing that's come about is like asteroids hitting each other. It's like just the initials of the Big Bang, right? Do we want to say in that world, we still have good reason to believe that there's consciousness there?
Sorry, I was thinking about what I wanted to say. I didn't realize
the question. No, go ahead and respond to that. Maybe we can.
I think maybe Flavi can correct me if I'm wrong on the technical details here, but I think we have a good example of two theories making equally good predictions, like in ADS-CFT and quantum field theory, but with different entailments. So like the standard model has particles in it, right? Whereas like those dissolve at deeper levels of understanding, and you have the same amount of predictive power.
But you don't have the same amount of predictive power because the standard model can't predict things below it. Newtonian physics can't describe Einstein's theory of relativity.
I understand that.
So they don't have the same, but Einstein's theory of relativity can explain Newton's motions.
Okay.
So they don't have the same level of predictive power.
Okay, from the level of quantum field theory upward, they do.
But you were talking about standard model particle physics and then quantum mechanics. One can predict the other, but it doesn't go in reverse.
Well, no, I was talking about ADS-CFT. But
I have no clue what that is, but I was just taking it to be that we have two different levels of understanding. When you talk about a theory of everything, first off, having two theories of everything, as far as I understand it, that would be a logical contradiction.
No, because you can have two theories existing at the same time that say different things but offer the same predictions, that offer the same predictive power.
That's be isomorphic.
Yeah, like different premises of like what you're actually measuring and how big.
And that means that our scientific theories are not actually reality.
That's what I've literally been telling you this entire time.
I know, but the problem is you still want to be a physicalist.
That's not a problem because you're okay. Here's I saw Kodo say something interesting. Gödel's incompleteness theorem does basically say that there's no way for a system to prove everything within the system itself. That there are some, we normally refer to this in philosophy as like presuppositions that you have to make. I agree with that, right? But I don't. It's supposedly, like, again, this is where philosophy and math comes in. There's no reason in principle that couldn't be the case, right? So this is why I'm saying, in principle, it could be solved completely with one theory of everything.
No, that's what he proved. It was a mathematical proof. He's saying, in principle, it's not possible for a theory to prove its own assumptions.
That's not, maybe I can read up on it, but that's not my understanding of it.
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. Maybe Justin or someone. But from what I understand,
it's just to say they're self-expressive. If a formal system is expressive enough to make statements about itself, it cannot prove its own
Right. So like there's certain assumptions given in science. Like Einstein give me the speed of light being a constant and I'll give you space-time. Like it's the assumption of the speed of light being a constant velocity. Like
well, that's not even true. You can actually change the speed of light. You just have to shift everything else. But yeah.
Okay, but you know everything else.
He only made that way for the two-way speed of light to be like because you can measure one-way speed of light, but you can measure two-way speed of light, like going back and forth. But there's no way to measure one-way speed of light. So he just decided to make it like I think it's like isotropic, which means it's identical. I think.
Fine, but the entailments follow from that initial assumption, and the entailments cannot prove that initial assumption to be true. That's the point. That's what Goethe was saying. Is that correct?
Basically, we can interpret Gödel's theorem on philosophical level as like entity can't define itself by epistemology. After all, it's not possible. Whatever kind of idea we can come up with, that idea fundamentally will be like flawed. That's it.
Yeah. I have a question, real quick. When science or physics is modeling. Oh, sorry.
Wait, was I correct? I kind of want to. I know you're kind of smart with this kind of stuff. Was I correct about?
I mean, yeah, you're generally what it means metaphysically. I think is. Another question.
Well, no, forget about the metaphysics. Like I'm just like it seems to me like the way I understand Gödel's incompleteness is there are certain assumptions, right? Once you have those assumptions, entailments fall out, right? None of it is. He proved mathematically that none of those entailments can turn around and justify the assumption. Is that true or false?
It's not justification; it's consistency of it.
Right. Yeah. Can you close this? Can the system be self-closed?
Yeah.
The answer is no, right?
Right. Yeah. It can't close it.
The initial assumption is an assumption. It's never a fact.
So basically, you could say as well that at the bottom of any system there is singularity, which is incomprehensible for anything. Like it's just there, and you can't do anything about it. You can't describe it. That's why word singularity is quite accurate for it.
So this is the weird thing because this is what I don't understand. When we refer to physical beings, these aren't systems of logic. So that's why I don't see why there's a contradiction. Literally, our description is a system of logic of it. Physics would be a description of logic, a system of logic. But the literal physical beings, they don't follow Gödel's completeness theorem because they're not a formal system of information. That's why I'm misunderstanding here.
Wait, why are we talking about beings now?
Because if I'm an anti-realist physicalist, I can say that everything is literally physical. They're not. So you're trying to say that
the problem is nobody's gonna know what you mean by physical, bro. That's what I keep trying to get at with you. It's like, look, if you're just referring to the world as it appears to your sense perceptions as physical, right? That's gonna be what physics is. It's gonna be the measurement and description of the world as it appears to your sense perceptions. If you're saying that that's not the actual reality, that it's just a model, like nobody knows what you mean by physical.
Okay, maybe that's the case.
I just say it's mental.
Sure, you can just say it's mental, but then my response to you would just be the same. No one's gonna know what you mean by mental then, right?
Well, we know that mentation exists. Like we know,
but you don't know that the physical world exists.
I know that there's a world that appears to my sense perceptions,
and there's a world that appears outside of your sense perceptions too. Like when you jump, you don't sense gravity.
I think the idea might be is like, why should we say that because everything is just an approximate math equation of a particular thing, that particular thing is consciousness and not just still physical, even if we can't explain it. And like, okay, you can say everything is consciousness, but it's just what you're saying is everything is referencing the perfect equation that we just don't have yet.
Yeah, look,
or something.
I'm not giving
So can I maybe? I think one of the issues here is that when we are talking about like scientific anti-realism and realism, it is an epistemic dispute here as opposed to an ontological dispute. So I think that gap, I think someone can still. I don't think it entails that physicalism is false, but at the same time, I do think that someone can make an ontological commitment without having like an epistemic a commitment to scientific realism or scientific anti-realism.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I think the arguments I've made are good. It really boils down to like, what do you mean when you say physical? Like, literally, if you're just referring to the world as it appears to our sense perceptions, first of all, that's very naive. Like, obviously, the world is not stamped permanently in the way that I perceive it. That's just kind of absurd.
One of the things that might suggest why we should take up the physicalism ideas is the idea that it best explains things, such that it predicts things in such a way, where maybe the idealist doesn't, but I don't know what your commitments are as an idealism. If you just if the only thing that is difference between a physicalist and an idealist is just the concept of we're pointing to a total equation that could be wrong or could be another way or not.
Just really quick. Physicalism is not science. Science is not physicalism. Physicalism is a belief system about science. It literally goes to science for its ontology. This is not like, I don't know, confusing for me.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Just really quick. Comment. I said this before too. Under physicalism, it makes sense why when you see a truck going in front of you, you see a truck because there's a physical entity of a truck. But if you're an idealist, there's no reason that you would see a truck compared to see a plane. There's no differentiation.
That's a misunderstanding of idealism. Look, the idealist is not saying to throw science out. It's still a very valid way of understanding the behavior of nature. I still have a world appearing to my sense perceptions. I'm still going to get hit by what we call a truck if I step out in traffic. None of that changes just by saying the fundamental nature of reality is mental. What we're saying is that physics cannot describe intrinsic nature. It can only describe objective, extrinsic nature, right?
But Alex,
and this
you lose explanatory power.
Demonstrate that.
Sure. When you see a plane, why do you see a plane?
Let me do a little qualifier first.
Okay.
I guarantee what you're about to say is not going to land on my view. It's going to land on someone's view, but it's not going to be mine. So just keep that in mind.
Sure. So if everything that you observe is consciousness is fundamental. When you observe a plane, what's the explanatory power for why you observe a plane instead of observing a truck in the sky?
Look, it's just a false dichotomy. Like, why would I observe a truck in the sky? What do you even ask?
Exactly. Why would you observe a truck in the sky?
Look, there's stuff baked into your critique that you're not aware of. You think mind is just like anything goes. Why would I define it that way?
That's why I'm asking. How do you define it? Like, that's literally my whole point. When I ask, wait, hold on, Alex. That's like the whole point. When you see a truck, what's the explanatory power of seeing a truck? Why do you see a truck instead of a plane? Or why do you see a plane instead of a truck? Like, that's like my whole question. You lose explanatory power.
Let me just jump. I think y'all are talking past each other. I think that one, you may be an anti-realist about physicalism, but I think you are a naturalist. And you don't have to be a physicalist to be a naturalist, right? So I think what's happening is you're maybe a realist about physicalism of the mind and a naturalist, but maybe an anti-realist about physicalism. And I think that just might be a nuance for you that you take. But either way,
didn't understand what you just said, but okay.
Yeah, okay. So, like, for instance, like, would you say that what is modeled in physics is about that which is fundamental? By fundamental, I mean irreducible and minimal. In the most minimal level.
Yeah, we try to.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying a model is about that necessarily?
Yeah. It's that's what we're trying for physics specifically.
So then you're just a physicalist. You're just a physicalist then. If you think a model of physics that comes from physics, that's consensus of physics, is about what is fundamental, irreducible, and you cannot be reduced any further, right? It's minimal in that sense.
That would
then
be a realist.
You're a realist.
Realist.
Yeah, you're just a traditional physicalist then.
I said I'm a physicalist, but I also said that by your definition of anti-realist, that you're not committed to these models. I agree with that too.
You don't have to say the models themselves are like perfectly aligning with fundamental, but you're saying they are about the fundamental. There's nothing hidden.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. That's what we try to describe and try to predict the fundamental property of reality. That's what laws are. We try to do that. But that's what I'm saying. You're not necessarily committed to that.
But for instance, there's theories, right, with like quantum loop gravity or loop quantum gravity, right, that there is like an emergentism where there's something that's more fundamental than what is empirical. And that would not be a physicalist view, but it would be a naturalist view.
Yeah, that's the tension I was trying to point out earlier. Like, look, the physicalist is committed to the view that everything is going to be describable in physical terms, in principle, right? Even if we don't have a theory of everything, even if the idea of particles or fields is slightly off, they're committed to the view that everything is third-person describable in principle, right?
That doesn't make sense as a statement. What does it mean to be third-person describable?
Yeah, with objective language.
That's not... What's... Okay, now you lost me.
You can generate concepts that can be conceptualized.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. We do that now. Yeah.
Like length, width, height, mass, spin, charge.
That's not third-person describable.
Yeah, those are third-person descriptions. Those are observations.
Okay, do you think that like the standardized unit, like the SI unit, do you think that's like objective?
Well, objective in the sense of what kind of a fact it is.
Or do you think it's like a determination by a third-person party, or do you think it's like first-person usage?
To help you understand, there's a distinction between third-person facts and first-person facts. A first-person, even if there's no ontological distinction, there is a conceptual distinction. So a first-person fact would be something like what it's like to experience red. A third-person fact is like essentially the models we make with science.
I just disagree about what you. I disagree with that the distinction there. It doesn't make sense to me. When we're using the standardized using SI unit, that's still a measurement system that we came up with.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how is it an objective third person?
So yeah, you could just say intersubjective. That's fine.
True. Universally intersubjective. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. That's fine. But
Alex,
it's still third-person describable. Wait.
Alex, it's not third-person describable because you need an individual to do the describing.
Do you reject like a concept like the Matrix?
It's something like where you can all describe. So meaning it's not inherently subjective to one person.
That's just not even true. We can't all describe it.
You can't know what it's like for me to experience red because you're not me. So what it's like of the experience of red is a first-person fact. It's private, right?
Yeah, but we run into
third-person facts are not private.
Wait, but wouldn't everything just fall under first-person facts then?
No, because we can both measure what we call a rock. Those would be third-person.
But our measurement is still still an observation.
Yeah, I agree.
Still an experience.
It's an intersubjective observation that we agree upon, right? We can.
The intersubjective observation doesn't have ontological status.
I don't care. This
Okay, great. Then we agree.
I'm drawing a conceptual distinction.
When you look at a red wall,
there's definitively a conceptual distinction between first-person facts and third-person facts. Now, if you want to say there's
I don't think so as you describe them.
Yeah, so can I know what it's like for you to experience red?
I think by definition, no.
Okay, so that's a first-person fact.
Okay, but you'll also never know what it's like for me to measure 3 feet.
I don't need to know what it's like for you to measure 3 feet to get the measurement 3 feet. That's a third-person fact.
One real quick. Can you imagine a world where you have a identical person, right? This person's numerically identical, all the same.
I'm so sorry. I promised before I lose it, I realize what the issue is. Alex, you understand to say that you're measuring 3 feet and I'm measuring 3 feet, that we're measuring the same amount of feet. That's still a subjective thing. We both have to agree what it's like.
The number 3. But the number 3 is it's a priori. It's without experience. So I think what they are debating is the difference between like a priori justification.
Yeah, I disagree that the number 3 is without experience. But go ahead, Common.
No,
agree with that as well. I don't think the number 3 is without experience, but the number 3 is a referent that we can agree to intersubjectively. I could never agree to anything about your experience of red except maybe some vague similarity. There's no descriptive terminology by which I could understand, like, intuitively what you're actually experiencing. I don't even know that we experience colors the same way.
So one concept that, or one maybe a thought experiment that might work here is this. Let's imagine 2 people. They're the exact same person as far as like numerical identity. They have all the same neurochemicals, etc. Now imagine a world like the Matrix. Do you reject the concept of the Matrix where you can like upload an experience?
Well, I mean, logically. Oh wait. Well,
like
you just
a world of simulation. Yeah.
Like uploading your experience is different than the premise of the Matrix, right? Like he's plugged in directly. But yeah. Well, I guess that is kind of, I don't know. Look, I mean, what's the question again? Do I reject the premise of the Matrix?
Yeah, like is the concept of Matrix like coherent to you? The idea that like they were able to map out mathematically all these things, and all of a sudden someone could have the subjective feeling of chocolate, but not actually be chocolate, and then they were able to impart the same feelings into people by mapping out the entirety of the brain, etc.
Well, here's the thing. The subjectivity is not coming from within the Matrix. It's coming from the person who's plugged in. So
hey, this is the exact same electron-neuron firing pattern. Maybe my brain is different, but if I have that exact pattern of generation and I put it in another person,
yeah, they're working
and I generate that. Yeah,
they're working on that now. It still doesn't solve the problem. Like I'm not sure.
Can I perceive that the fact that those 2 persons could essentially have the exact same experience?
No. I mean, look, you can assume that, but you can't know that with any amount of certainty. Like, look, people are working on this right now. They're mapping the correlations, but it also relies on subjective reporting. So like let's say you have electrodes and you wanna mess with my brain, right? You stimulate this region and I go, hey, I just saw like a red triangle, right? You just have to like take what I'm saying to be the case.
I think what it might do is that you could use like ideals of approximation as far as like draw that experience, tell a poem about that experience, generate another experience versus experience, and do like a correlative effort as far as how to maybe make some empirics on it. But like it seems like we might have good reason to believe that these individuals had the exact same experience.
Or you could just do a double blind test. I don't know why that's an issue. You just
because it's about encoding. It's about encoding, right? If you're mapping the mouth sound, right, of brown, to each individual's experience of brown, well, what's encoded in the concept of brown may actually, the encoding itself, the experience of that encoding may actually be different for each subjective person.
Yeah, like how do you know the world's not a little bit brighter for me than it is for you?
It is. You hear things better than me. Like when you see things better than a blind person or semi-blind person, you hear things better than...
No. Like if we have all the exact same senses and our brain is lighting up exactly the same way, how do you know that the world is not just a tinge brighter for me than it is for you?
Well, you can use a third party. So like here, I literally had this discussion with someone in my DMs 2 seconds ago. He said that, can you grant consciousness to another being? And I was like, I don't think that really makes sense because consciousness is a description of physical states. When you take a USB and you copy a USB, there's no ontological status of the video on that USB outside of the ones and zeros that are on it. And you're not taking the ones and zeros on the USB and putting it on another device. What the device you're transferring to is just copying the ones and zeros.
Yeah,
but those 2 videos, hold on, wait, I'm literally, because I think this is like exactly what it is. Those 2 videos, you can compare the 2 videos. You can have a third system to compare the 2 videos, and you can say one is brighter than the other, but they're still both just physical 2 different videos that can be identified and copied independently.
Look, we can beg the question, but this whole conversation revolves around the conceptual distinction between first person and third person facts, right? And so what Common brought up was like, look, hey, we can
we can map brains, we can take reports, we can have some semblance of an idea of what someone is experiencing. I grant that. It's not going to dissolve the conceptual distinction between first person and third person facts, because there's still something it's like to be me that can't be known through mapping correlations.
Hold on, but if we have a third party there, such as if we do the thing with a USB and we play a video, if we ever get computers that can do that can represent physical brain states as videos, why would we not be able to do that?
No, there's something jammed in there, right? You're saying if we ever create computers that can represent physical brain states, what you're not understanding is that's impossible in practice, because all we can
Why?
Because all we can do is map correlations and take subjective reports.
That doesn't answer the question. If the correlation is 1-to-1 and we can represent it on video, such as we do with USBs, why would we not be able to do the same thing with a USB as we do with a brain?
It's not a representation of what's actually occurring.
That's not what I asked. Why couldn't we do it?
Let me put it this way. What you would be looking at on the screen, right, is not what's happening in my experience.
But I'm not saying that has to be the case. I'm saying we can compare the two. We can compare, like if we say we can copy.
But what does
brain,
that solve?
Well, that solves now that we can say that we can recreate experiences, because we can identify that the two experiences.
No, that doesn't follow. No, that doesn't. Well, it depends on what you mean by recreate.
Well, maybe this could help, right? So for instance, they've done like brain studies on like when pop music is played, and the way that the pop music shows up for each brain is identical, but people can hate pop music, right? They can hate it because what it is like for that person is not necessarily correlated to what the brain is showing.
Hold on, but if we
person
do that
can
for an
hate pop
entire
music
brain,
and still have the same triggers.
I agree. So if we
on
could say
scan.
that, if we say that people looking at pop music are have the same parts of their brain lighting up, what happens if we just 1-to-1 copy a brain and then play pop? Hold on, let me finish. I agree with you, Justin, but the question now here is what happens if we did that with a whole brain? What happens if we're able to copy a brain 1-to-1 and play the exact same pop music for them? Why would they not experience the same thing?
It doesn't.
How would you get there?
There is still something it's like to be that person that cannot.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why couldn't we say that they're experiencing the same thing?
Because you're mapping correlations, you don't have direct access.
If the correlation is 1-to-1.
So real quick, I think what the idea is like a lot of people want to say propositional knowledge, knowing what red is. Mary, let's say for instance, she was in the room, she knew everything about red. Like, was she surprised when she went outside, despite knowing all this propositional knowledge? Well, it seems like she would be surprised. That's the first time she saw red. The color is essentially the running of the simulation. It seems something to the effect of like when we dream, we like run the simulation, if you will, of propositional knowledge, such that we're afraid of certain things. It's sort of like a realer experience. So one person might want to say if you have a numerically identical person, if you're simply imparting knowledge through running a simulation rather than telling them, that's just more of like a linguistic barrier. Whereas if we can do this sort of 1-to-1 experience input, we could essentially get the same experience.
There's
at least
Alex,
at least for something like redness.
Hold on, wait. There's multiple issues with that, right? The first thing being that no two brains are the same. There is no 1-to-1.
Alex, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is if we have two brains and we copy them 1-to-1, let's say we can do that. I'm not even saying this as a physicist. I'm literally just saying, even in your view, if we copy brains 1-to-1 and then we play the exact same music, how can you say that? Like, what is making you say they're not having the same experience?
Bro, I like some music in that
you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding.
No. You don't know if I'm gonna like that. Justin brought this up and you didn't respond to it. My experience of that music with the same brain states that might be had in the other brain, right? Does it? There's still something it's like to be me, namely dislike.
Alex, when two people have similar brains, not identical brains, they're gonna have different responses because it's a complex system. So that's literally what I'm asking.
But it's having the same response. No, that's the point. Is that the response? The people that are like metalheads, right? What shows up on the scan for pop music are the same indicators of people that love pop music, but they hate it, right? Because they're metalheads, right? They hate the experience of pop music. So they're
but the issue
the what it
here
is like is going to be different than what the scan is showing.
But the issue here is that we agree that they're.
Back out for a minute.
No,
What
hold on. I'm not
we're trying to talk about. Look, do you grant that there's an epistemic gap between first-person facts and third-person facts?
No, I'm not even going to acknowledge that right now because I want an answer for this question, and I don't think you guys are going to answer it. Again,
Are you
for some
answer
reason.
my question?
No, I'm not going to answer your question. I just said no. So I'm literally asking this legitimately. In your guys' view, if we have two identical brains that experience two identical stimulations, how are you guys saying that they're not experiencing the same thing?
I'm not saying that we know they're not experiencing the same.
Why would you think they're not experiencing the same thing?
Look, what you're trying to do is close the epistemic gap. The burden is on you. The burden is on you.
That's my whole question. That's what I'm saying.
Are experiencing the same thing.
That's literally what I'm saying. I think that having an identical brain. Hold on. I'm saying, in my view, I think that having an identical brain and experiencing identical stimulation would be sufficient reason to think that they're having identical experiences. I'm asking. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I think in my view. That's my opinion. I'm asking, in your view, what causes you to think that they're not having identical experiences?
Okay. So, look, I would reject some of the premises there because there's no such thing as identical brains, not even in the future.
Well, that's just a close possible world that you're trying to imagine that.
Okay.
I mean, if there's no such thing as identical brains, then this kind of experiment can never be realized. So it's irrelevant.
Okay, if you're saying it's not pragmatic, it's just logical, though.
No, you realize trans-world identity is exactly what you'd have to determine here. This is the very burden of your view if you're going to posit physicalism is in virtue of what is, how are you basically establishing that in this possible world with this history, right? Like maybe you're a determinist, I don't know. But
we don't even need to do. We don't even need to
there's
do
like
this
there's some history, right? Some history of antecedents. In virtue of what are you the exact same person?
We don't even need to do it this way. Let's say that I'll grant you a god for this just to be funny. Let's say that there's a god and he rewinds time, and since he's outside of space and time, he doesn't affect it. If he rewinds time, do you think a person is going to have the exact same experience?
Well, that's the question. I mean, if it's physicalism,
I think they would.
Then yeah, but then like what in your world is the God there? Like what's making
No, the God's outside of space and time as God is. He doesn't interfere with the physical world.
I'm saying okay, so are you saying you're a theist that's a physicalist?
I'm just trying to make it so you guys understand this question in a reasonable way, because I don't think it's a reasonable question.
I get it.
Alex said that it's not pragmatic, and I was like, okay, so then let's try to make it like for religious people because they can understand this one. Let's make it pragmatic as possible. Let's say that we rewind time without interference. Would the person, like literally nothing changes except time just rewinds 10 seconds. Would they experience have the same experience?
Well, I think
so. You're talking about one singular person or two brains?
One singular person, just rewind time.
So one person has an experience, and then God
rewinds time, yeah,
and then runs it back again.
Yep. Would the person have the exact same experience? Yes.
I mean, under your view, yeah.
Then why would that not be the case?
But we're not
That's what I'm asking.
about one brain. We're not talking about one brain.
No. I'm asking why, in your view, would that not be the case?
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it wouldn't be the case.
Would it be the case in your view?
The only change I would make is I wouldn't say that the brain states are the cause for the realization of the experience. That's
not what I asked there.
I wouldn't grant it to Alex. I wouldn't grant it to him in his view, because in his view, I wouldn't say that there's some invariance of self that would make it that your experience rewinding time and then playing it back again, that there's something that's guaranteeing, right, your
God's abilities, God's powers.
That's why this is a hard problem for them to answer, because in virtue of
wait, hold on. No, it's not. It's my question, so I don't know why you're saying it's a hard problem for them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do you need to answer, demonstrate?
I did answer it. Same brain state, same physical world, same experience. There you go. That's my answer. Now it's your turn to answer.
So you're just saying it's true in virtue of meaning. There's no account.
It's true because physical
no nomenological
experience doesn't change. No, I didn't say that. I said it's true because the physical states didn't change because God didn't interfere with the physical world. So therefore, the experiences are the same.
I just want to point out that you just overspoke again for the bazillionth time, and I'm at the point where if you keep it up, because I've said it so many times, you're gonna get dropped. So
Coco said it was open.
Oh yeah, Plummet, it's fine. I'll let them interrupt each other.
But it's the
Cool. Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
He's so
that's what I'm saying.
Shit, bro.
Yeah, no. In my view, it would be the same because physical states are the same. So why would that not be the case in your view? What's the difference there?
Well, because remember, you're saying the experience, what it is like will be the same. I didn't ask you, the physical state's going to be the same. It's in virtue of what is it like going to be the same.
Yeah, would it be the same?
I need you to account for what it is like, not the physical states.
You can use any determination. You can use any determination for what it is like. I'm just asking, why would it not be the same with you?
It would
So
be
then if you're indeterminate, then you just abandon your own view. Like you just.
No, I didn't. I just asked.
That's the reductive.
In your view, it's not. I'm asking in your view, would it be the same? Would they have the same experience?
In my view, yeah, it would be. But I have an invariance of self in my view. I have an ex ante view, meaning like I'm not just a process of antecedents and consequence. That you replay the history and all the things happen the same way.
Wait, so you're undetermined?
No, I am determined. It is myself, who I am, right? Is fully activated. Right?
But is it determined or undetermined?
But look, guys, we're
determined. Yeah. Okay. So determined, yes. Determined, yes. Determined, yeah. I'm a compatibilist.
This is
yes, it's determined.
an open panel, but I encourage you all to talk one at a time for the sake of our viewers.
We all get excited.
Look, we're kind of railing here. We're talking about an epistemic gap or lack thereof, right?
But just the answer yes, we're talking about you.
One second. I just want to give a zoom out because it's good to zoom out every now and then so we can track a conversation and actually get somewhere. So we're talking about an epistemic gap or lack thereof. Comment brought up the point that we can map correlations, and then one is trying to say that we can use those correlations to instantiate an experience in someone else's brain. The question is, does that dissolve the epistemic gap that one denies even exists to begin with? Which is
the correlations are 1-to-1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's in question here. I know that you're asserting that, right? But you can't say that with any certainty, right? Can you give me a deduction that shows that?
I didn't assert that. I just said if the correlations are 1-to-1.
If the correlations are 1-to-1, therefore.
That's the definition.
If the correlations are 1-to-1 in two different brains, therefore what?
I didn't say anything about two different brains. If correlation is 1-to-1, there's a causal. That's literally what a causal relationship is.
No. I thought we were talking about two different brains.
No, that's why I asked the time travel thing, because you guys said two different brains is impossible, and I grant that.
Look, anybody who's a determinist is just going to say, yeah, if you run time back the same way, it's going to result in the same experience.
That's not even a determinist thing.
I'm just not a hard determinist, but I'm a compatibilist, so I accept that things are determined.
The substrate is going to be irrelevant.
Wait, but it's not even a determinism or free will thing. You guys haven't, Justin, you did answer the question, so good on you. Alex, I still haven't heard your answer. Do you think their experiences would be the same if time was reversed like 10 minutes and then was reversed like 10 minutes and then went the same way? Do you think their experiences would be the same?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not because of the physical states. It's because
it's
what was
ontology
repeated.
Independent. Yeah, there's no. It's just by virtue of one thing leads to another.
So in that case,
you're left out of this because you're not accounting for what it is like in a deterministic sense. That's the whole point. Why you're not doing what we can do.
I don't know
what
what
if I had
saying, but okay.
Real quick, what if I had something that was indescribable? I had no way of describing it, but I had a thing which I could give you, and you could basically dream up the exact thing and have the same experience. It seems like if I have a thing that can just give you experience, then I have the thing which is the feeling, what it's like, especially if we're saying that it's 1-for-1. We're stipulating it's 1-for-1. So all we're saying here is it's impossible for me to see music, but that doesn't mean that music isn't a thing. Such that the idea here is a feeling is a particular set of states, and I can't just make you have the particular set of states based off of language. But if I make you run a simulation in a sort of machine or whatever you want to say, and the exact same neurons fire, etc., I've given you the experience, and I know exactly how to reproduce it. I know how to fix it, and I know how to repair it.
Yeah, so look, there's a couple things there. First of all, it's begging the question because you were saying that an experience just is a set of physical states, right? I mean, that's fine if we want to talk under your worldview. I don't even think it makes sense. But to then make the conclusion that I can give you my experience by giving you the same physical states, it's not something that follows, because you're still not going to have epistemic access to what it's like.
Giving it. You don't give someone the video.
I do have epistemic access. I said, I can say, okay, hey, this is what I experienced as a result of chocolate. This numerically identical, which you rejected, but this numerically identical other person. I go, oh, I'm not going to give you chocolate. I'm just going to matrix import the experience of chocolate. They happen to have all the exact same mental states. It seems like all I'm doing is exporting experience. You're saying you can't export experience, but if I can export an experience, and you're just saying that you can't do it, but that's kind of like the whole like is-ought gap, which is more of an assertion than an actual like fact.
Well, Common, here's the funny thing.
You can certainly stimulate my brain. You can certainly map my brain, right? And then I can eat a piece of chocolate, and then you can see the correlational neural activity that's associated with me eating chocolate, right? And you can certainly reproduce whatever I'm experiencing by re-stimulating those same neural circuits. Like, there's no issue there. I grant that. However, if we're talking about like taking your experience and giving it to me, that's a bridge too far. That's not something that follows.
Wait, I agree with that. I agree with that. Asterisk here, you have to understand that by the way that you're using export your experience, it's nonsensical. Like I said this with the USB thing. When you copy data from a USB, you're not literally taking the video out and putting it into another USB. You're just copying the physical states that are on one USB and then recreating that on another USB. You're not giving the video. That doesn't make sense. You're just recreating it.
Right. So, I mean, but that's the thing. Like a USB drive and transistors, that's a whole different can of worms. We're talking about subjectivity here, and there's no subjectivity involved. So it's just a totally different category.
The problem you bring up is accurate. But you try to make it sound like a problem for us when it doesn't.
No, it is. It absolutely is. Hold on. And I don't want to give away my sauce, but
Alex, I was about to explain it. You would never say that's a problem that a USB can't give a video to another USB. That doesn't make sense to say that statement. What happens when you copy a USB is you're copying the physical states. That's our view, that you copy the physical states and it produces the same video.
Yeah, I know. The question is, what burden needs to be met for someone to say that consciousness is physical?
Well, you need a definition of consciousness that's coherent.
Are you a reductionist?
No, I'm just saying you need a definition of consciousness that's coherent. That would be the first burden to be met. And then the second burden to be met is you would have to say that there's a stronger explanatory power or a stronger correlation between whatever definition of consciousness you have and experience comparatively to physical definitions of consciousness and their explanatory power for experience.
Right, but are you a reductionist?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. So a reductionist would be committed to the view that it's going to be like everything about consciousness is going to be reducible and deducible. So from the top down and the bottom up, in principle.
No, I don't think from bottom up. No.
Are you an epiphenomenalist? Like that's, I think, more interesting too. Have y'all got into that at all?
Strong emergentist, probably.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to argue with someone who's arguing strong emergence because, I mean, you're basically just appealing to magic. You're saying something occurs at a higher level that cannot be explained in principle by the lower levels. So when I ask you if you can explain it from the bottom up, I mean, I'm using a loose definition of magic here, but
then whatever your explanation is as well.
You're essentially saying that something at the higher level is not fully entailed by the lower level microphysical laws and physical parts. There's something unaccounted for there that you can't.
I don't think that.
Okay. Well, that's what strong emergence,
though.
So maybe you're.
Yes, it is. You think that there's no matter what you do with the lower levels of the physical world, will you get to the upper world of consciousness? There's something unexplained there, unidentified there. That's your view. That's not what I'm saying. You're a strong. You're saying that everything we observe and everything that we see, even though it's physical, it will never explain the fundamentals that exist, which is consciousness.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm not saying consciousness is an emergent property. So look, if you're gonna say something is emergent from something else, you have to show your work, bro. We can't
So
just
you
make
think that, okay, you're saying that consciousness is not an emergent property, but you
it's
understand.
fundamental. It doesn't require explanation when it's fundamental, right? It's necessarily
for the physical world.
It's necessarily fundamental because it's irreducible.
Why can't it say that for reality or the physical world?
The physical world, the way I see it, I don't know if Alex sees it this way, is emergent from consciousness, from conscious activity.
And I think that consciousness is emergent from the physical world.
It doesn't really make sense to me.
What you're saying doesn't make sense to me.
The problem is that you can get physics from consciousness. You cannot get consciousness from physics.
No, I don't think you can get physics from consciousness. That doesn't make sense. I've already said
That's how it happens in practice every single time. That's what physics already is.
I know you say that, and I tell you the physical world is not the same as our conceptualization of it.
Look, I'm just saying, if we're talking about this epistemic gap, right? Look, let's back up again, all right? You say there is no epistemic gap, and yet you also say that you do not know what it's like to be me.
Do you think you can get $1 million from your conceptualization? Wait,
that's
Alex,
a contradiction.
Do you think you can get $1 million from your conceptualization of $1 million?
Oh, really quick, before you guys continue, I do have one person in the guest if anyone's dropping soon, but nobody has to drop. I'm just
I'll
saying
drop
I
soon,
have one
yeah.
person in the guest. There you go.
I'll drop at like 25 or 30 or something like that. But just to be clear, Alex, you agree that you can't get physical things from conceptualizations?
I don't grant the question, but I will throw you a bone and say that no, imagining $1 million is not going to make $1 million appear.
Okay, when can you get a physical thing from conceptualization?
I'm not going to grant that question, but I would just say that, look, what's the point of the line of questioning?
Because I'm disagreeing with your premise that you think you can get physics from conceptualization.
Brother, how else do you get physics?
Well, if I wanted $1 million, could I just conceptualize $1 million?
Physics are observations made within.
No, the physical world independent of observations. You don't think that exists, but you just say no. I got it.
Okay, hold on.
Reality,
God.
Basically, God. No. Reality exists no matter who's looking, right? What I'm talking about when I say physics is not like what you colloquially refer to as the physical, right? When I say physics, you can get physics from consciousness. I mean the descriptions and the models of science that we make, right? It's like trivially true that comes from consciousness.
Sure, and I don't know why. I just say the same thing in reverse.
You can't
just
get
say the same thing.
from. Look, you already
I say you
admitted
can.
that you're not going to be able to explain it from the bottom up.
Wait, I just reversed it. I say you can. So watch. I think that you can get experiences and all of that from the physical world. There you go.
Okay, so
we're doing the exact same thing, just in reverse, which I'm fine with. I'm cool with it.
Look, you already admitted that there's an irreducible aspect of consciousness that would not be deducible in principle. Like at that moment, you took a strong
I said conceptualization.
But real quick,
I never said
just one more. One thought experiment might be the fact, like, if I were to give this person this thumbnail, like, and then somebody else came in, and I gave another person in another room, blank room, and I said, which dot did you experience when I put this experience or this thumbnail in? And they point to the red dot. Like, it seems like we're getting close there, right? Like,
no, they just think they're lying. They're just gonna say you have to trust the person, and you
guys are missing the point. Look, this is about whether or not. This is about whether or not we can completely dissolve the conceptual disparity between first person and third person facts. The answer to that question is no.
I would really like to hear you respond to comments.
We can get close. We can make an inductive case that, hey, this person is like very likely experiencing something very similar to this other person. But you cannot close the epistemic gap. There is an irreducible aspect of consciousness. Like, it's really simple.
I don't know why you're just doing huge problem of induction and then pretending it doesn't apply to you. It's kind of funny. I find people do this all the time.
It's not about it applying to me. It's about the claims being made by physicalism. The physicalists committed to reducibility and deducibility, bro. These are strong claims.
I acknowledge human.
I think the deal is that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, what?
Just getting on one for overtalking.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I think okay, go ahead.
One of the things that like physicalism is just pretty much saying is that we're doing probabilistic inference. We never guarantee truth, even with like a problem with everything. But that's still kind of, I think Alex's point is like, well, if it's a probabilistic outcome or something like that, if you can't guarantee truth, then like there's an issue there. But it seems like I don't know why I would sit there and say everything is consciousness, and that I get something conceptually more from that. Like I gain like a better understanding of the world versus simply using the idea that brain states and the fact that this person says that's a red dot and the other person says it's a red dot, and maybe I can replicate what it's like to experience or recreate a memory in someone's head through like structural change or biochemical change. It seems like that's the thing that we're trying to say, where you say, no, you can't feel. And I don't even know, like, I think what you're saying is you can't feel when you say experience, such the effect of like, what is emotion, maybe also a burden of understanding too.
Look, the problem is in a physical world, there shouldn't be anything that's private. Like, it's simply the case that physical means third person observable.
Okay. Prove that your experiences are private.
If there's some phenomena that's not directly observable, like it just doesn't comport with physicalism. If you want to say that this phenomena is strongly emergent, right? You're taking on a non-standard, right, like version of physicalism.
No,
because
you just keep pretending on it.
Look, making these inferences, right, based on correlations is one thing. Sure, if you presuppose that the physical world gives rise to consciousness, then you can make an inductive sort of case, right, that people are experiencing something very similar. Maybe that will suffice for you. The problem is that a physicalist is committed to the view that reduction is necessary, deduction is necessary.
Why do you keep pretending experiences has on
level? Because everything at the higher level that's emergent must be fully determined by and accounted by the underlying microphysical laws and parts.
What do I get? This is what I guess I may not understand. What do I get if I take on that view? Like, what does that what does that do for me? You're saying it's just like most
you mean
true?
Idealism? Like, look, you guys just keep shifting the burden.
No, I'm literally curious because it just seems like I don't have.
What you get is a coherent worldview that you don't have a mental backflip.
Sorry, guys. I just need to say something to Okna. Okna, I will grant the claim that consciousness is generated by the physical processes only if you will acknowledge that it's generated not only by the brain but by the whole universe itself. What do you think about
yeah, I'm people try to make this like stupid argument that the universe is contingent. On what planet? What? Yeah, I absolutely agree, Kodo. Yeah, everything necessitates on everything else. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you.
And then,
yeah.
But, you need to acknowledge as well that fundamentally we don't know what universe is.
Fundamentally,
we don't know if universe is computational. After all.
I don't know what you mean. Like, I think here I'll agree with you. Fundamentally, we'll never be able to describe it one-to-one. That's what I would say. So I guess so. If that's what you mean, the knowledge that we can give to another person, I would agree. But I don't think in practice that it's like fundamentally unknowable as just as in like general knowledge, not necessarily as relational knowledge.
Oh, here's another thought.
Just to clarify for Kodo, just to make sure he understands what I mean. For general knowledge, I think that like literally you'd be the first person versus third person. General knowledge, I know what it's like to touch the table, but like as like to communicate that knowledge, we have issues with language. So like that's what I would say. So I'd agree with you there. Could I just, because I'm about to leave and I just want to respond to Alex. Alex, why in our view do you keep giving experiences, like you keep saying nothing should be private? You're acting like these experiences have ontological status, for our view at least, that they're private in our view. You keep acting like they have ontological status outside of physical states. That's not what our view holds. Why do you keep saying that the concepts are something outside of their physical states?
An epistemic gap is a huge problem for physicalism.
Okay, you're just not going to respond. Have a good night. Common, I'm going to follow you, okay? You were great.
Thank you.
Man. See you, Coco.
Come back anytime. You're always welcome.
Yeah, that's fun. Bye.
Booyah.
Well, Alex, I got a question to you.
Yo, can I just go, Yokota? You went last time. You did this literally last time. Can I just answer
Mate,
Common's question?
I'm sitting here like silent for fucking 1 hour.
Can I answer Common's question?
Yep.
Guys, let's let P-Dubs get in there because he has been trying for a while.
All right, and then before he goes, thank you guys for being here. There's 60 people on the live. If you could tap the screen, like the live. Let's try to get to like 10K before the event starts. It's starting in about like an hour and 30 minutes. Basically tonight, it's going to be Alex K versus Mike Brigandi on whether materialism can explain consciousness. So stay tuned for that. Please like the live. Please, if you can, support the gift goal. You don't have to, if you can, if you have any spare change. And what other things was I going to say? And then, real quick question. Roy, were you coming here because of the topic above? Or if you're there, Roy, were you coming here for the topic?
Hello? I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, were you coming here for the topic?
I mean, sure, yeah. I just I was listening to the previous conversation about
okay.
third person, first person. I just kind of hope that I could get a word in on that, but yeah, I can be here for the topic as well.
Oh no, it's totally fine. We can stick on the last conversation. I was wondering if you were interested in that, and then we could go to that. But yeah, we can stay on the consciousness conversation. And P-Dubs, you got the floor, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, cool. So Common asked a question about like what is the purpose of, what additional thing does consciousness's fundamental idealism give you? And I think it gives you a better explanatory power in like understanding what reality is. And given like the advances in our technology and our ability to model, we can create better models about like how reality actually functions. And I think like a really important thing that a lot of people miss, like when it comes to this like consciousness is fundamental thing, is that a lot of this is just self-relational. Like everything is doing stuff by itself. There is no external like creator, like, there's no external puppet master. And so what does that actually mean in better developing our theories of reality and our theories of understanding? And also, I think there's a massive like meaning gap because a lot of physicalism basically says that everything's kind of dead, it doesn't have any purpose. And saying that consciousness is fundamental actually reanimates or revitalizes reality. It fundamentally changes how you see reality. So yeah, that's just my point.
And would you have a problem if someone said, okay, not physicalism, but said it was experience? If someone says it was experience, like held to like Whitehead's view, would you say that's accurate, or would you say that it is more explanatory because it has like the bridge between the physicalism and the like experiential and kind of doesn't posit the same thing to say something as conscious as like a quartz?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to describe it. I've heard people say like big mind or like anima or something. There's so many different words. I think, consciousness is just the easiest one because it's something that we all kind of know and experience.
But for me, I'm a little bit more partial to say that everything is experiencing, only to say that like it doesn't seem to conflate it to like a big thinking mind. And it seems a little bit more easy for someone to uptake as far as someone who's coming from a world where I'm holding a cup. They could say, you're holding a cup, but also a bunch of experiences and you were experiencing those experiences, rather than saying like, okay, like it's moving, so that's its experience, versus like it's thinking, it's feeling.
You don't have to think of it as like a big thinking mind in like a God mind sense. That's not how I envision it at all. I envision it as this naturally unfolding process that we call the universe. It just happens that it has an intrinsic nature as opposed to only an extrinsic nature. So the definition of physical and physics can only give us access to extrinsic nature of reality. It's just how it shows up. It's how it behaves. It's what we can see from the outside, right? But saying consciousness is fundamental is just to say that the universe itself has its own intrinsic nature. It doesn't have to be like some like I don't envision it as some like ego being or something like this. It's not anything like that. We are the metacognition of the universe.
There's no, you know, do you get what I mean?
So, like, I think what is sometimes difficult is like maybe the physicalist is committed to the idea of like not matter, not energy, but everything is information. I'm not sure if you've heard that view before, but like that seems to be what people say. They say information, or they use experience, or they use like a proto consciousness or consciousness in general. And it seems like all these views are like attempting to say different things, but they have a lot different commitments. And it seems like physicalism's commitments are a little bit more like they have humility, but also like that curious nature of exploration. Like keep trying to find the thing that best explains everything, versus saying, "Hey, this is what everything is," and if we think of everything by as consciousness, maybe that leads us astray. I don't know what vein. But
Alex, could I say something real quick? I just say that what they all have in common is that they try to explain mind in terms of something that mind is aware of already. And so, if whether it's information, they're talking about explaining like consciousness by an object within consciousness, and that's the fatal flaw of all of them.
But do they have like causal relevant? Sorry, do they have like causal relevant differences? You know, if the concept is pool ball to pool ball hit, and I explain that as like an orange ball versus a red ball.
Look,
Like,
nothing changes.
no,
Nothing changes, bro. Physics stays the same. We just don't make the extra claim that physics is all there is, right? Like everything, the regularities that we observe in nature hold. The idealist loves science. We're champions of science. We don't lose any bit of science, none of it, zero. We just acknowledge that there's an intrinsic nature that's unobservable by empirical methods.
And we do so because if you don't, you have the problem of trying to explain mind. Yeah, what physicalism does is it says mind is not part of nature. Basically, it needs to be explained by the things that are actually real, which are again that which mind is aware of, the physical.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between this, the universe being consciousness, and the universe being a mind? I don't see how I don't know how to envision if maybe you're saying like an Hegelian account of consciousness, maybe, if that's what you mean, like where he's like,
you can say a mind. It's mental in nature. It's just you're going to ascribe a human. Like if you want to ascribe a human mind, like all of the higher level mental functions, that's a different thing. No one's saying the universe is planning. It's
like, is it reflexive? Because I take a mind as being reflexive, history tracking, like
it is reflexive.
Yeah, it is.
It's just mental in nature. It's just mental in nature. It doesn't have to have.
We're just not going to ascribe to higher level cognitive functions of like a human mind, right? A human mind is different than mind simplicator, right? Like,
okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Could I ask a question real quick?
Go for it.
It seems to be that ultimately this discussion is based around the nature of things, right? And I feel like this is where the important gap is, because by saying that you're experiencing something, right, I don't think you're getting at the full picture of what it is that you're experiencing. Because I could say that I'm looking at something, right, and I'm having some sort of experience, but I feel like because of that, it's why it's so important to note this gap of what is the nature or what is the intrinsic nature of what it is that I'm looking at. Because if it is just physical, right, I can look at something and say, okay, this looks like something and I'm trying to describe what it is, or I'm feeling something that I'm trying to describe what it is. But just if we're only going to acknowledge the physical part of it, I feel like you're stripping away the full picture of what it is that you're looking at. Like, I don't think you can have a full picture of what an identity is of something by just having physical. What do you? Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're 100% on point, because I would say this, right? If we were to say that the world is just physical, we are saying that the world is only as it appears to my sense perceptions, because that is what it means to say it's physical. It means what we describe with physics in principle. What we describe with physics in principle can only ever be observations as the world appears to our sense perceptions. So again, to say that the world is just physical and only physical is what the physicalist is committed to. And what they're saying is the world is just
how it appears to my sense perceptions. It just feels absurdly naive.
Okay, yeah, I just listening to everything, and it just seems like if you're going to go the physicalist route, I feel like you're never going to get to truly what the identification of something is by nature, right? Like it has to be that way, right? Like
intrinsic nature. It cuts intrinsic nature out of the picture because the scientific method, empiricism, observation can only describe extrinsic nature.
So, I don't know if it necessarily begs the question on like we're just asserting that like consciousness is an entirely different thing than the physical. That's what it seems to be. We're saying this is different. Like it seems like I want to say something to the effect if I was to hold to like a weak emergentism, I would want to say something effective like 2 hydrogens and 2 oxygens are different. When they combine, they have an emergent property such that we call them oxygen. Now that's conceptually different, but like fundamentally those are reducible things. So we scale that up and we just eventually call something like, you know, kind of fractals like holds to certain rules and it still ends up becoming something entirely different. It seems like all we're doing here is just describing the physical using these terms like consciousness such that we don't even need them. It's just we can call consciousness physical.
I mean, what are you saying there? I mean, so you're saying that we can reduce, I can't remember the example you used, but some kind of chemistry to physics, right? And I would grant, yeah, we absolutely can. We can reduce biology to chemistry. In principle, we can reduce chemistry to physics. Like, absolutely. The problem is that you can't reduce consciousness to biology.
And you say we can't in virtue of the fact that you don't.
Sorry,
you don't.
go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. You say we can't because there is not an exact replica scenario or an absolute certainty of these individuals experiencing the same thing. But I want to say something effective like,
to simplify that, there's always going to be an epistemic gap, right? And for reasons that I'll point out in the debate coming up, an epistemic gap is a huge problem.
It's the same reason you can't derive the food from the menu, but you can derive the menu from the food.
Yeah, and that might be a function of our humility. Maybe there's a world where maybe I can imagine a world where we like create a reality. Like we have super smart machines that run on quantum mechanics or whatever in like a quantum computer or something such that they can perfectly replicate our world and the idea of consciousness. And like, I don't know if we just want to say, because I can't feel exactly what that thing's feeling, I don't know. That it seems if I can import things like I don't know.
It's the problem. It's the problem, though. It's the problem of just that you're trying to get the thing from the description of the thing. It's a very simple problem.
Well, and not only that, look, there's something really simple happening here, which is how can I salvage my worldview? Instead of thinking about what makes the most sense ultimately, the conversation is revolving around, well, if I make this assumption, what's the best way that I can make it work? And the thing is, it is the assumption that is the problem. It is the assumption that the physical gives rise to the mental. That's why you have to salvage it. The problem is also like the commitments of physicalism. We can't just say, oh, it's just like maybe inductively the case that, that person is like experiencing the same thing. This is not the same thing as knowledge. Right?
Your propositional knowledge is different than experiential knowledge. I grant that, but I also say that experiential knowledge is just like a different sense,
right?
In a way.
But like depending on what kind of flavor of physicalism you want to.
It's primary is the problem, though. Like all of the conceptual knowledge comes through the vehicle of the experiential. In other words, the descriptions come. The descriptions don't just exist on their own. They are grounded in experience.
One might want to say something to this, like say I imagine a world where I can like take a piece of somebody's brain and then put it in my like swap that piece out and put it in my brain. It seems like maybe I now have different propositional knowledge, such that if I can have different propositional knowledge through this like physical acquisition, it seems like I could just have different experiential knowledge. It seems like if I just like maybe I could imagine a world where I take out somebody's brain, part of the brain, put it back in, and it'll have a different memory. So it seems like memory seems relevant to like rerunning a simulation or new kind of knowledge sets. So it's kind of like a dream state set.
That's not how we understand things scientifically or conclusively. Right. Again, the physicalist is going to be committed to this idea of well, not every. It depends, like what you want to hold to. But like if you're a reductionist, you're committed to reduction, right? If you're claiming that it's emergent, you're committed to the idea that it's fully deducible. So that entails that, like in the future, at some point in principle, there's going to be a full mathematical theory that closes the gap between your knowledge and my knowledge. Like even what it's like to be me, like all of it has to be closed for reductive physicalism to be true.
But and it would you say it's wrong in that instance if there's two theories, or are those two just true in themselves and it's not problematic? It still accurate represents everything. It's just two different ways of thinking of it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I know you're referencing our conversation earlier about anti-realism, but I'm not sure how it applies here.
I think the thing on anti-realism was that whole problem with that conversation before was the definition of physical. What does it mean to be a scientific anti-realist? It means that you're saying that the physical isn't real. And if you're saying the physical isn't real, it's fine. You can say that, but you can't also at the same time say that you're a physicalist, because what physicalism means is the physical is the real. It is the ontological. So I think the whole conversation was just completely bonkers.
Literally. Like I kept asking him, "What is physical?" He's like, "Mass, spin, charge, or whatever he said." And I'm like, "Okay, you get that from physics, but if physics isn't the thing, if you're an anti-realist and you're saying that physics isn't the actual territory, then what is physical?" Oh, it just kept going in a circle. It's an empty referent.
That's what I said. The whole thing was based on the definition of physical being misused there, and then like the conversation doesn't make any sense after that.
And that's such a key aspect to all this, right? Because if we're talking about the nature of things, right, the physical has a nature as well, meaning, if I'm looking at like a sphere, right? So let's picture a sphere. And you're looking at this sphere has several properties, right? It's got physical properties, but it also has properties that, for example, the color of it, the texture of the sphere. There's several properties, and each of these properties, has an intrinsic nature, whatever that is. So by saying that the physical, right, which has its own nature, can do something such as explain the very nature of a thing, I think it's contradictory, because if we can concede that the physical has a nature, right, has a specific nature on its own, what you're trying to say is that, okay, the physical nature can also do stuff outside of its own nature, which would be also explain the nature of the thing that it's trying to represent. Because
you're saying that first you have an experience of feeling the roughness or feeling the shape, and then you make a description of that, and that's what we call the physical, whatever your description of that is.
Correct.
And what you're pointing to is that you can't then point to the description and say, you know what, I didn't need the experience to make the description. In fact, I'm going to get the experience from the description. This is totally incoherent.
Oh, no, wait. So I don't think
what you're saying is right. What you're saying is right. What I'm saying is the idea that somebody can say that the physical thing that you needed the experience to describe can be then brought back from only the description.
Right.
Is just like saying the number 10 can be 10 kilograms without ever having had an experience of lifting any weight.
Yeah. It's not coherent.
It's circular. We refer to the mind to define matter, and then we use matter to define the mind. It's just a mess.
I think it gets a little semantic on like what is the definition, just because we're using. I think like the whole idealism is like conceptualism, like the world is concepts, is more like what it makes sense to me. Like the world's made up of a bunch of concepts, but they're like still real.
But it's not concepts. Idealism is experience.
Yeah, sorry, it's the opposite. Yeah.
The world. It's the physicalist that says it's concepts.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, guys.
But like,
sorry. Can I play a little game with all of you?
I feel like I'm in Saw right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, as long as I don't get chained up.
Is this chainsaw?
No.
Like,
That, I'm gonna give you a claim. I'm just interested in your reaction on that claim. Okay, for all of you here. So, would you agree with the claim that the best raw statement about the nature of reality would be, and now I'm gonna give you a claim, there is a process which is called by us the universe, which is conscious of itself through the brain and experientially explore its own nature through the brain.
I mean, I think I wouldn't say through the brain necessarily. Like under my view, like strictly, no, I disagree. But if you want me to just throw you a bone, I could just say yes, but with an asterisk. Like, so yes.
But
look. Just to put it even more simply, we are the universe experiencing itself. Yes, I grant that.
Yes. But our level of experience, like the whole science, let's say science level of exploration, is through the brain, right?
Science level, no, it's through the mind.
Okay, all right.
The brain is something in the mind that appears in mind, right? So the brain is a physical thing, right? It's something that we observe.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but it seems like if we get rid of the brain, then there is no mind.
Yeah, but that's not what you asked, right? You're asking what's ontologically primary. When you say through the brain, you're making an ontological claim, and when we say through the mind, we're making an ontological claim. We're not saying to get rid of.
The whole analysis. Yeah.
We're not saying to get rid of the brain, right? The brain is the partial image of the mind under idealism. So yeah, if you take the brain away, in some sense, you're taking away my mind. Like same way, if you cut a piece of the brain away, in some sense, you're cutting a piece of my mind away. They're not identical, but the brain is composed of mind. It's how my mind appears to sense perceptions.
Okay, so let me ask the question in a different way. Do you think that universe is able to explore itself, like scientifically, or I would say like by senses?
That's what you are.
I know. I understand that. Do you think that?
So I think what might also be said here is like that's an important distinction, is like, does the mind, the universal mind, does that experience like we experience? Like, does it experience everything we experience? It seems like you say something to the effect of like, there's different whirlpools. I don't know why they're separate. Like,
so there's two questions baked in there. Maybe I'll give the whirlpool question to Stash, but does it experience like we experience? Are you experiencing the memory of what you ate for breakfast last Tuesday right now?
I can remember it in a different light. So no, yeah, I would say that these are distinct things. But if I was experiencing that moment at the same moment, I would say, yeah, I'm experiencing.
Look, it's real simple. All I'm asking you is, right now, do you remember what you ate for breakfast last Tuesday?
Maybe loosely. I think it was bagels.
I mean, what'd you eat for breakfast?
Bagels and cream cheese.
Are you sure, dude? That's a long time ago.
I'm actually a little consistent. I think it's my habit, but yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay,
you have a point to be made.
Look, all I'm saying is that the memory of what you ate for breakfast last Tuesday, whether or not it's being currently experienced, is an experiential state, otherwise known as a mental state, right? So, no, like there's nobody experiencing that mental state like directly to an ego. But it still exists. It's your mind is still composed of these mental states.
But Alex, I'm gonna tell you what kind of problem I've got with this analogy, because you're using a memory as an example in that analogy, but memory itself is based in the first place on an experience.
Memory is based on an experience. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an experiential state. Yeah.
Yes, that's why I've got a problem with you using that analogy on the level of the universal mind, because I can't catch it. I mean, it's not convincing me.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to be, that strict, I can grant that. All I'm saying is that because he was asking, I forgot what Common was asking. Why did I bring that up?
We were doing the separation of the universal mind versus your mind, did the whirlpool
You were
thing.
asking if it has a point of view like we do, and the
And
answer
then,
is
yes.
no.
Yeah.
The answer is no, but I was trying to give you a little extra context, right? So like there doesn't have to be a point of view for it to be consciousness, right? So like I was trying to drill down on the concept of an experience or a mental state, an experiential state, a state of reality which is intrinsically phenomenal. So that was what the memory thing was about.
Yeah,
I would I would just say that we don't know, really. I mean, we can posit that maybe, or
we
maybe
don't know.
not. We don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's the big thing is if you don't know how I feel, we definitely don't know how the universe feels.
I would say no.
Why we can't call it singularity? It's better word than consciousness, because singularity means we don't know.
I mean, you can if you want to.
Because honestly, I think that I told you like before, this is in my opinion, this is the main problem with idealism. It's using the word which is already associated with like some solid, you know what I mean? I'm not mean solid, but solid stuff like cognitive functions, right? Consciousness means experience. Experience is really associated with like cognitive functions, like senses. And then you're using that word for the universe itself on a fundamental level. And then I'm not surprised that you've got question like what the fuck does that mean? Because that's a solid question.
Look, so I can extend a branch here and I can say, yeah, in some sense, there is a lot of confusion around these terms. But I don't think we're using them in a way that is non-standard or contradictory, right? Like it's certainly the case that everybody has an idea of what they mean by consciousness. It's kind of like the God word, right? It's kind of very similar. But that doesn't mean that we have to stop using that word. Look, the literature is very clear. Like phenomenal consciousness has a very rigid definition. This idea that there's no good definition or that we should take like the neuroscience definition of consciousness, like I just don't grant that.
Yeah, it's also necessarily like dependent on physicalism, right? So like the mainstream view of what consciousness is defined by the mainstream view of physicalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the case is that what we can be certain of, that consciousness is in human experience or sentient entities experience. But if we're talking about entity as a universe, and we're trying to place consciousness word as a fundamental level of the universe, then we've got a big problem.
We're not saying meta consciousness. This is what most people don't understand. There are distinctions.
Maybe we should. There
are distinctions between these terms that we use that you can find in the philosophical like encyclopedias. I know that that's not how most people usually use those words, but that's not really my problem. Like we have definitions for like human experience is meta consciousness. It's not consciousness implicator, right? We have higher level cognitive functions. We have self-awareness, right? So when the idealist says consciousness is fundamental, we're not talking about any of that higher level cognitive like functioning.
Well, I guess what goes into though is if everything is consciousness, then that means everything is. If anything is thinking, everything is thinking. Correct? Or how do we break that?
If anything is thinking, everything is thinking.
I would say yes, but Alex would probably disagree with me.
If anything is thinking, everything is thinking. I mean, look, there's only one thing in existence, and that is consciousness. It's also not a thing. So when you say everything, are you talking about like stuff like atoms or like what do you mean?
I'm talking about the concept of consciousness, the one ontology.
The one ontology excites in different patterns. You can colloquially refer to that as the thoughts, but it's just activity of it's mental activity.
Yeah, everything is an activity in consciousness, basically.
So that imports the idea that like I should be able to feel what you feel. I should have the same I should be able to export.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is where the concept of dissociation comes in. No, we're dissociated from that field, right? We're a localized pattern of activity in that universal consciousness.
What caused that? Why are we delocalized?
The way I see it, I see it from like a process perspective. So like it's kind of self-referential. and everybody is self-referentially kind of different. There's different patterns of activity that we call our local selves. But yeah, I mean, Alex and Stash have a different way of thinking about it. So
Yeah, I mean, to kind of put it simply, I'm not going to pretend like I have some exact reason why dissociation occurs. It's kind of like asking why does the electron field fluctuate such that we get an electron? We don't really know. It just does, right? But it's something that we know occurs. We know dissociation is a thing. It's defined in the DSM-5. We know it happens, so like we can work out the details.
My question is do you think that's an equal explanatory gap that the physicalist has, or why do you think that gap is less cavernous than the physicalist?
Yeah, sure, because we know it happens. You can lay down, go to sleep, and dissociate right now into a totally separate physical world. We know that it's possible in principle. We know that it happens. You're dissociated from what you ate for breakfast last Tuesday right now, right? It's trivially true that dissociation is real, right? It's not trivially true, and there's significant logical burden to show that consciousness emerges from physical stuff. Like,
yeah.
You get where I'm going with this? It's not the same level of a problem at all.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it seems equivalent. Like when we did with the memory thing, and if I could like perfectly remember my last experience that I had, that it would just be like the whole world was that way. Like imagine a world where someone can like perfectly recreate their experiences
It's
through
not
memory.
your mind. The universal consciousness is not your mind. You're the localized pattern of activity within that, right? You are common ground. You are not that, like in this moment. Like what you are is the pattern, the localization. So it doesn't follow that you would have access to anything else.
So do you think like dreams are real? I guess.
Well,
are dreams reality?
No. Well, I mean, look, they're happening within reality.
yeah,
They're happening
a different
within
mode
reality.
of reality.
Okay, but like,
I mean, look, it depends on what level you want to talk at. If you want to talk at an
get all the way there.
Yeah, if you want to talk at an intersubjective level, then no, my dreams are not real at the intersubjective level.
And they're not real because why?
Because it's not observable to you, right?
I would disagree with that.
Depends on what level. Okay, go ahead.
I think so. There's been Silicon Valley are crazy, but there's been like synchronization of dreams where people have seen other people in their dream and have had an intersubjective like co-dream with each other. So yeah.
There's also shared hallucinations, which kind of play on the same thing. Like shared hallucinations happen. So I mean, look, if you're asking,
I think they're real to a certain like extent, right? To the extent to the localized individual, right? Like, are we saying that it's real in some objective, like external way to the individual? No, but I mean, it's real, right? Like it's a real experience that the individual had. So in that sense, you could say, okay, it's real, but I think we can make a distinction that did it happen outside of the agent's like mental state? Then no, it wouldn't be real. It's just go ahead.
Yeah, but I've got a quite different question for Alex. Alex, do you believe that after death there is still continuing in local subjectivity, some kind of?
No, there's no. Okay. If life is the localization, when life ends, localization ends.
All right.
So no, Alex K does not continue on after death.
Well, wait. I'm not being Alex K, because Alex K is an ego. I'm talking about, because I think we can separate an ego from local subjectivity.
No, that's what localization is. It's ego. Whether you're a plant, you have some rudimentary sense of ego, or you're an animal, or you're a human, right? Ego is the mechanism of separate. It is the mechanism of dissociation. So
okay, but when you're taking, for example, like heavy psychedelics, your ego dissolves and you're still there.
Well,
good. Real quick, you gotta use TikTok safe language, man. You can't talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
You mean the word "de"?
The
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just use use baby talk because TikTok
All
is
right.
silly over here.
Log out. So after log out from the system.
I can say it in a different way. Biology is the mechanism of localization, or it's what localization looks like from the outside. So when biology ceases, right, that means localization ceased.
So are you appealing to some kind of, there's something about life that generates localization?
No, there's something about localization that looks like life.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
I would say life goes beyond just biology.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, maybe. You're going to Michael Levin direction with that one, bro.
It looks.
But that would mean that would mean after log out from the system, there is only you as a conscious entity, and there is nothing else.
After log out, there is only consciousness, right?
Which is you.
So you got to think of it like an ocean, right? When an ocean organizes into a whirlpool, that whirlpool is what we call dissociation. It's what we call localization. It's what we call life, right? When the whirlpool stops whirling, that's synonymous with the body dying or unaliving. Sorry. So, the localization is also ceasing. It just goes back to being water, what it was the whole time. The water is no longer doing that thing that it was doing.
I like that analogy. That's a good analogy.
And you think there is no any kind of frame for some kind of experience, time space.
There's no dissociation by which, I mean, yeah, it depends on what you're asking, right? Like, yeah, space-time is a cognitive framework that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Under my view, like it's literally just a VR headset.
So basically, it sounds like this, generic claim that after your death, there's nothingness. Sorry for the word, I forgot.
After my death, there is nothing for Alex. That's correct, because I mean, the whirlpool stops whirling, bro. That's what Alex is. Alex is the whirlpool. When the whirlpool stops whirling, Alex goes away.
But if experience as well is dissolved, then it means basically there's nothing, right?
If by experience you mean ego dissociated experience,
sensual experience, senses.
Yes, yeah, that goes away.
Right.
But that's not the only way to experience. You can also experience by knowing intrinsically.
Yeah, there'd be a sense.
I'm not sure. What does that mean, honestly?
Bro, you don't need your sense perceptions to experience. You need consciousness for which to filter sense data through. You have to be conscious before you can sense anything on the outside. It's not the outside information that instantiates your consciousness.
I mean, so at this point,
there's inward knowing, not just outward knowing.
Yeah, there's an experiencer that's experiencing being.
I'm not sure I understand that, honestly, because it's hard to... Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
What I mean by that is, it's not that experience goes away, but yeah, you could say that sense data goes away. But experience is not fully encapsulated by sense data alone.
So what's left without sense data?
Intrinsic sense of being.
I think a good example would be like a sensory deprivation room. I know there's these rooms where you can go there and, I think they put you in a pool, and then it's fully dark. There's no sound in there, and the experiment is to just deprive you of your senses, right? And I think the thing is that when you're in there, Sure, I mean, you're deprived of most of your senses, but you can still experience, at the very least, right? Like, you're experiencing your own mind, your own thoughts.
Generally, like one of the initial senses that you have is just a proprioception, an idea of where you are in space. If you have nothing else, you just find some kind of relevant distinction. It seems like you'd have less of a coherent comprehension of that if you were like an infant and raised to 3 in a deprivation room, and all you knew was hunger, and like just that was like all your existence. Like you were a brain in a vat essentially up until 3 years old. Seems like.
So,
Ooh, go ahead.
No, because I've got another question for Alex. So go ahead.
No, that's fine. You can go ahead. I'll probably come up with something after.
No. So in that case, I would be interested. What do you think about so-called ego death experience, Alex?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, what do you want? Like, what do you mean?
I can tell you how I understand it based on my experiences and with using as well, heavy psycho stuff. So basically, my whole personality is like, I don't know. I wouldn't say like it disappeared or it's gone, but yeah, it's gone, and yet I'm still here present. I would say it's more vivid than ever was, and I guess this is what's called ego death experience. I couldn't describe myself as, for example, as that person, which I am on a daily basis.
Yeah,
that wouldn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's certainly the case that you can get closer to raw awareness with no content via like this ego death that you speak of, like emptying yourself out in a sense. So, but I mean, I'm not sure like what kind of response, like, are you, like, what do you ask? What's the deeper question here?
Because earlier we spoke about is there any difference between an ego and local subjectivity, and it seems to me like there is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I use the term ego in a general sense to refer to localization, but I guess if you're pushing me against the wall on this, I would more say it's more synonymous with what looks like metabolism. So as long as you're a biological being, you cannot fully, you're just going to be localized in some sense. So yeah, you can be egoless and there can be experience to speak of. But it doesn't mean that that's not a localized state of being still. Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that it's not localized, but I would say there is no ego in that case, in this very moment.
Yeah.
So it's normally, let me finish like this one sentence. On a daily basis, I would say there's like local subjectivity with an ego state, which basically is default network mode based on. And if you meditate or, take some stuff, or I don't know, maybe it's like just spontaneous enlightenment, then that ego structure is dissolved and there's only local subjectivity.
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I don't understand necessarily how taking a particular substance would delocalize you. It seems like
not delocalize. No. I mean, dissolve an ego. Your like personality structure.
It's not that it delocalizes you. It's that it assists you in emptying out everything that distracts you from pure awareness.
But you soak it
because
back.
Personality is not the same as consciousness. Basically, consciousness can be present without active personality, so to speak. Or maybe personality is a bad word. I would say ego.
So, I mean, you gotta
understand the narrative in your mind.
Under an idealist view, so like life is the process of localization or dissociation, whatever you want to call it. And then like any higher level cognitive functions like meta consciousness or ego awareness are going to be what's the word, like furtherments of that dissociation, of that localization. So the more strongly I have a self, the more strongly localized I am, the deeper the whirlpool is.
Okay, so the stronger the sense of self, the deeper the whirlpool. Now,
I have a deeper whirlpool than a deer than an ant.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, they have a strong sense.
Hey, I want a deeper whirlpool.
I mean, maybe you do in some regard if we're staying consistent with the analogy. Sure, maybe.
But you know, Hinduism is making interesting distinction because there's like Brahman, which is like an ultimate reality, like true fundamental, and there's like Atman, which is like universal consciousness, and I believe Atman is what in idealism would be consciousness. But Atman can localize itself.
No, the Brahman is the universal.
Yes, Brahman is universal, but Brahman is above identity. It's like it's not possible to define. Basically, it's above being and not being.
Isn't the Atman just like the higher self? Like, but isn't that localization already? Look,
Atman is universal consciousness, which can be grasped by like an illusion of self.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm not real well versed. Yeah. Hindu philosophy specifically.
But basically, the whole idea is that if you meditate, for example, your goal is to achieve enlightenment, then if you will achieve it, then your personality dissolves into Atman, and then basically this is like full connection, the highest connection with consciousness of the universe itself. And you understand as well that consciousness, that Atman, is the one with the Brahman itself. There is no distinction between them. This is a lot of paradoxes here, but I would say it's really, really nice mechanism.
There's something interesting here that you can acknowledge no matter what your worldview is, which is that regardless of the ontology, regardless of idealism or physicalism, it certainly is the case that what you believe about the world, including what you believe about yourself, shapes the way the world seems to you. And some of that can be extremely detrimental. So if there's any kind of technology, whether it be meditation or some kind of molecular technology, we'll call it, that will allow you to empty out those beliefs and see what's underneath them, and get closer to raw awareness without these beliefs, I think it's a big W, no matter what your worldview is.
Yeah, that's true. I will tell you that I've got really heavy experience with DMT, and it's so tempting, based on that experience, that this local subjectivity is after that as well. But I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that it's really hard to resist.
So I have another conceptual question which goes in a slightly different direction, if you don't mind. The idea here is that do we believe that the universe, that there's, or at least there's no reason to believe that the universe isn't infinite and always existing and will always exist?
Yeah, I see no problem with the idea.
So basically, the question that follows up here is that if the world is infinite, then all possible situations are re-experiential, such to the effect that experiences could be replicated again and egos could be replicated again. Do you agree or disagree?
Ask it again.
Sorry. If everything is infinite, and all time goes on for infinitely, it seems like I can imagine a world where could be infinite numbers of me, infinite number of the exact same experience that happened like me, such as the same the effect of like determinism element, which that would mean that things could have the same experience in a cyclical.
I can't say anything conclusively. I'll just make a distinction. Like there's a difference between temporal infinity and spatial infinity.
No, I think he meant something different, and I understand what you mean, Como. But I wouldn't say that it's exactly the same. It could be like almost the same. But there is no another you, the same another you somewhere in the infinite universe. But it could be similar, like almost the same.
Well, we want to say something is the effect of that it's not made up of the same. Well, I don't even know what it means to be made up of something that isn't consciousness if we're the same thing, or made up of the same different world pool, because we're still stipulating particles at some point. So when we say that consciousness is, sorry, go ahead.
My bad. Just a little addition. Look, because I just realized this. What you're saying is that right now, common ground is having the experience of localization with certain whatever experiential properties, physical properties. This is an exact moment in time in 2025. So actually, if we think about it, even given infinite spatial and temporal dimension, it's not possible, right? Like if you take all the properties of your experience right now, you can't, that's not replicable.
Sorry, why is that replicable? All I'm saying is qualitatively replicable. It may not be the case of the exact same particulates setup, but maybe they do at some point statistically. But particulates don't matter. Everything is made up of the same stuff. So I don't know why I couldn't have like the exact same thing didn't play out. Essentially, I mean, depending upon what your theory of time gets into, too. We don't even, like, if you say time loops in on itself, too, it's like, well, then it's all the same causal loop chain of time, such that it is the exact same experience. And you go,
I guess I just wouldn't understand what it would mean to say the exact, I can't even conceptualize of
if
my experience happening in a different sense. Like I don't.
So imagine that your experience is just a moment in time, but imagine time is a loop. If time's in a loop, then all it means is that you're back at the same start or
is
the
that
same
still
finish.
Me?
That's still you, because you're in this time loop, because you're part of consciousness and all this other stuff. And it was always determined that at some point that this repeat of the loop would end up happening.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind
It's
of
a little bit.
I don't know.
It's a little bit depressing idea, honestly. I would say it might be repeating itself, but any time it repeats itself, it's slightly different based on previous experience. But this is like spiritual talk, after death mechanism, reincarnation, and so on. So I'm not claiming that's.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like if there's somehow always ending up different, then there'd be something that would just have to, like, some kind of causal force that would ensure that these are never the exact same, because like either we're all made in God's image and that makes us all unique, or somehow different and not in a time loop, whatever that might mean, or like kind of like a one electron theory or something. But like if you don't posit that, then it seems like in an infinite world we're on this loop, if time's a loop, which especially if time's a concept of the mind, then like we're all just a thing.
Well, honestly, I believe that foundation is as well. Evolution is fundamental as well. So universe evolving after all, and I think on the highest level, whatever that means, evolution is still, active.
Hey, can I say something, guys? How are you guys? By the way, everyone's good.
Good to see you.
Excellent. So I come from the Eastern perspective. And what I've seen in them is that what they're trying to track, the only reason they even track logic is to get the understanding of the meaning of source. So they use logic as a bridge to actually go into non-conceptual realities, which is why they do meditation, right? And Buddhism was really like using that scientific method internally, because he was auditing, like, what is this, like, what are all the components of the self? Because he said things were dependent, or they originated, everything had a dependency or contingency. So to find what's fundamental, you would have to go inside yourself, right, and track all these things. Are you your sensation? Are you your thoughts? Are you your feelings? He had actually like 33 categories, right? So these yogis get to a place where they're basically separating themselves from thought, right? To the point that thought is not affecting them anymore. And then they get to these states of trance, right? And this can only happen through direct first-person experience. No one can do this for you, right? So basically, so that's why science doesn't really work into understanding yourself, because you're basically using objective reality, but you can't live an objective reality. You only live your reality, which is your subjective self. So it would make sense to start auditing yourself, right? Which is based on stillness. You know, that's why they go through all the different techniques of postures, breathing, and all that, so they can have stability in their stillness, so they can observe all the causes, all the internal cause and effects. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yes.
Earlier, I believe it was Kodo that said that, you know, things like meditation would dissolve the ego. My question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Like, I'm not an expert on Buddhism, but wouldn't that be actually refining the ego? I don't see why meditation would lead to dissolving the ego. Why?
Yeah, it becomes real subtle. All right, so this is what happens. That's why the different samadhi states refine this subtlety. So you become less and less. You start you start losing the description of things internally and externally, because you're trying to bridge. You're trying to get out of basically subject and object merge. That's why it's non-dualism. So you don't see you and you don't see an outside, right? Of course, this takes a lot of time. So they're subtle. This is actually why Buddhists were having debates with the Hindus, because the Hindus were based on self, and Buddhism, when he came in, he was like, there's no self at all, right? So they get to a point. I mean, it's kind of semantics in a way, but you know, that was the argument. But at the end of all, Buddha got to a place where he said, I can't describe anything. Like anything you try to say that is, it's not going to be it, because it's not the reality itself. And I cannot, and you can only experience that reality in yourself, and you'll see that it's everything, but there's nothing that you can grasp on it, right? And that was his finding. That's why it was hard. When you get to those states, it's really hard to explain it. But when you get to lower states, you can actually still have qualities that you can explain. Like some people would say, like, okay, at this state, there's a lot of heat, a lot of bliss. You feel euphoria. You feel that you can hold your breath for a long time. Lack of, you don't feel hungry. You don't feel thirsty. You know, they tracked a lot of this stuff. They actually documented a lot of it. But at the end, well, it's an interesting question, because at the end, these people who supposedly have gone into a place of non-ego, right? They still come back to reality and still use their personalities, right? So it's not like a place where you completely lose the tool of the ego.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree with that. After all, it's not like about ego's death. It's more like about making your ego healthy.
Yes.
Okay, and that was my next question. Is
yes.
What is it? What is it meant by dissolving the ego, and can it be dissolved completely? That was going to be my next question.
Yeah, it means that the awareness, which is beyond subject and object, have taken completely the embodiment of that being, where where it's like, you know how we're like kind of have compulsions to think, like we can't stop thinking. Imagine being in a place where you can't stop being still or silent. That's what samadhi is. Like you're so good at it that it's harder for you to think. It's harder for you to think than non-think. And then you get to a place of completely where you're observing reality, because you're not caught by any of the cause of effects of appearances, sensations, thoughts, or anything.
It seems like that's like being able to have conscious control of your ego, an on and off switch and cognition of what it has.
That's part of it, for sure. Until you, actually, you're kind of right, because they explained it as the elephant being in front of the horse, like the mind, and then how you get to a point where you're in front of the elephant, and there's like 9 stages of it. So yeah, but at a certain point, you get in front of the elephant, and that's the part that becomes kind of hard and abstract. That, as you know, it's just hard to describe, because you're going into places that are nothing that you can conceptualize.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, it seems like if we could conceptualize it, if we could cognition that fact of this elephant, then we would have that ability or understanding to do that disassociation.
Yeah, well, that's part of the epistemology. That's what they described. Yeah, they actually have a system. They actually have a system on describing what all the different components of what the mind is. They actually categorized like this, and so you would see what not to get caught up in.
So when I got another question, when there's an attempt to look internally, is there an attempt to realize, right, some intrinsic existence or intrinsic reality by which all these things are connected, meaning consciousness, the ego, right? Basically what I'm trying to ask is, when one is attempting to do this, right? When one is attempting to look inside it and check these internal things, right, for lack of a better word,
yeah,
are we ultimately trying to tap into at least realizing, right, that there is an intrinsic connection between all of these things, or is there a different type of realization, right? What's your view?
That's interesting. So that I could better explain that in a Hindu way, because they call that Shiva and Shakti. So in there's an action, there's a quality, there's two main, they call it mother and father. So father would be pure seeing, pure observation without any effect, and then mother would be all sensation, right? And they're kind of dual, because what they say that if you see without any sensation, you're impotent based on what you can do. But if you're caught up in complete sensation, you're lost as the doer. You can't see. So that's like the Shiva Shakti thing. So that's kind of a hard one to separate of what you're saying, because you're refining all the feelings that you have, emotions and actions. Those things are being refined in meditation. They're becoming more subtle. So your feelings are becoming less heavy and lighter, right? And you're gaining different qualities of experience sensationally, right? And then at the same time, your sight is becoming clearer, because your attention is not being caught up by anything.
So is it safe to say that there's a state where you might be feeling some sensory of these intrinsic truths, right, or intrinsic things? Now, that's not necessarily to say that you fully understand them, but in this stillness, right, it's safe to say that in this stillness, you're somehow experiencing or feeling these intrinsic truths, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you fully understand them. It is like, do I make sense?
Well, yeah. Well, so it both happen. So there's a point where you get to a point where you're starting to understand something, but you're not sure what it is. But as you continue, it becomes clear. It becomes almost like what you say, claricognizant, like it hits you and you know. So this is what they say, that when you get to these levels, it's pre-logical. Where that awareness is already the knower. So you don't have to think about these things. These things are automatically known in stillness, and everything will be revealed, right?
I got you. I'm beginning to understand what you're trying to say, right? Because again, I'm foreign to Buddhism and Hinduism, but I'm understanding what you're trying to say better.
Yeah. Because they're basically saying is that right, like consciousness is fundamental, awareness is fundamental, and that because of this awareness, I mean, you could say it's a presence, it's a knowingness, right? This knowingness is where we even get the cognition to get logic from, right? So logic comes after the awareness, but we use logic, right, to get a clarity in our world. Like we need or everything will be incoherent, right? So we do need logic, but the mother of logic is basically a state of stillness and awareness and knowing.
Stillness.
Yeah, it all goes back to stillness. Yep.
I just want to give it to Alex. I feel like he had like 2 debates before the actual debates. So.
Alex is debating on this platform.
Hopefully it was a warm up and not a burn down.
I was about to say, like,
yeah, we're Gucci, bro. We're good.
Yeah, good job, Alex.
Good job. Definitely held your ground.
Definitely respect for Alex.
So Coco, day of debates, TikTok will go live, or we're gonna do it here.
We're gonna do it here. It's a Cocomania event.
Got it.
Oh, yeah, whenever you guys see on the promo, whenever you guys see Cocomania, that means I'm hosting it. But if it's a Day of Debates thing, it'll just say Day of Debates event.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna drop, but I appreciate everybody having the conversation. It's been really interesting, and hopefully we've all gleaned some more from it. I was definitely gonna take some notes here and make some considerations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool, bro. I'm gonna drop too. I'm gonna hear the debate though, but I gotta drop because I got things. Great meeting y'all, and hopefully we'll converse again sometime.
Yeah, come back
and host if you.
anytime. You both are welcome here.
All right, thank you, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going too. It was nice talking, and good luck, Alex, on your debate. I'll be tuning in, but yeah, I'll go too. Thank you for your time.
So, to my understanding, it's going to be me, Saul, Tiny, and a fourth one, or no? Because I thought someone else asked to be a judge too.
Yeah, it's gonna be you, Saul, Tiny, Jordan, and then there's gonna be another person.
I don't know who Jordan is.
Alex, he requested Placide Saul, and then this other guy his name starts with an M. Or like
it's Wajud.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Christ before Jesus. He said that I looked like I'm about to sell solar panels.
Nah, dude, it's a little classier than a solar panel salesman. Nah, I don't grant that.
I couldn't fuck with the fact that you take.
We get a lot of those here, in Texas.
Yo, this is gonna be great.
I had a solar panel salesman try to knock on the door one time, and there was a chicken in my front yard. My dog fully ran out the front door and bit the chicken. There was a tuft of feathers that flew everywhere. The dude thought it was hilarious. I didn't.
My my grandma, she owned no, sorry, not my grandma. I was living with my grandma at the time, and my the neighbor, he had a chicken, and it would always crow in the morning. Pretty soon after I moved in, my dog had come with me, and she was helping taking care of the dog. One day, she didn't hear the chicken anymore. She didn't hear it it was a rooster. She didn't hear the rooster anymore, like crowing. And she was like, huh, that's weird. Then she goes outside, and all she sees is the feet and a little tuft of feathers. And she figured out why there wasn't a rooster anymore. For some reason, when the neighbor came up and asked her if she had seen his rooster, she was just like, no, I didn't see him. And then she always says, like, well, I technically wasn't lying. I never saw the rooster. I just saw its feet and its feathers.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I think I remember when I was like tackling like the idealist take. I remember when I first like heard of idealism, it was like a year or two. Like it's actually when I first met Stash. So when I first like tackled idealism, and I don't know if I gave I gave better criticism now than I did then, but like I'm not too sure the best criticism against like idealism. I think there's one thing that valid inference. Yeah, like Eric, he runs like one argument because I think he's also an identity theorist, and he wants to say something like he makes this like reductio where if you feel pain, it doesn't make sense to say you feel pain in Canada, like the instantiation, the pain that you feel is coming from Canada, is where is pain coming from?
Why would we say it's coming from Canada?
Yeah, because since he hosts like identity theory, he wants to say like clearly when you feel pain, that's some function of the brain. It's not like a function of something that's some spatial location elsewhere. I don't know how he runs it particular.
Yeah, we're gonna get into identity theory because that's what Mike holds to. Although he does hold to like a personal version, I should say. He says it's identical to bioelectricity, which is a little odd, but so we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know what the vibe of the panel is, but I came back because I didn't get to hear Alex earlier when he was talking about being an atheistic idealist, and I don't know if you like went in depth explaining that. But can you give me like a brief description if you already did go in depth?
Yeah, it's just the view that consciousness is the fundamental reality, and that everything else reduces to it.
So how would the universe work? Like, are you saying that it's like all subjective reality?
It depends on how you. I mean, technically yes, but if you mean that it's all in your head, then no.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like an individualistic subjective. If what I hear correctly from Stash and Alex, it's that there's kind of like this one mind, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And everything
and
is...
we're all like individual experience of this greater mind.
Yeah, localizations.
Yeah, you could think like Braham, I think. And I think that's one way some help me understand. Still,
You believe in that and not even, are you agnostic towards, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bobby. Are you agnostic towards theism or are you certain?
Yeah, it's just not what theism entails. You can certainly be an idealist and also be a theist, but the adoption of a theistic label is going to come with extra descriptors, extra ontological commitments that I wouldn't make.
Makes it like comport to reality better, right? Because you don't have these extra descriptions.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I don't have to like talk about these omni properties. Like, there's no reason in the world to use the word God. Like, it's just a natural existence.
Forward to this debate, like I don't know too much about idealism, but I know like depending on how this goes, it'll change a lot of my metaphysical worldviews. So,
Alex, that one thing you're talking with J Mike, what was the contention there?
What? When I was talking to J Mike?
Yeah, what was the contention there?
It was about the knowledge argument, which is Mary's room, which we're going to get into. But he was just saying that the idealist is begging the question in a certain sense that I don't really want to get into right now. And I was saying that, no, the physicalist is begging the question in a certain sense. And it was just all about Mary's room.
Like are you talking about like substances or like?
You know what Mary's room is?
No, I mean I know what it is. I mean, are you talking about when you say begging the question?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to get into details, but that's all I really want to say about it.
Oh yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, if you can, tap your screens, like the live, share it with anybody that you can. The debate's going to happen in T-21 minutes, T-minus 21 minutes. I guess I'm waiting on my judges, and yeah, this debate is going to happen in 20 minutes now. But yeah, like the live, share it with anybody that you think might be interested, and we'll be getting started in 20 minutes.
Yeah, the thing with J Mike, it was really over not much of anything at all. It's just the case like that when I run my own live, I don't do the whole thing where like we're yelling over each other and muting each other. So like if I have to mute you several times, like it's just gonna be, and it just pisses people off when you mute them. So it just gets worse. So that's all that was.
I know that J Mac had this particular contention that he has with like, I don't know, like him, I don't know, Flobby something I say the same words, but I know he has this particular contention with idealism and the idea of what knowing means here.
What knowing means?
Yeah, like how, I think he really described it like how do we, like content, like mental content, where does that come from? And that's one thing that he likes to talk about.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're kind of presupposing that it has to come from somewhere. Look, in physicalism, there's such a thing as intrinsic quantum fluctuations. So even at the base level of reality, we have these, according to the physicalist, these quantum fields. It's just in their nature to fluctuate, right? The fluctuations don't come from somewhere. It's just what it does.
So in the same sense, we can just say mental contents don't need to come from somewhere. It's just the intrinsic fluctuation of this universal mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I just know that's one view that he likes to like go by. Maybe he's changed that contention since then and have something else. Maybe.
Yeah, one of the judges, well, maybe I won't speak on that, but that is a contention that people bring up, but it's kind of just begging the question in the sense that you're assuming that contents have to come from somewhere else. I don't think there's really anything. I mean, it certainly is the case that in our experience, we do get a lot of mental content from what we would say is outside of us, namely sense data, right? But it's certainly not the case that that's the only source of mental contents.
Yeah. Maybe not. Was that what I'm not sure that's J-Ma's contention when he was talking to you, or something different? Probably something different.
No, when he was talking to me, no, it was just about that one thing, the Mary's room thing, begging the question bullshit. That was really it. He just got like really heated really quickly.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you don't have to go into it now. I know you're talking about it in the debate. I'm not too sure what part of Mary's room was begging the question, but I know you're gonna expound in your talking mic, so I'll wait for that.
Thank you for being here. What do you want me to call you? Wadat?
Yeah, that's cool. Wadat is fine.
Yeah.
Peace, everybody. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you. He's one of our judges.
Hey guys, let me ask, could it just be as simple as like any mind independent ontology would have to posit that experience comes from the absence of experience, and it's like something cannot give what it doesn't have. It's almost like saying something coming from nothing, like experience comes from something that's 100% not experience.
Yeah, I agree with you, obviously, but they're just not going to see it that way. They don't see experience being that categorically different from anything that underlies it.
Yeah, Jordan.
I mean, I can totally see where you're saying something coming. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I just don't understand why the effect must have the cause. Like the cause must contain properties of the effects, something like that.
Yeah, there's got to be. Well, let me just be quiet for now.
I'm just not.
Coco, real quick. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Coco, real quick. Who's politically incorrect on Discord on TikTok? Like, I know who politically incorrect is on Discord. That's his name. But like, who's he on TikTok? And is he one of the judges?
No. He said he couldn't make it. He was going to be busy. So our judges so far is basically Buddhist Bear, the two individuals beneath him, and then Placide and Tiny Science. Well, there's Tiny Science, so we're just waiting on Placide.
Okay. 10-4.
Let me know if you need me to drop.
I'll probably have all the mods drop, and then only have the debaters and the judges on for the debate. That's really it. But until then,
that works.
Be able to have one mod on, because you only need one more judge and then Mike on here.
Yeah, but also like,
yeah,
I do want it to look like a little bit clean, and then I'll just be moderating for the most part. The mods will just be watching like the comments, because people come in and like throw like inappropriate comments sometimes during these big debate events.
10-4, and thanks for the gifts. I didn't see who put them, but thank you.
Hey Jordan, without going too deep into it, I know because you're about to be a judge. What's your view on idealism altogether?
Geez, put me on the spot, will you? Look, I think lots of positions. I'll say this: I think lots of positions can be well argued for, right? I think that to do that well, there's a lot of other background things, depending on the particular flavor of what we might call idealism. There's a lot of other background things you have to argue well for, right? So I think I think it can be a viable position.
Well, what about the argument, like if you take away all subjectivity, let's say you take away all life, I think emergence would be completely meaningless because it would all just be the same underlying stuff in change. Like wetness is just matter in motion. It's all the same stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the conclusion is there. I mean, yeah, wetness is matter in motion. It's a weakly emergent property. But like, what are you saying? What's the deeper?
Well, I guess the experience would be something of a different kind. So you're saying like if experience is an emergent property, I'm wondering if emergence is even like ontological.
Yeah, well, that's the point in contention, right? Does it make sense to say it's an emergent property? The physicalist is just going to obviously say it's not as categorically different as you're trying to make it seem. Like, and so the burden is to show why it's not the case.
But yeah. I always get nervous before like these debate events. Like it looks like I'm calm, but like I'm literally freaking out. I don't even know why.
Are you literally shaking right now?
Oh no. It's just like, I don't know, whenever I'm about to do something important, I always get the jitters, but like...
Okay, so what would be a rebuttal to something can give what it doesn't have?
That's the issue with that. What's the issue? I was like,
well, where do we see something giving what it doesn't have?
I can't think of anything right off the gate, but
can you finish chewing first, please, Bobby? For fuck's sake.
Sorry, and chocolate. Yeah.
So is this a contradiction? P can give what's not P, or not P can give what's P?
There could be that. Yeah,
contradiction.
Yeah. Yeah. You can make a contradiction like P has X and P doesn't have X, something like that.
So I'm thinking if any mind-independent world ontology is incoherent, then you just basically forced us to some form of idealism, some form where experience is fundamental.
Okay, really quick, I do have to drop somebody. Our final judge is here, so.
I shall drop.
I'll drop.
Okay.
I might drop in a bit too.
Let's see. And then Placide. Thank you for being here, Placide. Thank you all the judges for being here.
Thanks for having me. What's good, guys?
Absolutely.
What's good, Soul?
But for the record, during my debate events, I'm never playing video games. I kind of recently stopped that. I just stopped streaming video games when I play, when I'm hosting debate events. I used to stream video games during like debate events, but I'm not doing that anymore. So basically on YouTube and Twitch right now, it was showing my video gameplay, but like now it's just showing TikTok on the screen, and I closed my game.
Oh, so this is uploaded, right? At some point?
Yeah, so right now it's streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and like afterwards, those recordings are going to stay on YouTube and Twitch. But I am going to take the TikTok footage and like edit it in the sense of I'm gonna change the background, but leave the whole thing. I'm not gonna cut any parts out. I just do a full like run of the thing, and all I
Okay.
do is edit the background. Make
Yeah,
it
because
look
I was trying to decide if I needed to be screen recording, but I guess not, right? If you're going to have it publicly available.
Yeah, to be honest, I think before I go to sleep tonight, I'm gonna like stay up and like edit it and then post it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's cool. No rush, bro. I just want to make sure I would have access at some point to it.
Absolutely. Hatim. I'll let Hatim come up. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 judges. And then yeah, we're just waiting on like Mike. And then yeah, we'll get started in 8 minutes. Mike. I just sent him an invite.
Who's he debating?
Alex K. Let's see. There we go. Well, you got any final questions for us, the team? Oh no. Where are
No
you at?
question.
It's bright as F right there. Or I don't know why I'm not cursing.
I'm on the West Coast, so of course it is.
Cold beans, cold beans. But
Just
yeah.
drop by.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just gonna make another announcement.
No, nothing. I'm just chilling. Taking an afternoon stroll. I'm not judging, just observing.
Oh, and then someone asked me my YouTube channel. Let's see if I have a screenshot of it. Let's see. I can find it. Effects. Let's see. I screenshotted it earlier because I made a video for somebody who was asking for my YouTube channel. Oh, and this is I'm not sure if you can see that, but it's like it's MR_CO_CO3. I post all my debates here, and I've sorted everything into playlists. So if you want to see like every single debate I've done, it's on there. If you want to see like certain day of debates events, because sometimes we host multiple debates for debate events, it's on there in different playlists. Everything's organized. So yeah, if you go to YouTube, it's MR_CO_CO3. So Mr_Co_CO3. And basically that's my YouTube channel. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. We're going to start in 6 minutes. We're waiting for Mike Brigandi. All 5 judges are on here. And tap the screen, like the live, share it with anybody who you think might be interested. And yeah, I look forward to this debate. To be honest, the whole discussion that we had before the debate, I was thinking about changing my position on like whether consciousness comes from the brain. But let's see how this debate goes. And this is actually a topic I'm very interested in. So yeah, someone told me that before. When I first started TikTok, they said CO3, carbon trioxide. Or I don't know, I have like a bunch of nicknames. But how's everyone feeling? Judges, contestants? No, I think Mike is gonna show up in 5 minutes. He's not dodging. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, was someone gonna say something?
No, I was just saying I'm good. I was responding. You know, someone made a comment down there. They said Atheist Blitz even says materialism is false. That's true. He is saying that now.
Interesting.
Yeah, he says
atheism doesn't turn on materialism. So of course
that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant, but he does say that he's no longer a physicalist because nobody can give him a good definition of what physical is, which kind of goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, Coco, with one.
Okay. Wait, here, say that one more thing. What was it about again? Say it one more time.
Yeah, Blitz. You talking to me?
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, Blitz says he's no longer a physicalist because nobody can give him a good definition of what physical is. And I was just saying that goes back to, I don't know if you were playing a game or whatever, or if you were paying attention to the conversation, but it goes back to what we were talking to one about, how physical is a kind of an empty referent. But anyway,
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I did hear that part in the beginning. Oh, I just saw Mike Brigandi pop in here. Let's see. But he might have popped out. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, we have everybody that we need. Mike Brigandi, how are you feeling?
You guys, yeah, pretty good.
Good. Now, do you guys want to wait until 7 o'clock, or do you want to go get started? We can get started right now.
I don't care.
Okay, I guess I'll do I'll do a preview speech, but and then we'll get into it. So we got 79 people in here. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. This is awesome. This event's going to be awesome. If you can, like the live, share the live with anybody who you think might be interested. And yeah, we're basically getting started. Right now, I'm hosting the debate for Cocomania, the consciousness hysteria, basically. This debate is clearly over, does materialism explain consciousness? Mike Brigandi and Alex K were having some disagreements on whether materialism could explain consciousness, so we decided to host this formal debate, settle it once and for all, I guess. We have 5 fantastic judges that stepped up. Mike Brigandi agreed to having Jordan and Tiny Science as his judges. Alex K agreed to Placide Saul and Wadat as his judges. And the neutral judge is going to obviously be Buddhist Bear in order to settle the score out of 5. For this debate, everyone, I hope that you put your personal biases aside, hear what the debaters are saying, learn something from this, maybe have something you could take away. And we're going to have the judges vote for who the winner is, and we're also going to have audience vote. And then I guess lastly, before we start the debate, any gifts, any extra change that you guys might have, please gift the judges and the contestants first. They're taking time out of their day to entertain you guys. And if you have any spare change, feel free to gift me, fulfill my gift goal. It helps me to manage my channel, but you don't have to. We just appreciate you guys being here and watching the debate. That is awesome enough. You guys are taking time out of your day to watch this debate, to be on my channel. I appreciate that. But gift the judges, gift the debaters, and then lastly, gift me. I'm just keeping time. But with that, we're going to start our debate. The affirmative is going to get, basically the format for this debate is it's going to be 7-minute openers, 5-minute rebuttals, 2 rounds of 10-minute cross-examinations, and 4-minute closers. The affirmative is going to start, which is going to be Mike Brigandi. So you're going to get 7 minutes on the clock, and I will put a TikTok timer on you. And it basically starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so thanks guys for being here. Thanks for the hosts for hosting. So I'm a materialist, or to be more precise, in modern settings, I'd be called a physicalist. I believe that everything is made of the entities described by fundamental physics. Now, obviously, consciousness is explained under this view, as I take consciousness to be itself a physical process. Now, David Chalmers, a philosopher, has raised this hard problem of consciousness, right? This is really the main motivation for my opponent's view, where he says, well, maybe you can know everything about physics, about my brain states, and how perception is correlated to consciousness, but that wouldn't tell us what experience is, right? Like what experiencing the color red is, right? And he calls this qualia. So we ask, how can basically the physical stuff yield qualia? Well, to me, qualia, they are physical processes. So in particular, it's neuronal bioelectricity. And I can get into the fancy physics about this, right? Ion channels, oscillations of electrochemical impulses. But ultimately, consciousness or subjective experience is going to be identical to this physical process. So for example, the experience of the color red is itself the brain activity in the brain. And this perfectly aligns with the empirics. It explains why when you alter the brain, you predictably alter experience. Why anesthesia removes consciousness, right? Why when you damage the brain, you also respectively damage experience. Why when there's no function in the brain, there's functionally no experience. So, materialism explains consciousness the same way it explains everything else, by showing that it is a real causally effective phenomenon arising from physical structure, governed by discoverable laws. So often people will say, how is consciousness produced from mental processes? But no, I think that the mental process in itself is consciousness. They are identical, right? So I'm an identity theorist for this reason. And I take consciousness to be weakly emergent of physical phenomena in the brain and the body. In other words, when I say weak emergence, I mean on higher level scales, there's a novel property, consciousness, that emerges, but it is all still reduced to physics. There's no new ontology being added, right? So I'm not a dualist in this perspective. Everything is physical or material. Now, David Chalmers, in his 2002 consciousness paper, he describes the hard problem of consciousness, but also gives us a few paths that people can take in response to this problem. The problem being, what is experience like? How do we know what it's like to be experiencing? Now, of course, my response to this is going to be a type B materialist or physicalist. So I say that I recognize this epistemic gap between third-person facts and first-person experiences, but I reject that there's any kind of ontological gap here. It's purely epistemic, which is a common thing to have in the realm of physics, mainly because I can't be other atoms, right? I'm constrained to my own atoms. So clearly there's an epistemic block in between my experience and somebody else's experience. I can't be your experience. I can't experience what it's like to be a cat or a dog because I just don't have those atoms. But my opponent is under the impression that because this epistemic gap exists, that therefore it must follow that physicalism as an ontology is false or has major flaws. But again, my opponent, in order to do that, in order to show that materialism can't account for consciousness, he would have to show the ontological gap. Now, there are a few arguments against materialism, and I'll go through two of the main ones here. The first one is the argument from knowledge. So this basically says, for example, Mary is a scientist. She knows everything there is about physical facts about the world. She knows everything about colors in terms of, their frequencies of lights and the photons, the different cones and rods in the eye, the visual cortex, everything. She understands everything about the physics. However, she lives in a completely black and white world where she doesn't experience color. She hasn't yet experienced color. She lives in a black and white world, right? However, one day color is introduced to her. And so she does experience color one day. And so the opposition wants to say, well, it seems like this person gained new knowledge. They gained a new understanding of what colors are. But in response to this, I take the ability response. What I'm saying is, Mary doesn't actually learn any new propositional knowledge when she experiences the color red. She's merely accessing already known information in a different way. Like, for example, if I know cubed boxes have 6 sides, I may experience the box from 2 different points of views and see 2 different sides, right? If I look at the box from another direction, I might see another side, but I didn't learn anything new about the box propositionally. I just learned a new way to access the box. So that's why this argument fails. Another argument is, which my opponent's likely going to use, is an argument from deducibility. So it says something like, well, if you're going to be weak emergentist, you're going to have to assume that consciousness is completely deducible from physical facts. That's what physicalism entails. As a weak emergentist especially, it must follow that consciousness can be completely explained and deduced from physical facts, which I agree. I agree that every physical phenomenon is reducible in principle to physical facts about the world. However, there's a problem. It's called practical undeducibility. Although things might be possible in principle to deduce, it doesn't mean that they are practically possible to deduce. So, for example, consciousness is deducible from material in principle, but not practically. Any attempt to try to deduce the existence of consciousness would be practically impossible because it would just be too much information. For example, this applies to other things in the physical world that are not experiential, like cats. If I told you to deduce the existence of cats from the language of physics, how would you do that? You would need to know every position, momentum of every particle in the cat for every time since the origin of the universe. You could not practically give a formalized version of this deduction.
Finish your last sentence.
So this is why we use induction at higher level emergent properties, same with consciousness. And so hopefully we get a response to this from my opponent. If he can do it, which is a really fringe idea, he'd win a Nobel Prize. So go ahead and let's get this started.
Yep. Thank you for your opening statement. That was 7 minutes for the affirmative. Now we're going to move on to the opposition. You're going to have 7 minutes to do your opening statement. And it starts whenever you say your first word, Alex.
Yeah, sure. I've got a bit of a different twist on the knowledge argument here. So what are we? What is consciousness? Are we just a pile of atoms, or is there some more fundamental explanation necessary? I'm an atheist and an idealist. While my personal view is that consciousness is the fundamental reality, the debate today centers on one critical question. Does materialism, specifically Mike's mind-brain identity theory, coherently explain consciousness? My thesis is that Mike's reductive theory is fundamentally incapable of meeting its own logical burden. I will demonstrate that his explanation is fatally insufficient at minimum and likely logically incoherent at worst. I will show that his position is not an explanation, but rather a brute assertion of identity based on his precept that only physical things exist. It is a position motivated by faith and dogma, not by logical demonstration. Consciousness is maybe the most important mystery that still exists, and we cannot just make assumptions here. We must first establish the philosophical standard of an actual explanation. Mike is defending the mind-brain identity theory. His job here today is to explain consciousness via a material substrate, not just simply assert its identity. He claims subjective experience is identical to the objective brain process. Mental state equals physical state. This is an ontological commitment, a claim about ultimate reality. For this identity to be true, it must meet the standard of necessity. The underlying physical facts must logically guarantee the conscious result. That is to say that given all the physical facts, consciousness or the concept of experiential properties must logically follow. Put simply, if consciousness is truly nothing over and above bioelectricity, it must be fully determined by the underlying physical parts and microphysical laws in principle. It must be formalizable with physicalist language in principle, otherwise known as math. All of what I just said can be verified in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy under the entries for identity, or specifically mind-brain identity theory, right? This necessity is required because Mike's theory attempts to solve the hard problem of consciousness, which is the conceptual opaqueness between the objective describable structure of physical processes and the privately subjective experience of consciousness. Put simply, we just can't see the connection between first-person subjective experience and third-person objective descriptions. The whole point of an explanatory theory is to bridge the gap in our understanding. A true identity requires deduction in all cases to prove the link is necessary. This brings us to the core of Mike's burden. You claim identity theory. Identity is a claim that the two conceptually distinct terms actually refer to the same thing. And every successful identity, like water is identical to H2O, the theory provides a conceptual bridge, a deduction that shows how the concepts align. Your burden is to logically dissolve the conceptual disparity between third-person objective processes and first-person subjective experience. Crucially, while scientific study provides us with vast amounts of data, the empirics do not decide this question. Empirical data can only confirm correlation, not the logical necessity required for identity. We will test the logical rigor of this alleged identity in a variety of ways. So to demonstrate that Mike's identity claim cannot meet the standard of necessity, we need only look at the conceptual facts. Consider the classic thought experiment of Mary the neuroscientist. So Mary lives in a black and white room, but before ever seeing color, she learns the complete and final neuroscientific theory of color experience. She knows every physical fact there is to know about how the brain processes color. If materialism is true, and if neuroscience can in principle give us a complete theory of color experience, then Mary already possesses that theory before she ever leaves the room. From this, it follows that Mary should know all of the essential features of color experience, just as someone who possesses the complete and final theory of black holes thereby knows all of the essential features of black holes. Someone who possesses the complete theory of color experience should know all of its essential features. And yet, when Mary leaves the room and sees red for the first time, she learns something new. She learns what it's like to experience red. This is not a new physical fact, but an essential feature of the experience itself, one that was not contained in the neuroscientific theory she already possessed. Therefore, a neuroscientific theory of color experience is necessarily incomplete. The final theory of color experience as espoused by neuroscience is necessarily incomplete, and if materialism were true, it would not be. Qualia is irreducible to the language of physical science. Put simply, if you cannot even articulate the explanandum, the thing to be explained, the qualia, it's not logically possible to articulate an explanation.
Oh, doing okay, Alex K? Would that be the conclusion of your opening statement, or?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement. We appreciate it. You had 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. With that, we're going to move to our rebuttals. So, Mike, you're going to do a 5-minute rebuttal of Alex K's opening statement. You get 5 minutes to talk, and your 5 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so I addressed everything he said in my opening statement, I think just fine. He said, given all physical facts, consciousness must follow from this. I agree. We can reduce consciousness down to physics. I agree. But then he said we have to formalize it mathematically. This is utterly insane, right? This is extremely high standard. How do you deduce cats from mathematics? How the hell do you do that practically, right? Maybe in principle, right, in a hypothetical, theoretical aspect, it's possible to deduce cats or any object or consciousness from pure physical language, but it's not practical to do that, right? Just like, I can't even, how do you deduce, that would be my question to Alex, how do you deduce even a grain of sand from pure mathematics, or let alone a cat, let alone consciousness? It would just be too complicated of a mess. And so this is more of a limitation of the language than is it a limitation of my ontology as a materialist or physicalist. There's no ontological gap that my opponent has pointed out here. And then he said, then there's a third person and first person epistemic gap. I agree. I agree that I can't be you. I agree that I can't be your atoms. That, in my view, that's what first person just means. First person just means my atoms. That's all it means. There's nothing new that first person ontologically has that third person has. They're the same physical stuff. It's just different types of physical stuff. And so, yeah, to me, Alex has yet to demonstrate a flaw, let alone any kind of contradiction in my view. Yeah, I think that's all. Qualia, then he says it's incomplete. No, I can give if you're gonna say that I have to have a complete understanding of consciousness for it to be material or to be physical, well, then you have to say that we'd have to know everything about gravity for it to be physical. I think that's crazy. We can make an inductive case, right? We don't actually have a mechanistic explanation that's complete for gravity, right? Like this mouse falling, I don't know why that we don't know why that actually happens. We don't actually know with completeness why that happens. And so to suggest that the standard is that we have to explain everything completely in order for it to be a valid ontological theory or metaphysical theory is, I think, absurd. I don't think my opponent, even though he doesn't want to defend his view, he's too scared to, I don't think that he could uphold that same standard himself. How does he deduce mental experience from other mental experience in terms of our minds? How do you do that? So yeah, I don't think that my opponent has done anything yet to even make a flaw in my view. So yeah, with that, I yield my time.
Okay, thank you for your rebuttal. You had 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock. With that, Alex K, you're going to get your 5-minute rebuttal. And then after that, we're going to move on to cross-examination. So your 5 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so look, the Mary's Room thought experiment is meant to show, which you haven't refuted, that there's some aspect of qualia or first-person experience that is irreducible to physical language, which is the type of language we use for fields like neuroscience, right? It's the only type of language available to describe what you call the physical world. And so the thing is, identity theory is committed to the view that consciousness is nothing over and above a physical state. You combine that with weak emergence, and so you're saying that it's fully reducible and in principle deducible from lower level physical facts, right? There are certain logical burdens that come with these views, right? You can't just say that because I don't have epistemic access, that means, or, I can still make ontological claims. You are a reductionist. You are committed to full reduction in principle. Mary's Room demonstrates that full reduction is not in principle possible because you cannot even articulate qualia. If you can't articulate the thing you are trying to explain, you could not possibly articulate an explanation. I yield.
Okay, thank you for your rebuttal. You had 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So now we're going to move into first round of cross-examination. Mike Brigandi, you're going to get 10 minutes to do your cross-examination. This will be your time to build up your position and ask any questions to delegitimize your opponent. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah. So, Alex, do you think that I have to perfectly be able to with physical language be able to deduce from just pure physics or pure mathematics a cat? Do you think I'm committed to this?
You're committed to the idea that the cat is.
That's not what I asked you. Am I committed to being able, and in my view, deduce a cat,
Yes.
the existence of a cat from pure mathematics?
Yeah, so if we take the cat's mind out of the picture, in principle, yes.
Have to be able to deduce the existence of a cat from pure mathematics.
The existence of a cat is absolutely deducible from physics, in principle.
In principle.
Maybe not in practice, but in principle.
Okay, so then you agree that I don't, in practice, have to be able to do that right now for my view to be valid.
Yeah, no, you just have to give a general idea of how it even makes sense to begin with.
Okay, so then I don't have to deduce the existence of consciousness from pure physics right now. I just have to have some inductive case for it, which I already made in my opening.
No, I don't get that, but that's okay. We'll get to it.
Okay. All right. Do you think that, so you said before that I need to have epistemic access to everything to make an ontological claim. Do you still agree to that? Do you still hold to that?
Yeah, in principle.
So you think I have to have epistemic access as a physicalist to everything in the universe to make an ontological claim that the status of the universe is physical?
I mean, look, anybody can make claims, but to know something is a different question.
It's a yes or no, Alex. You're making this very difficult for us.
Well,
yes or no.
If you're asking what you can make claim, Mike, I can't tell you what claims you can and cannot make. But what I can tell you is whether there's support for that claim or not.
You're confused. Do I have to be able to know? Do I have to have epistemic access to all facts in the physical world to make an ontological claim that it's physical?
You don't have to have facts to make claims. It's just a stupid question.
Do I have to have epistemic access to all physical facts to make an ontological claim?
You don't have to have facts to make claims. It's a stupid.
You're not. Why are you not answering the question?
Look,
You're
if
not
you wanna
answering
say-
directly.
say-
Do I have to? Do I have to have epistemic access to all facts about the physical world to make an ontological claim about physical world?
If you want to make a definitive ontological statement and you want to have something backing that up, yeah, it would be recommended to have epistemic access to the thing you're making claims about.
So I do have to have epistemic
Otherwise,
access.
you're
to
saying you
everything.
know without knowing, like literally.
I'm still confused. It's a yes or no.
You
Do
can
I have
make
to have-
whatever claim you want, Mike. That doesn't mean that it's substantiated.
So I can make the ontological claim that the universe is physical without having epistemic access to all things that are physical, right?
You can make whatever claim you want. That doesn't mean that there exists substantiation for that claim.
You're not answering me at all. You're not. I don't think maybe you're not tracking, or you're just not answering correctly in a way that anybody can understand.
Can I claim that I'm a unicorn? Shout out to the comments.
That's not my question. My question is, do I have to have epistemic access to all physical facts to have to make an ontological claim about the physical realm?
Look, if you're trying to say that you can know something ontologically without knowing something epistemically, it's obviously a contradiction.
What's the contradiction?
Knowing, not knowing, because epistemic refers to knowledge.
You can have ontological knowledge without epistemic knowledge.
Yeah, how is that possible? Of what?
I can know you're conscious without being yourself conscious, without me being you.
You can know that I'm conscious?
Yes, I can claim that you're conscious without me actually being you.
Yeah, you can make claims. The question here is, do we know? We can beg the question. I can say you're conscious because I say so.
Is it possible? Okay, let me try this again. Is it possible to have ontological knowledge without epistemic knowledge?
No.
Why not?
Bro, give me one example of what you know ontologically without epistemic access.
That you're conscious.
That's not an ontological knowledge.
Yes,
bro.
it is. You are conscious. That's a physical claim about reality.
You don't know.
Your consciousness is physical.
You don't know that I am conscious. This is just one giant.
I can make the case that you are conscious and that consciousness is physical.
You can make an inductive case that I'm conscious, but you don't know that I'm conscious. Induction is not like.
So then that means I can have ontological knowledge without epistemic knowledge.
That's not ontology. Just because you are making the claim that I'm conscious is not an ontological understanding of any kind.
And I know you're physical without being you.
No, you don't know that.
So I can't claim that anything's physical without me being the object. I can't say that this bottle is physical without me being the bottle.
You can claim whatever you want. Whether the substantiation exists, that's a different question.
You're not answering. You're not answering. You're saying I have to have epistemic access, complete epistemic access to this bottle to know it's physical. Do you know what do you understand the claim you're making right now?
You have complete epistemic access to the bottle, Mike. It's all third person objectively describable. There's nothing hidden about the bottle.
I can't be these atoms though. That's the block. I don't have.
I'm sorry.
I can't. My atoms are not. Hold on. This is my time. My atoms are not identical to these atoms, and so therefore there's an epistemic block between me and the bottle. I can't know what it's like to be the bottle.
Are you a panpsychist?
But I can still know it's. But I can still know it's. I can still claim it's physical.
Are you a
panpsychist? That's why, even without epistemic access, complete epistemic access, I can have ontological access.
Wait, are you a panpsychist now? Is there something it's like to be the bottle?
This is not your time to ask questions, sir.
That was a
and no. I'm not a panpsychist that can abuse the nonsense. So is your view nonsense? But I still have yet to hear why my view is false. You haven't demonstrated jack shit. You want to try? I can yield the time for you. You can try. So I yield my time.
Yeah. All right. Hold
on. Okay. You're yielding the rest of your time?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, that's going to conclude Mike's portion of the cross-examination. Alex, Kay, you're going to get 10 minutes to cross-examine Mike Brigandi to basically ask questions to delegitimize his position and build up your position. Your 10 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so look, I want to play a clip from our back and forth. It kind of made sense to me. I might even agree with you. Let's see.
In the universe, you don't have epistemic access to that, not even in principle, because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Or how do you have epistemic access to what's happening beyond the cosmological horizon, where the expansion of the universe is happening faster than the speed of light? You can't. You don't have epistemic access to that. However, in both cases, we still have ontological access to what's happening to particles or the cosmological event horizon at the edge of the universe. We can still say those are both physical events happening that are operating under physical parameters. And that's why, even though I'm not you, I can't be your atoms. I can't be any other person's atoms. I can't be in your mind. And so I don't have epistemic access to your mind, but that doesn't mean I'm blocked from being able to understand you ontologically. Universe, you can't. You don't have epistemic access to that.
Okay, so you can't be my atoms. So you can't know what it's like to be me, even in principle, right?
Correct. I know what it's like to be you, because that would be a logical contradiction for me to be your atoms. That's an identity error.
Even in principle?
It's a logical contradiction. I can't be you. I can't be your atoms.
No, that's not the question. You can't know what it's like to be me, even in principle, right?
I can know what it's like to be you, but I can't know you. I can't know you as in terms of being you.
So there's something irreducible about my experience that you don't have access to, right?
I don't have access to your atoms. I can't be your atoms.
Right. So there's an in principle epistemic gap, right?
Yes, and I acknowledge that in my opening statement that there is an epistemic gap. I can't be your atoms, but that doesn't mean I can't say you're still physical and that your consciousness is still physical.
Look, Mike, I have that video saved on my computer. You know what the title is?
It's kind of weird, but okay. What?
Checkmate.
What?
What a profoundly stupid thing to say for a reductionist. What a profoundly stupid thing to say for a reductionist. Look, identity theory says consciousness is nothing over and above a physical state. Weak emergence says higher level phenomena are fully reducible and, in principle, deducible from lower level physical facts. Therefore, identity theory plus weak emergence commits one to full reducibility and deducibility of consciousness in principle. Your view commits you to the idea that there will be a full mathematical theory of consciousness, including qualia, in principle. Admitting any irreducible aspect of qualia is to deny full reducibility and deducibility. Denying full reducibility abandons reductionism and commits you to a non-reductive position.
Is there a question here?
Hold on. Holding identity theory and weak emergence while admitting irreducible qualia is a direct contradiction. Your formulation of materialism is necessarily false.
Why? Why is it false?
GG's.
You're just saying it's false. That's not an argument. Where's the question? What do you?
Direct contradiction.
Where's your cross-examination?
You admitted
monologued.
You admitted of irreducibility while simultaneously affirming reducibility. You're done, bro. You're cooked. GG.
What? Everything's reducible to physics. That doesn't mean that it necessarily means I must have epistemic access to you in everything about the physical world. This is what you just tried to avoid before.
It absolutely does in principle. Look, reduction is look, I can say it again if you didn't track, right? Reductionism is committed to the view that it's in principle, that everything about my experience is in principle reducible. There can be no gap. This is why nobody holds to reductionism.
What do you mean there can't be no gap? Why can't there be an epistemic gap and yet things
Not
be
in
still
principle.
physical?
Not in
Why
principle.
not? Why can't there be an epistemic gap?
Because you're
Why
not
must
a
I know what
reductionist.
it's like to be you,
Look,
to know that you're physical?
do me a favor, define weak emergence.
A novel property that is reducible to physics. That doesn't, there's no new ontology.
No. It's logically deducible from physics.
Yeah, there's no new ontology.
Right. So, but it's a novel property that's fully determined by the underlying
Yeah, I can make the inductive case for consciousness in that manner.
Not if you're a reductionist. Like you admitted of an in principle gap. You're done. So look, can you define strong emergence for me?
A novel property in which it is not deducible strictly from logical
Yeah. So which one are you holding to right now?
I'm a weak immersion test.
Yeah. You're done, bro. Look, everything, the conversation as played out.
You're not show me how I'm done. Can you give the logical syllogism for that? The formalized version of the argument?
Dude, look, it's a contradiction. You want to be a reductionist.
Where's the contradiction? Where?
I'm trying to tell you. You want to be a reductionist while affirming irreducibility. It's really simple, dude.
Where did I affirm irreducibility?
You look, everybody here, look, judges. I know you guys heard that whole conversation. I played the video. You admitted of an in-principle gap because you can't know what it's like to be me because you're not my atoms. That's not reductionism, Mike.
That's an epistemic claim, not an ontological claim. Physicalism is not an epistemic claim in itself. It's an ontological claim.
Yeah, look, man, I can't help you.
That's a category error to say that I have to know everything epistemically.
Not if you're a reductionist. In principle, everything is knowable. In principle,
there's nothing in reductionism that says it must necessitate me having epistemic access to all things. That makes no sense. No philosopher agrees to this.
No
philosopher agrees to this nonsense.
Reclaiming my time. Right? So in principle, yes. That's exactly what reductionism is. Everything is describable in third-person objective language, in principle. You admitted that...
I agree to that. I agree that everything's...
No, Mike. You admitted that my experience is irreducible.
No, I didn't. It is reducible. It's just epistemically blocked from me. I can't be your atoms. I can't be your atoms.
It's being live streamed, bro. That's an in-principle gap. You just don't get it.
There's no ontological gap. That's the point you have to raise. If you keep giving me epistemic gaps, then that doesn't do a thing for my view.
You're the one supposed to be meeting the logical burden of reductionism. You conceded. Your whole theory is incoherent. You hold a true contradiction.
I didn't concede a damn thing because I agree that
you gave up on reductionism. You gave up on reductionism when you said that there's an in-principle gap. You're done, bro.
It's epistemic gap, not an ontological one. Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep making the same category mistake?
Doesn't matter. Reduction is committed to the view that everything is fully reducible.
Ontologically, not epistemically.
Bro, Mike, you're just making yourself sound dumb now, bro. So look, even though this is already over, we can, I guess, play the rest of this out as a formality. Let's see.
Okay. This makes no sense. You're making a category error. You're not saying that. That makes no sense what you just said.
So look, bioelectricity is just the movement of charged ions across a membrane. So why would the movement of a sodium ion feel like the smell of a rose?
That's like asking why are cats cats? It's the process itself is the experience of that smell. The bioelectricity is itself identical to the experience.
Yeah, we know the point. We know the claim, Mike. But why?
Okay, when you ask me why, that's like asking why is air air? Why is water water?
No, it's not. Reclaiming my time. There's a conceptual.
They're identical.
Reclaiming my time. There's a conceptual disparity between the smell of a rose and the properties associated with bioelectricity. Bridge that gap for me.
Is it an ontological gap or an epistemic gap?
Look,
which one?
Look, so if identity theory is true, then phenomenal consciousness is identical to some physical property or state, right? So what that means by the principle of indiscernibility or the indiscernibility of identicals is that if A is identical to B, then every property of A is identical to every property of B, or every essential feature of A is identical to every essential feature of B. But when I imagine a red triangle in my brain, you cannot find redness or triangleness in the brain. Or I'm sorry, when I imagine a red triangle in my mind, you cannot.
Nobody said you're going to find an elephant in your brain if you think of an elephant. Nobody said that. We're saying the bioelectrical processes are the experience.
Reclaiming my time. The problem is that you're claiming identity, which comes with the logical burden that all properties must match. It has to hold in all worlds, all possible worlds. It is a necessary condition that all properties are identical. but my thoughts have different properties than my brain. There's no weight of a thought. There's no length of an emotion. It's not identical.
There's no weight to a fucking electron in the sense that we can weigh electrons. It's not possible to do that practically, right? But thoughts are still physical things. Why? Because they're oscillations of electrochemical signals. They're still physical things, and those they are the experience itself.
Oh, we have to cut it right there. And with that, we're going to move to the second round of cross-examination. So, Mike, you're going to get another 10 minutes to do your cross-examination. This is your period to ask questions and delegitimize your opponent, as well as establish your position. Your 10 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, my only question is why. Actually, how about this, Alex? Can you give me the actual formalized argument as to where I made my contradiction? Go ahead.
If reductive physicalism is true, everything is reducible in principle. Everything is not reducible in principle, therefore reductive physicalism is false.
But I don't hold to any of those beliefs. I don't hold to that they're irreducible. So that's not a contradiction.
Yeah, you already admitted to that, bro.
No, that's not my position. Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear again for you. I think that everything's reducible to physics. Try again. Try to render the actual contradiction.
Look, I knew you were gonna wiggle, right? Because everybody does when you catch them in a contradiction. But
where is the give the formalized contradiction?
Just did.
That's not my view. That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man. You already admitted of a permanent.
I don't think things are irreducible. I don't think things
you can't know what it's like to be me because you're not my atoms. Look, you're the only one falling for this, bro. Everybody knows.
Okay,
everybody else knows.
I want my time back. Okay. So you're saying because I don't know what it's like to be your atoms, therefore what follows from that is that physicalism is false?
Your formulation of physicalism is certainly false because you're a reductionist. If you cannot reduce, you're done.
Let me try this again. You said what you're implying is that because there's an epistemic gap between me and you because I can't be your atoms, that means that that physicalism is false. Yes or no?
Yes. Your formulation of physicalism is definitively false.
I just take this to be a complete non sequitur. Just because I don't have epistemic access to your atoms, which is literally not logically possible. I can't be you.
I grant that. Which is why I'm not a reductionist. You freaking dirt.
You're not giving a contradiction to my view. You're giving some kind of performative contradiction.
P and not P is reduction.
Just some other kind of view. I take back my time.
Reduction, non-reduction.
I take back my time. So you're not giving me an actual contradiction in my view. You're giving some kind of performative contradiction in some other person's view. So try again. In my view, where is the contradiction?
Reduction, non-reduction. When you say
okay, let me try this then. Where do I think that things are not reductive?
Yeah, when you say that you can't be me because you're not my atoms, even in principle.
Okay, so I can't be your atoms. Okay, so I take back my time. I take back my time.
I've got to finish answering your question.
You don't. No.
He is taking back his time. Go ahead, Mike.
So what you're saying is I can't be your atoms, therefore things are not reducible to physics? Or therefore things can't be reducible to physics because I can't be your atoms?
No, Mike.
Then what are you saying?
If you cannot know what it's like to be my atoms, you're admitting of a permanent irreducibility in principle. You are no longer a reductionist. Have a good night.
So because I can't because I can't do things beyond the laws of physics, beyond the laws of logic, because I cannot defy the laws of logic, therefore you're correct and physicalism is incorrect? That makes no sense.
That was incoherent. What?
The reason why it's logically incoherent is because I can't be your atoms. My atoms are distinct from your atoms. They're not distinct. They're not identical. And
Which
so
is
that would
why
be
you should-
that would be an identity error for me to say that I could be your atoms. So that's
I'm not
necessarily
telling
going to
you
be the
you need-
case. Hold on, I take back my time. It's necessarily going to be the case that there's an epistemic gap because I literally cannot be your atoms. That's just logically conclusive from this. But this has nothing to do with the ontology of physicalism. So you're not making this at all coherent for us.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that you have to be my atoms. I'm saying that you have to know what it's like to be my atoms for reductionism to be true in principle. It has to be, there can't be any epistemic access issues.
Oh, okay. So
It's really simple.
Then it comes back to what I said about Mary and the knowledge argument. Your phenomenal experience is not a fact in the same way that a physical fact is going to be, right? If I were to experience you, that wouldn't be new knowledge, physical knowledge. That would just be the case that I had a new access, a new mode of presentation of the physical facts. I was not introduced to new facts about the physical world. So that's why you're also confused. What's your response to that?
What does that have to do with irreducibility?
I just showed you why your view is incorrect. Why, in the case of the Mary example, I gave the ability response, which means that there are no physical facts that are known if I were to be your atoms. And so that's why things are still reducible to physics, even if I can't epistemically be your atoms.
Is that supposed to be some kind of explanation?
It's the counter argument that defeats your view.
No, look, I mean, you still said that it's in principle irreducible. It doesn't matter. Look.
Yes, it's reducible to physical facts. But I don't take like experiencing the color red as a new physical fact. If I were to experience it, I would take that as an aspect, a new access of a physical fact, not a physical fact in itself.
It doesn't matter, dude. If there's
It
anything
completely matters. It completely matters because what you're saying is I have to have that, but I don't, because I don't take what you're saying is those experiential facts are physical facts. I disagree. I don't take experiential facts to be things. I take it to be that I'm accessing something about physical facts when I experience.
Mm-hmm. So why is it reducible to physics?
It is reducible to physics. That's the entire point. That's why my view is far more coherent and cohesive.
You already admitted that there's something it's like to be me that's irreducible because you can't be my atoms. And now you're clearly just wiggling.
You're not tracking then, right? What I'm saying is I can't be your atoms. I can't experience the way you experience the world, but that doesn't mean I can't reduce it to physical because physical facts are irrelevant to your experience.
Okay. Look, well, actually, it's still your time. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. I yield my time.
Okay, with that, you have 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. We're going to end it there. And then Alex, you're going to do your 10 minutes for the cross-examination. This is your time to ask questions, delegitimize your opponent, establish your position. And then after that, we're going to move on to conclusions. So your 10 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, look, I want to be very clear about what Mike's committed to. He's committed to identity theory plus weak emergence. Right? As I said before, there can be no epistemic gap in principle. In practice, that's a different question. But when he says he can't know what it's like to be me because he can't be my atoms, he's sensing intuitively that it's impossible to access my experience. Right? Which I grant. But somehow he still thinks that he can be a reductionist at the same time. And his whole response to Mary's room is like, I guess some kind of phenomenal concept strategy, right? But that's not compatible with weak emergence and identity theory either,
Because what it's saying is there's this permanent epistemic gap because of the ways we refer to things. I'm not even sure if he's trying to take some phenomenal concept strategy. He's just saying, yeah, we saw it a different way. But look, let me ask you this, Mike. So all that aside, his whole thesis is incoherent. The contradiction is reduction, non-reduction. Okay. But that being said, Mike, is it conceivable to you that I'm an NPC?
Not only is it conceivable, it's probably true.
That's funny. So look, if identity theory is true, then phenomenal consciousness is identical to some property or state. If phenomenal consciousness is identical to a physical property, then it is logically impossible for that physical property to exist without phenomenal consciousness. And this is Leibniz's law. So a world physically identical to ours but lacking phenomenal consciousness is positively conceivable without contradiction. If a scenario is positively conceivable without contradiction, then it is logically possible. Therefore, it is logically possible for all physical facts to obtain without phenomenal consciousness. Therefore, phenomenal consciousness is not identical to any physical property. Therefore, identity theory is false. So, look, if X and Y share all properties, if X is identical to Y, then X and Y must share all properties in all possible worlds. In every other identity, this is the case, like water is H2O. If there's some possible world where physical states exist without consciousness, if it's conceivable to you that I'm a pea zombie, this means identity is false.
Can I respond to this?
I don't expect you to understand that, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're raising up the philosophical zombie issue. The answer to this is very simple, actually. Yeah, maybe I can conceive of philosophical zombie, but it's not metaphysically possible. It doesn't follow because I can conceive of it logically that it is therefore metaphysically possible. So no, that's a non sequitur.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Look, you don't understand the Leibniz's law. Okay, it has to hold in all possible worlds. You can say that it's not metaphysically possible, but it's just begging the question, why is it not metaphysically possible if it's logically possible? You're going to say, because the identity of consciousness is brain states. It's just begging the question, do you have some logical bridge?
It's not begging the question. That's my view. That's just my view. You have yet to raise an argument.
That's literally begging the question. That's just my view. Why did you want this debate so bad?
Alex, you think if I believe that physicalism is true, that means I'm begging the question? No. That's just the position I hold.
That's the position I hold.
That's not question begging. Question begging is when if I were to render an argument in which a conclusion is in my premises. That's not, but I didn't do that. It's just that my position
You're making
is
an
that
identity
philosophical
claim.
zombies are not metaphysically possible. That's just what comes out of physics.
Reclaiming. You're making an identity claim. You're making an identity claim. This comes with certain logical commitments. The identity must hold in all possible worlds. You admitted that you think I'm an NPC. That right there means that consciousness is not identical to bioelectricity.
How does that follow? What? No.
If my physical states can exist without consciousness, it's not identical.
Say that again?
If my physical states can exist, if my bioelectricity can exist without consciousness, it's obviously not identical.
Oh, yeah. I just take it to be the case that there would be bioelectricity in that being if it exhibited the same exact behaviors we'd have with the same atoms that we have. I wouldn't take it to be metaphysically possible for that to happen. That's why I reject philosophical zombies.
Yeah, look, if you want to say that it's not metaphysically possible, right? That's not a response, right? The necessitation.
That's just what comes out of my physical view.
Excuse me. The necessitation is that it logically holds in all possible worlds.
That's a logical possibility. That's a logical.
Excuse me. If you want to say that it's not metaphysically possible, you're just begging the question, why? Why is it not metaphysically possible?
Because my view is that philosophical zombies would be physical entities, and that bioelectricity would arise in that being if it had the same exact atoms as you and me. It's just what comes out of the physics.
Yeah, look, Mike, this is going real bad for you, bro.
That's your counter? It's going bad for you, bro.
Let me ask you a different
That's your
question.
best counter?
Yeah, I mean,
This is absurd.
I've exhaustively
You
described.
haven't shown why it's metaphysically
Hey,
why
my
it must be
time.
metaphysically
My time.
possible.
My time.
You haven't shown that.
My time. Let me ask you a question. If science cannot articulate the explanandum, how could it possibly articulate an explanation?
If science can't articulate an explanandum, how can it not articulate an explanation? I take those to be the same things.
If science, let me ask you again. If science cannot articulate the explanandum, which means the thing to be explained, how could it possibly articulate an explanation?
Well, it would have no explanation, but I did give an explanation for consciousness. You just didn't want to accept it.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
What's your point?
Here's the problem. Qualia is irreducible. You cannot articulate qualia. Therefore, you cannot explain qualia. Therefore, materialism is false.
Qualia is just conscious, subjective experience, which I take to be electrical phenomena in the brain.
Question. We know what your view is, Mike. We're asking you for a logical demonstration, bro, and you're falling asleep at the wheel.
We have an entire field of neuroscience that demonstrates huge amounts of correlative data, which we make the inductive case for, that the brain has to do with consciousness. We poke your brain, we can induce certain experiences. If we damage your brain, we can damage your experience.
Look, bro,
the correlative
I'm not a reductionist.
is so strong.
Look. You're a reductionist committed to identity theory and weak emergence. This is not induction,
saying that
my boy.
over and over again.
This is not induction, my boy. You have logical burden. Apparently you were completely unaware of, which is why, listen, bruh.
Dude, I acknowledge the
So let me ask you a different question.
The logical burden.
Let me ask you a different question. Let me ask you a different reclaiming. Hey, can the color blue emerge from some arrangement of triangles? Like, can I just get some triangles and arrange them in a complicated enough? Excuse me. Can I just get a bunch of triangles and arrange them in a complicated enough manner, and the color blue will magically emerge?
No, I don't think so.
Right. So that's the same thing as saying that qualia emerges from physical process.
No. Are you kidding me? Triangles are not the same thing as neurons in a brain, in a membrane. That's completely different.
Triangles can absolutely. Triangles can absolutely be described in the same type of language as neurons. Third person objective.
What? Do that.
Look,
do that for us.
Dude,
Do that for
quiet.
us.
It's not your time.
I'd love to show that.
It's not your time. So look, what I'm demonstrating here with that example is the categorical incommensurability between the way we refer to phenomenal properties.
You're just regurgitating Bernardo Castro.
And the way we refer to physical, bro. The way we refer to physical properties, there's a categorical incommensurability. It is illogical to expect blue to pop out of some arrangement of triangles in the same way that it's illogical to expect first-person subjective experience to pop out of some amalgamation of third-person describable processes.
That's an argument from incredulity. You're just saying, I don't know how this could be, therefore it's false.
No, it's logically impossible.
Where's the contradiction then?
Yield my time.
Okay. And with that, that's going to end Alex K's time. With that, that's 2 rounds of cross-examination along with the rebuttal and the openers. We're going to now move on to the concluding statements. And then after this, we're going to do audience questions, comments, concerns, and critiques. Mike Brigandi, you're going to get 4 minutes to do your closing statements, and they start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so my opponent was supposed to demonstrate a fatal flaw in physicalism, in my view, or a fatal flaw in the sense that I can't explain consciousness. He didn't do a damn thing to demonstrate that. He kept strawmanning. He kept making ridiculous arguments that which he couldn't formalize properly and give any kind of contradiction. He had to keep strawmanning. Then he said triangles can't be, we have a bunch of triangles and that can give rise to electricity. But obviously triangles are not the same thing as neurons. Neurons is going to be a type of physical entity that is largely distinct from triangles. And so, yeah, neurons can clearly generate consciousness in a certain physical setting. And so, yeah, my opponent did nothing at all today to show why my view is incorrect. He kept pointing to an epistemic gap. And I agree that there's an epistemic gap in the sense that I can't be your atoms, but that doesn't mean that therefore I can't know that things are physical in the universe, or that I can't claim that the universe's ontological status is physical. Let's see. He kept saying I have to deduce it from basic physical equations and math, but you can't do that for anything. I mean, in a practical sense. And I think he actually, during the debate, he actually conceded this, that I don't need to deduce experience from physical facts in principle, practically. I don't have to do it practically. It's not possible to do it practically. I agree. You can't practically deduce this cup of water from pure math or physical equations. It's just not possible to do that in a practical sense. And so that's why I raised up that practical undeducibility response. So I think I gave very valid responses to my opponent's views. He could not contrive any kind of contradiction. He could not contrive even a single flaw in my view that was coherent, because to be frank, I don't think he actually tracked my view. I don't think he actually understands my view. He just seems like a minion of Bernardo Kastrup, the Timu Sinbad, who doesn't have himself a coherent view. Which, by the way, I would love to debate about that and offensively attack your view instead of you just doing nothing to attack my view, right? But yeah, anyway. So, yeah, I don't think that my opponent did a single thing to actually render my view incomplete or false, let alone contradictory. And yeah, with that, thanks for having me, and I yield my time.
Okay, thank you for your closing statements with 57 seconds on the clock. Alex, you're going to get 4 minutes to do your closing statements, and they start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so look, Mike, I'm not sure why you pushed so hard for this debate. I really didn't even feel like doing this, bro. But anybody who holds to a materialist position should be embarrassed by this. This wasn't even a debate. This was an education session. Mike is not familiar with the burden that his own position commits him to. The moment my opponent said he can never know what it's like to be me because he doesn't have my atoms, the debate was already over. He just didn't realize it. The statement concedes a permanent epistemic gap in principle, not a temporary scientific ignorance. A permanent gap is incompatible with the materialist identity thesis he's defending. If consciousness were identical to physical states, then knowing all the physical facts would, in principle, reveal all the mental facts. Identity requires that the facts align across all possible worlds without remainder. The minute he admitted an irreducible what it's like that cannot even in theory be captured through physical description, he abandoned identity theory and slid straight into property dualism, or some non-reductive physicalism, the very position he claimed to reject. At that exact moment, his specific position collapsed into incoherency. An incoherent theory simply cannot be considered an explanation. From there, everything else we discussed, Mary's room, the conceivability of zombies, the Leibniz's law objections, only drove the wedge deeper. Mary's room shows that knowing all the physical facts don't necessarily yield phenomenal truths. Zombies show that the physical doesn't necessitate the experiential. Leibniz's law shows that if two things differ even in one property, they cannot be identical. This is trivial. Each argument independently exposes the same contradiction. If physics doesn't logically entail consciousness, then consciousness is not identical to the physical. So while we walk through the classic arguments for completeness, the real turning point happened when he affirmed an insurmountable divide between the physical description of a system and the qualitative experience of that system. That is the definition of a failure of identity. That is the definition of a non-reductive view. That is the moment materialism ceased to be a contender. The hard problem isn't hard because we haven't mapped enough neurons. It's hard because physical descriptions and conscious experience are categorically different kinds of facts. Once you grant a permanent epistemic gap, even implicitly, you've already admitted exactly that. So look, I just want to say also, all this is the result of the presupposition that the physical gives rise to the mental. That's not a scientific statement. That's a philosophical belief system, right? We measure the world with our sense perceptions. We use our mind to come up with the concept of physical. And then we conceptually remove, right, all experiential properties by saying the only way to refer to the quote unquote objective physical world is with third person facts. We necessarily subtract consciousness from that picture, thinking that we can get it back somehow. It's like the painter painting a portrait and then pointing at the portrait and saying, hey, that's me. It's obviously not you. It's a map of you. It's a representation. Physicalism cannot account for experience because of the way physical is defined. It says the world is only composed of physical entities. Physical entities are only describable in third-person objective language, the language of physics. Third-person objective language does not contain subjective experience. It simply cannot. I yield.
Okay, and with that, that's the that's going to be the end of your time. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude the entire debate. And so good job to both of the debaters. You guys did very well. Judges, this would be your time to conclude your scores, get your scores ready, and then eventually I'm going to ask for your votes on who you think the winner is. I'm going to start a poll for the audience poll so the audience can vote on who they think the winner is. And judges, it's up to you. We can get your judgments done right now, or we can do audience comments, questions, concerns, and critiques.
I personally would prefer after the audience. There's a lot to go through here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Are you guys okay if I drop you guys for a sec to get some space on the panel and then bring you guys up whenever you're ready? Or I guess I guess I could do like one at a time.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do like a that's probably the best.
Oh, no.
That's probably the best method, yeah.
Okay. I'll do that actually. Bobby, do you want to go first? Do you have any comments, questions, concerns, or critiques? Oh, Bobby, you there? Oh, okay. I'm gonna drop you, Bobby, but I'll bring you back later. And then yeah, I'm gonna go through the guest requests. What were you saying?
Dang it, Bobby.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna go with this person.
Listen, Bobby, vegetarians are not to be trusted.
Oh, that didn't work. Okay, I'm gonna go with. Oh, okay. What you got for us, Bat? Comments, questions, concerns, or critiques?
Yeah. What would you say is like the word that place holds for like an adult human female? Like the definition adult human female. What word can I substitute that definition with?
That's not in relation to this debate that we're having. Could you ask a question in regards to like the debate topic?
Oh, sorry. I thought you guys are having those trans debates again.
I mean, clearly.
'Cause I always see Mike, and I always think transgender when I see Mike.
Do you have anything in regards to the debate that just happened? Okay, yeah, that's probably for the best. Thank you, mods. I was about to drop him. Guys, clearly we had a debate on materialism explaining consciousness. Let's keep the questions to this debate, not any other debates. That was ridiculous. But Live, what do you got for us?
Liv, hey, so
sorry.
No, you're good. So I think Mike won this pretty handedly, to be honest. I think it's pretty bad execution from Alex, but so I guess I would ask a question for Alex. So basically, where's the contradiction with this, the sort of like philosophical zombies in Mike's worldview, he holds an identity theory. So if they have the same atoms as humans, consciousness would arise from that, right? It's just, and this would kind of also explain why when an individual takes psychedelics, or if you bring a lesion into the brain, that alters perception and whatnot. So I feel like you failed to execute a certain how should I say, a contradiction, right? So can you show the P and not P in Mike's worldview in that sense?
Yeah. So if consciousness is identical to bioelectricity, right? That means that it applies in all possible worlds. If you can conceive of a world where bioelectricity exists with no consciousness, that means it's logically I mean, I gave a whole syllogism on this, bro. It's not identical if it can exist without. Identical, not identical. Like, I get that the claim is that he wants to say that it's identical. The problem is that he can't demonstrate that it's identical.
Yeah. So again, can you show how it's metaphysically impossible? And again, and Mike, if you wanna step in, feel free. I just don't see how it's.
I don't need to show that it's metaphysically impossible. I need to show that it's logically possible. Right? This just goes
Something
to Leibniz.
can be logically possible, but not metaphysically possible. That's my point. Philosophical
Why is it
zombies
not
wouldn't exist
metaphysically
under my view, and so you can't use it as a counter argument.
The problem is you
This
can't
doesn't
give
work.
You can't give any answer of why it's metaphysically impossible other than just begging the question.
Because they have the same exact atoms as me and you in the same configuration. It necessarily follows from physics that they will be conscious.
Yeah, it necessarily follows from an identity statement that it's necessary in all possible worlds. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Now you're shifting the modal scope into logic. We're talking about metaphysics.
We've been talking. It was modal.
The metaphysics is not compatible with my
Look,
view.
we already
That's
debated
why you can't use that argument. It doesn't work.
With that, we do have to move on to the next audience guest. But real quick announcement: the poll is up. It's right there in the corner. You're going to see a blue and white clipboard. You guys can vote on the poll. Let me know if you guys can see that.
Wait, Compass. Can I didn't get the second part of my question addressed. How does he justify the way psychedelics alters perception, or the way lesions alters perception? I don't see how that follows in his worldview, but I see how it follows in Mike's worldview.
Okay, go ahead, Alex, and then we'll move on from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of irrelevant to this debate, but we would just say, like, so it's going to be hard to understand if you've never looked into idealism, right? But it's very simple. Everything is mental, including a psychedelic compound. We call it a psychedelic. That's how it represents to our sense perceptions. So a psychedelic affecting my brain is one mental process affecting another.
Yes, but
it's going to be hard for you to intuit if you're stuck in materialism.
No, but scientifically, we know when you take a psychedelic, that is altering the physical aspect of the brain, right? So this works in Mike's worldview. In your worldview, you're kind of begging the question. You're saying it is a mental process. How do you know? How is it a mental process?
You're begging the question when you say it's a physical process. I say it's a mental process. It does not change the. You're doing an internal. Listen, man. Listen. You're doing an internal critique on my view, right?
Right.
You have to adopt my language. Everything is mental. Physical processes are only appearances within consciousness.
Okay,
right?
but
So
we know
physical, physical is what it looks like to you because you have human sense perceptions. Physical is how you interpret the world. So when you see the mental process that we call psychedelic, right, and you ingest that mental process, you are also a mental process. It's one mental process affecting another.
Okay, does psychedelics affect the physical properties of the brain?
Answer that, and we do have to move on.
I don't grant physical properties under my view.
All right, bro.
All right, we do have to
Congrats.
move on, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up, and come back anytime. And let's see, next person I was gonna let up. Let's see.
Playing with a bird, but also I have
What's up, Game of Dawn?
Yeah, sorry, I have 3 questions. One for Alex, one for Mike, and one for both of them. So the first question I'm going to ask is Alex, which is, it seems like there are a lot of brain structures that are very similar and that we can invoke what seems to be described as the same qualia between people. What are your thoughts on there being like an inductive case that could be made that, hey, so many of these structures seem to result in people explaining very similar qualia in very similar cultures, which further means that they seem to be talking about the same thing. Do you think that, even though there's an epistemic gap, do you think that, like there always is with induction as well, do you think that that would be a valid type of argument to show that physicalism can explain, what's it called again? Mental states?
No. And for the simple reason of how everything else is done, how we explain other emergent properties, right? So the emergent property of like wetness, for example, is fully reducible and deducible in principle, right? So if we want to make some kind of inductive case, and we want to say that it's not deducible in principle, right? That's going to launch you into at least non-reductive physicalism, which relies on strong emergence, or into property dualism, right? So we're having a different conversation. Strong emergence is.
I'm going to cut you off there. I have 40 seconds left, and I want to ask Mike Brigandi a question. So you said that there are no such thing as philosophical zombies in your worldview, and you talked about how consciousness and bioelectric stuff is related. Now, could someone, let's say, build a automaton filled with gears, very tiny nano gears, and this automaton would express all the same things that we would see from a human? Would you say this is a philosophical zombie, or would you say, even though it's purely mechanical, because the systems are similar enough, and it expresses, assuming that it expresses itself very similarly as like humans, would you say that is a philosophical zombie, or would you say, well, that probably also has some form of consciousness because of the elaborate network of gears?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if that would be conscious. The only way in which we know consciousness exists is going to be motivated by the neuroscience, and that's going to be a biological case. In the case of other types of atoms and aggregates of structures, I don't know. It could be the case that somehow that consciousness emerges in that, but I don't see how it could. It's not very intuitive to me that that would be the case.
If it could be the case, it's not identical to bioelectricity, dude. Jesus.
Who said you can interject here? I don't know. Anyway, is that your only question? Did I answer that question?
I have one last question for both of
Go
you.
for it.
How do you feel about the proposition that physicalism and idealism, at least an analytical idealism, end up breaking down into the exact same claims, and both of these not metaphysical claims aren't actually predictive in any way? They're just trying to say a statement or about reality, specifically a metaphysical statement that can't actually be solved. So in the end, we should be quietists on the position of idealism versus physicalism, especially because we don't need to take a hard stance like that to do things like science.
Who's that for?
Both of you guys.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think idealism or physicalism is an attempt at prediction anyway. I think that's where science comes in. I think physicalism or idealism is an attempt at description. It's metaphysics, right? So it's taking the meta view of, you could say,
just to clarify, the thing that I'm kind of focusing on is what are your thoughts on quietism when it comes to idealism versus physicalism? In the sense that, well, why we shouldn't discuss this because it's metaphysical nonsense.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's nonsense, right? Like, I mean, I think it's fair to be agnostic or a quietist. But metaphysics definitely steers the world, even if you don't like explicitly have a metaphysical position, you have an implicit one. It's very important to the way we move around the world. I don't think you can't prove it, right? You can't prove physicalism, you can't prove idealism, but you can certainly be less wrong.
And Mike, answer, and then we'll move on to the next guest.
Yeah, I think what idealism attempts to do is try to say, well, we have all the science and it fits with my perspective here. But the problem is that there are some expectations that idealism has that we just don't see in the world. or kind of fuzzier than physicalism. So that's why I don't take the quietist position. I'm a hard physicalist. How do we get dissociated states from one big mind? If everything's one big mind, we'd expect consciousness experiences to overlap in certain ways. If the brain has nothing to do with it, we would expect there to be some kind of overlapping between experiences. We'd expect even perhaps a teleology on teleology.
Can we just answer the guy's question, because this is a straw man? Like, this has nothing to do with this question.
Right? Okay. But go ahead, Mike.
Did it answer your question, Dream? Or no?
Sorry, I'm taking care of a bird at the same time, so I couldn't listen to it. I'm so sorry. Here's the bird as recompense. It's playing with a quarter.
Okay, one more time, Mike.
Yeah. I just think that idealism has expectations that are just not met. We'd expect there to be certain things like dissociated states from a single mind. We don't really see the mechanism for that. We don't see how that could be the case. We would expect to see overlapping in experiences.
It has nothing to do with the dude's
So
question.
would it be fair to say that you're not a quietist because you believe idealism creates certain expectations of how the world works, which it doesn't? Stop biting the carpet, you asshole.
Well, hold on, Dream. We do have to move on after that question, but maybe later you could probably ask.
Okay, sound good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for coming up. Judges, you guys doing okay, or do you need more time? Oh, you guys doing okay, judges, or do you need more time to come up with your scores?
I think we're good.
Oh, you guys are good to go?
I'd vote to go on with the voting process. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do the voting process, and then we'll get some more comments, questions, concerns, and critiques done. But yeah, so which of the judges would like to go first? Anyone?
I'll go. I won.
Oh, well, Mike's very confident. He thinks that he won. But whoever wants to go first, don't all jump at me at one time. But
Bueller.
I'll go ahead and go first.
Go for it.
Okay, so first, I appreciate you hosting. You did a great job. Very smooth, very direct. So just wanted to shout out to you. Mike, I'm a fan of your content. I think you're a very intelligent dude, and I like your style of science. Also, thumbs up to the book that you've written. Well done. Alex, it's always a pleasure to hear you in argument mode. When it comes to the debate, I'm looking at the opening arguments first and foremost. So with the opening, I'm going to go back and refer to some of the specific things that were said. So, Mike, you were saying that one of the statements that you made in your opening is that your opponent, Alex, is going to claim that he claims that Alex needs to have to expose or explain the ontological gap that idealists are asserting. And you also brought up your rendition of Mary's Room, where you claim that Mary did not learn anything new from an epistemic perspective, just that she had experienced what she already knew from a different perspective. And I'm not going to critique the view because that's different. That would be like I think, meta debate. I think I'm focused on the points that were made in terms of the merit of where you were going with the debate. So I have to give you points in that you were very clear in identifying the specific strategies that your opponent was going to be working and address them right off the bat. So that was a point to you I gave in regards to the opening there. I think that overall, just to distill it down, that your opening was stronger overall because you were much more pointed, clear, and precise in regards to what you were dismantling and what you were defending. Alex, I think that the opening that you gave was well structured, that you articulated it very well, but I don't feel like you had the same level of distinction that Mike did in regards to the specifics that you were getting at least in a way that would be clearly apprehensible. So I would give the opening to Mike. When it comes to the argument, Mike, you were making an argument primarily, if I'm distilling it down, that there needs to be epistemic access in order to make an ontological claim, and that the burden there would be too great. Again, I'm not going to be critiquing the statements in and of themselves. What I'm looking at is that from the argument perspective, when there was the cross, I think that Alex did a much better job in identifying the specific points that were, in his view, unresolved. When it comes to the counter, Mike, when you were saying these are the things that I feel were unresolved, I don't feel that those things were laid out as clearly as your opponent, that you didn't really drive into the gaps that you saw from his point of view, that it was more so your expression of what you disagreed with and your viewpoint in that regard. Whereas Alex, I felt that you were much more precise and pointed when it came to the specifics of the gaps and why those were not, why they were unresolved, given not just your perspective, but also the overall perspective of the philosophical standpoint. So I would give the argumentation and cross to Alex. When it comes to the closing, I felt the closing was certainly something that Mike did a decent job with because he was staying true to what he was saying in regards to there being a lack of clarity when it comes to why there was a contradiction, that he didn't see any contradiction, and therefore his view remained unchallenged. When it comes to Alex, I feel that Alex did a very sufficient job in identifying why he felt it was something that was unresolved when it comes to there being the contradiction in regards to things. Specifically, to be precise, there was the whole issue of the neural correlates of consciousness and the highlighting of the patterns of correlation, and that there was a failure to establish identity, causation, or explanatory completeness for consciousness deriving solely from brain states. And the argument that was going back and forth was not, and at no point did I see Mike address directly how neural correlates of consciousness was supporting a scientific standard of reproducibility in regards to one, consciousness itself, but outside of correlation, or how there was any state of predictability, or addressing the fact that there is a lack of reducibility. So these are just the points that I didn't see he was directly acknowledging, but questioning why those would matter or how that was sufficient in terms of how it was delivered. So I would give that overall to Alex. So I would say from my perspective in regards to the debate, I think that Alex did a better job in presenting the core issues that he felt were unresolved from his opponent, and I would give it to Alex.
Okay. Thank you for your judgment, Placide. Very thorough, and I definitely do appreciate how seriously like you took the debate, and I always appreciate your thorough and very serious judgments. Thank you. And then which judge would like to go next? Any one of you guys? Any one of you guys? Whomever. Oh, don't all jump at me at once. You guys doing good?
I'll go ahead and go.
Go for it.
So, I feel as if going throughout the debate, starting with the openers, Mike did a very good job of setting up everything, being able to account for certain arguments before they were laid out, and it's a good like real fortification of the stance here. While I do also feel like Alex was able to kind of point at the gap, again, Mike did a pretty good job of setting that up beforehand and addressing this epistemological gap. Now, while I do feel like that is a really good thing to attack, I feel, and I did not see a larger emphasis throughout the rest of the debate to be able to actually poke at that problem of that epistemological gap. Everything can kind of, as Mike was explaining it, he was defending it very well throughout parts of the cross-examination. And I feel that there are many hooks that could be used in order to attack the physicalist position, such as the philosophical zombies and Mary's room. There would be parts where there were a lot of instances where those could be used to show the fault of the materialistic position. However, it seemed to lack certain substances or certain emphases to actually shake the foundations. And Mike was able to explain, at least in parts, at least in parts, to be able to defend against those issues. And when it comes to the conclusion, it seems that Mike was still able to defend those as well, being able to summarize how the foundation itself was of materialism was still not shaken with those questions. TLDR, a lot of good points from Alex, but not enough emphasis from those points to be able to shake the materialism as a whole. So for me, I'm going to give the point to Mike.
Oh, you're saying Mike won overall?
Well, for me, yes.
Oh. Cool. Thank you for your judgment. Thank you for being thorough. And then which judge would like to go next?
I guess I can go next.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, Alex, Mike, both you guys, I think, did pretty well in presenting a pretty clear case in terms of how you view the world. I do think that while Mike definitely set it up for physicalism in the context of, a materialistic worldview where certain mechanisms and atoms come together to amalgamate something we call consciousness, but I think that there's still an epistemic gap, and that epistemic gap is strong enough to the effect that a truth claim couldn't be made, and I think Alex did a good job in pointing that out. I do think the conversation with regards to making ontological claims without epistemic access, and then in the context of the identity theory and weak emergence, I think Alex pulled in stronger with regards to his arguments in that category. But I think that overall, I think that Alex won, and so that's my take.
Okay. Thank you for your vote. Which judge would like to go next? I think It's Tiny and I think Jordan, Tiny and Jordan are left. Oh, you guys good?
Jordan or
Yeah, you can go Tiny if you want.
okay, sure. So the opening statements, I would say that both addressed Mary's room. Mike laid out the difference between an ontological gap and an epistemic gap, and how this is reducible due to practicality, and how the epistemic gap is practically impossible while the ontological gap is practically irrelevant. I think that there was a good addressing of that. Alex was trying to say that for reality, physicalism is insufficient and it's a brute assertion. He was laying out the difference between a subjective experience and an objective, fully determined in a principle for identity theory and how to bridge the gap, the identity of how the brain equals the mind. I'm going to go with, I think I'm going to go with Mike on that one. For the cross-examines, there was still an addressing of how it's impractical and too complicated for the epistemic gap, and it's not an ontological gap. How there's like a third to first person differential, there's an agreement there, but that wasn't the problem that was presented. It was the problem in epistemology, but in ontology it wasn't addressed, and there was no real contradiction entailed throughout any of the cross exams. In fact, I think Alex tried to present a contradiction that was not the view that was presented in reducibility. It was a difference in ontology and epistemology, and I know that philosophically these two get confused way too often. I will say that through the cross exams, I'm going to give it to Mike as well. And in the closing statements, I think that there was an addressing of this in how there's no contradiction available, and then there was a there was something presented by Alex that triangles are the same as neurons insofar as like the way in which they operate, which again didn't really address it. It's like saying for a cat, it's very impractical, but there was still no contradiction provided. I still don't think Alex provided it. Alex did say that materialists should be embarrassed. And he still didn't point out the ontological gap. He pointed out the epistemic gap, which didn't address the argument that was given. I think that overall, Mike took it home. So I'm going to give it to Mike.
Bad bet. And Jordan, you're the last one to go, and you're honestly going to be the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
2-2.
I love that. I love that. No pressure. Okay. So I agree largely with a lot of the positive things said about both debaters. I appreciate the passion, and again, thank you, Coco, for hosting. I think the ad hominems got a little bit out of control there, but I'm going to be mostly critical here on both debaters. I'm going to start with Alex. Alex, I think, failed to make as clear as he could have what the hard problem of consciousness is, and how things like Mary's Room or philosophical zombies, I think the inverted spectrum is also a kind of a missed opportunity there. I think that could have helped kind of illuminate things and kind of tie those together. I think that the this very deductive demand of kind of being able to strictly deduce things. I think Mike was right that is a really high demand, and I think that there were quite a few opportunities where there are other arguments that I think Alex made really good. Now, whether there was in fact a contradiction, I think is unclear. But I think there, at the very least, I think Alex pointed a good tension, but I think he spent too much time on that and could have brought in other arguments to further push the point instead of just kind of repeating himself. Okay. I think with respect to Mike, I think that he started strong, but I think so there's basically kind of three issues, right? One is, so we've got this epistemic gap, which Mike admitted to is an in-principle gap. And yes, there is this distinction between epistemology and ontology, right? However, depending on your view, right? But I think broadly under physicalism, right, an epistemic gap has to be able to be explained physically. And I think while Mike did gesture at why such a gap exists, he did not sufficiently explain from his particular flavor of physicalism why that gap has to exist. Because it seems like for any other physical property, again, not that we have to give this like deduction, but I should be able to explain in general what about that physical system and about those physical properties would constrain us in our ability to determine why that gap would exist, right? Because under kind of a reductive physicalism, all epistemic problems should be able to be themselves reduced to physical problems. Now, there might be just innate limitations, right? A good example of this would be something like a chaotic system, right? There are physical reasons why I cannot predict a chaotic system, even if that chaotic system is in fact a deterministic system, right? I think that when it came to giving reasons why anybody should accept his reductive thesis, specifically that consciousness is identical to bioelectricity, that while he gave reasons that clearly there's a relationship, there's a correlate, that there was not given any reasons why specifically bioelectricity, as opposed to some perhaps like broader pattern, right? Because like, for example, his view would like rule out that like machines would have consciousness. And I think something more specific, although I think it was Alex's failure to press him on that point. This was a very, 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 very hard decision for me, because I think there was a lot of different places where both debaters, there was a lot of missed opportunities on both accounts. I think starting from a more neutral standpoint on both accounts could have really helped. I think Mike committing to a particular notion of materialism as opposed to defending a broader thesis, I think that was a missed opportunity. I think Alex relied on too much on certain idealist notions. I think there could have been an expansion of strategies there. But at the end of the day, I have to give it to Alex.
Sure, yeah. Okay, with that, congratulations to Alex. Judges vote, Alex won 3 judges out of 5. Congratulations. Audience vote did go to Mike Brigandi. But honestly, both of you guys did very well. Congratulations. And
for your position. It's just unfortunate that, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, man. It was a good fight.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone got any further comments, questions? We good to go?
Yeah, I'm all good to go.
Absolutely.
Pretty late for me anyway, so.
Yep. But thank you, judges, for judging. And then, yeah, we're going to get to the comments and questions. I guess we'll do as much as we can. There's a lot of people. But judges, you can hang out or you can drop down. It's up to you guys. But yeah, one by one, we'll get through it.
I just have one question. Anyone can